Chapter 779. That Ass. Many looked at Ishaoshur and thought he was asking for a beating. That ass. Many looked at Ishaoshur and thought he was asking for a beating. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had provoked the ones from the barren state before, and now they were being run over. It was truly vexing with Ishaoshur being able to speak in such a nonchalant tone. Furthermore, they all had come that far. If the last one standing from great Zhou sacred dynasty were to shirk from a fight, the dynasty would be severely embarrassed, more so than if they were to lose a battle. Zhou Qing was the only one left from the four of the great Zhou sacred dynasty who had yet to come out and fight. He glared at Ishaoshur before him coldly, then walked out. Of the remaining four from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he was the weakest. If the dynasty side was said to be brimming with confidence before Zhou Yu challenged Phoenix, when Zhou Yu had sustained injuries despite defeating Phoenix, and both Zhou Yan and Zhou Luoyan were defeated, Zhou Qing really had lost all confidence, facing one from the barren state. However, it was not permissible for him to shirk from the fight. "After you," Zhou Qing said coldly. The fat guy held his head high and had a brimming smile on his face, lashing out with the Emperor's vines, shining brilliantly. Zhou Qing became bathed in golden fire all over his body. A brilliant phoenix's shadow appeared, and when the vines came near, its fires burned them. However, the vines simply became golden fires and continued to lash out at their intended target instead. Boom! An even more violent aura burst, and the phoenix's shadow on Zhou Qing appeared in a glittering manner. The vines, which were unable to be burned by fire, were snuffed out and turned into ashes by the golden fires on Zhou Qing when the vines came near. Yet, at the very same time, everyone's eyes looked at the other corner. There was a boundlessly huge golden shadow continuing to grow over there. "Grow, grow, grow!" The fat guy stared at the huge body and yelled. This again. Everyone's eyes froze, and they witnessed the golden body of an ancient god continuing to grow, feeling rather speechless. The near 100-meter-tall giant that looked like a god came to stand before Zhou Qing shortly after. It did not continue to grow. Boundless, brilliant golden light showered below and melded with the giant. The ancient god's body lifted its leg and stomped on Zhou Qing. If the move had been a hit, it would probably have killed Zhou Qing right there and then. Winds howled and golden fires swept all over the place. The phoenix's shadow behind Zhou Qing flapped its wings hard and retreated backward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, the ancient god's foot stepped onto the forum stage, but the golden lightning had fled its range and escaped from being stomped. Winds tore through the air as Zhou Qing cranked his speed to the limit. Golden lightning streaked through the air, heading for Ishaoshur. At that very moment, the incredibly huge arm of the ancient god was extended and reached for Zhou Qing. But Zhou Qing's speed was so fast that the hand would probably have a hard time catching up. However, Zhou Qing saw countless hands split out from the huge palm all of a sudden instead, blocking out the sky like vine-like tentacles. The move blocked the space out right there and then and went for Zhou Qing, making escape impossible. Zhou Qing's eyes became tremendously sharp. He, who was clad in golden fires and the body of a phoenix, zapped to a corner, tearing the vines as he continued to shoot outside. But then he quickly saw that the vines seemed to be endless, seeming to continue to grow in numbers. He was still accelerating as the tremendously hot glow of the phoenix, which he clad himself in, continued to cut everything in his path. Everyone outside saw Ishaoshur still growing his vines furiously and knew that he was unleashing his most versed power of rules. Rules of growth. The ancient god's body had an arm that turned completely into vines, which shone with terrifying glow seen penetrating from within. Everything knew that it was Zhou Qing in there. Boom! The huge ancient god's arm was torn off right, the shoulder connecting to the arm yanked, and a new giant arm grew out from the stub immediately. Incredibly hot golden glow burst and lashed out with the might of the heavens. At almost the very same time, Zhou Qing's body turned into golden lightning and shot out, shattering the arm that was torn earlier. Yet a huge golden fist soon came for him. Zhou Qing's face looked extremely pale at that very instant. He knew that there was no retreat. His only way left was forward. The fist and the golden phoenix clashed. The huge fist cracked with a strong light bursting. Cracking noises were heard from the arm of the ancient god at the same time, which crumbled shortly after. There was even terrifying golden light shooting right through the giant, making its body tremble. Zhou Qing's body was similarly rattled. The phoenix's shadow turned pale, and he spat up blood. His face looked pale as he felt his internal organs being ruptured, staring the one before him with cold eyes. Zhou Qing lost. Many took a deep breath. The grandstands appeared extremely quiet. However, the aura on Zhou Qing burst again, as if to say that he had no intention of backing out yet. You want to fight some more? Yi Xiaoshu's voice was heard and golden light shimmered. The torn arm of the ancient god coalesced and became whole again, shining with golden light. Zhou Qing's face went utterly pale at the scene. He only realized at that moment that he had not been battling Yi Xiaoshu himself, but the shadow of a giant that fat guy summoned. The shadow contained Yi Xiaoshu's powers. Despair was written all over Zhou Qing's face. Its strong shimmering light dimmed again, and Zhou Qing looked on with an awful expression. He then turned around to leave, making it clear that he was giving up on the fight. The huge ancient god's body gradually dissipated, and Yi Xiaoshu rubbed his brow, feeling his spiritual powers being exhausted. But then again, there is probably no other sacred ground that would dare look down on the barren state anymore. The 4 battles between the ones from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the ones from the barren state resulted in 3 losses for the dynasty. The only one who won was the number 1 from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Yu fighting Phoenix, who was not deemed all that strong amongst the ones from the barren state. If it had been a fight between the 2 major sacred grounds, then the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would have suffered a crushing defeat. From their fights with Jisheng Cliffs to the ones with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the ones from the barren state proved their worth again and again, even as there were only 6 of them left on the forum stage. Furthermore, 3 among them had made it to the next stage. Yu Shang's powers definitely qualified for him to move to the next stage, which meant that in the upcoming top 50, there would be at least 4 emerging from barren state, and they remain the most numerous compared to the other sacred grounds. Where is their limit? Many turned their eyes at the Zhou Sacred King, wondering what was going on in his head at the moment. However, the king looked calm and nothing was able to be told from his face. Instead, the Sky Saint who sat beside him smiled and said, "We've had dark horses emerge from every 9-state forum held in the past. Sacred grounds fought against each other and mighty ones were many. But there has never been a 9-state forum in the past like this one. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has not participated in the 9-state forum for many years, yet they became the one with the most number of participants remaining in the top 100, maybe even the top 50. I guess no one saw that coming." It is rather surprising, the leading figure from the Xia clan of Summer State said. After all, the Holy Ji Palace did not even have saints to begin with. The Zhou Sacred King turned to look at Yi Futian's direction and said, "Being able to beat 3 mighty ones from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Yi Futian, your people from the barren state really surprised me. Everyone was fooled by your appearance before the 9-state forum was held. Even Saint Shihua thought you to be low-profiled and humble. From the looks of things now, it seems that you've got quite an ambition." Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. Thinking about it now, Yi Futian had fooled everyone present. "Please, Senior, this is the first time the Barren State is participating in a gathering of 9 states like this and appearing one such stage. Hell, this is the first time I've been outside the Barren State. I've only been to Eastern State for less than half a year, and there was no way I would have been able to tell how strong the students of sacred grounds from the other states were. I've participated in the 9-state forum to learn, and the very reason I ventured outside the barren state was so that we could grow, hoping that we will eventually have a saint among us, preventing the sacred ground of barren state from being taken apart. It just so happens that some students of the barren state come to surprise me. Yi Futian looked at the king with a calm, collected expression, appearing neither submissive nor proud. Everyone looked at the exchange with a peculiar expression. Yi Futian did sound sincere with his words, and there was nothing anyone was able to say to retort. Yi Futian was participating in the 9-state forum and venturing outside the barren state for the first time, after all. They were simply unable to say anything about that. We jumped the gun and thought the people of barren state to be weak just because they had no saint. You seem to have overstated things, claiming to be fooled by Palace Lord Yi, Sacred King. The glass saint smiled and added, the students of the barren state had a hard time coming this far from the very beginning. Yi Futian looked at the glass saint. Zish happened to look at him as well. There was a faint smile in her eyes, which looked incredibly alluring. Yi Futian smiled and nodded in gratitude, not anticipating the glass saint to be speaking on his behalf. The king took a look at the glass saint and thought that the girl he had been seeing in his dreams was still just as charming after all those years. He smiled and said, "You're right. It is indeed my fault for appearing so small-minded. Speaking of which, the mistake that the glass saint spoke of was one that I have made before as well. I never thought the students of the barren state to be able to make it this far. People really shouldn't be bound only by what they know. We're now fooled by ourselves." Saint Shihua smiled and said, "But then again, the Zhou Sacred King has always been frank, and it is not that he has anything against Yi Futian. With the students fighting in the 9-state forum, it is inevitable that students of sacred grounds clash with each other. As the clashes only happen once in 3 years, it goes without saying that the more intense the clashes, the better. We old people should just sit back and watch the show." Indeed. The glass saint smiled. "Speaking of which, I'm rather curious now. With the group from the barren state being able to make it this far, the students of sacred grounds from the other 8 states are now evidently overshadowed by the ones from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. We should really reflect on ourselves and think of better ways to teach our students," Saint Chihua said with a smile and looked at the forum stage below, adding, "Don't mind us, just carry on." At that moment, a figure was seen walking out, and many wore peculiar expressions before their eyes turned to sparkle with excitement. Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light. Ji Hua's powers were extremely formidable, and each of his battles before ended in mere seconds. He forged through with incredible force. No one was able to stand in his way for long, making him a very popular candidate in this year's 9-state forum. Many thought he would definitely make it to the top 10 and that he might actually be ranked in the top 3. All of that spoke volume of his prowess. The first participant to walk out from the Hall of Holy Light in this year's 9-state forum was none other than Ji Hua, the strongest among them. Ji Hua turned his eyes at the direction where the barren state participants were. There were 3 who had yet to do battle: Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and Yuan Zhan. All 3 of them had formidable powers, and Yu Sheng was the strongest among them all. He was most curious about how far Yu Sheng, among the ones remaining from the barren state, would be able to go, and whether or not Yu Sheng had what it took to stand before him in the top 10 battles. "You then," Ji Hua said as his eyes turned towards Yuan Zhan, "yet another one to challenge the barren state." Many in the grandstands talked. Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light challenged Yuan Zhan of the barren state. It seemed that barren state was simply too eye-catching at the moment. There were still 6 of them on the forum stage, and none of the top-class geniuses wanted to be overshadowed by them, as it would have made all the other sacred grounds look rather bad. While the participants from the barren state this year were indeed very formidable, none of those from the other sacred grounds wanted to be overshadowed by the barren state's brilliance. As such, Ji Hua chose to challenge someone from the barren state, There are too many of them from the barren state left. Yuan-Jan walked out. His stout body still felt imposing and brought pressure to bear on others. His aura was immensely thick. However, Ji-Hua burst with brilliant light at that moment, and beams of blinding light shot around them, shining into Yuan-Jan's eyes. He was unable to help but shut his eyes, shielding them with his arm. The light was just too blinding. It was not only Yuan-Jan who felt so. All who sat on the grandstands looked at Ji-Hua and felt blinding light emanating from him. Ji-Hua's body slowly took to the air and shone brilliantly, like he was a descendant of the gods, shimmering with overwhelmingly dazzling light. Even though Yuan-Jan's aura was incredibly formidable, when Ji-Hua's light was brought to bear, it became clear that he was the main character of that battlefield. No one else could have stolen Ji-Hua's thunder. Yi Futian sat on the barren states area of grandstands and looked at Ji-Hua. While the rules of light of the Hall of Holy Light did not possess inherent offensive capabilities, it was still a terrifying type of power of rules. It was said that the Hall of Holy Light's Holy Light spell was capable of melding all types of power within the rules of light, bringing greater power to bear. The minimum requirement for learning the Holy Light spell was to develop comprehension of the power of rules of light. As such, the Hall of Holy Light had very few true course students, but all of their course students were impressive geniuses with exceedingly rare talents, making them tremendously terrifying beings. It seems like Yuan-Jan will have a tough fight ahead of him, Yi Futian thought. However, he was hardly surprised. Among the top 100 and participants from nearly 30 remaining sacred grounds, the strongest students of all those sacred grounds were present. The barren state had 7 making it to the top 100, so it was normal for them to run into opponents of such classes. Blinding light was shot at Yuan-Jan, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He was able to see nothing but light when he opened his eyes. His opponent had developed very proficient use of the rules of light. Yuan-Jan lowered his arm while still having his eyes shut. His consciousness was also filled with holy, dazzling light. At the source of the light stood an incredibly bright figure, who was none other than Ji-Hua. Boom! Yuan-Jan stepped forward and rushed to that spot where Ji-Hua stood. The light turned even more intense. A row of swords appeared before Ji-Hua, swords of light. The offensive capacity of swords had always been formidable. It was anyone's guess how powerful such attacks were when they were melded with light. Boom! Yuan-Jan's body turned even stouter and larger. Beams of golden light pierced through his body as he opened his acupoints. He extended his hand and a golden staff materialized. The ape went straight into berserk mode before the battle had actually begun. It was apparent that he knew that his opponent this time was very powerful as well. Ji-Hua remained standing where he was. Extremely dazzling light continued to encase the space he was in. He waved his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, the swords of holy light shot out. A row of streaks of light cut through the space as they came for Yuan-Jan. The speed at which the attacks moved made it nearly impossible for him to evade. Yuan-Jan roared and swept his golden staff, clashing on the swords of light. Golden light coursed through his body at the same time, laying sturdy physical defense, as his opponent's attacks were incredibly dangerous. The light from the swords rampaged with a loud rumble. The staff was unable to catch all of the attacks of the swords of holy light. There were many that landed on Yuan-Jan's body, making lacerations on his golden physical body, cutting his defenses open. Yuan-Jan continued moving forward as if he had felt nothing. He wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, and there was nothing else for him to do so. However, at that very moment, the holy light grew even more blinding as it encased Ji-Hua's body. He extended his hand, and swords of light and shadow of untold numbers appeared. He opened his palm, and countless swords of light rushed at Yuan-Jan's body. Yuan-Jan returned with an angry roar and stopped moving forward, swiping his staff before him. laying down a screen of shadows of the staff. "Holy light sword, judgment," Jihua said, and everyone saw countless swords of light gushed at Yuan Zhan. The ape's screen of shadows of the staff blocked many of the sword's advance, but there was still quite a number that made it through the openings. Yuan Zhan swung his staff around trying to resist the attacks, but then he heard Yi Futian say, "Yuan Zhan, that's enough." Yi Futian knew from watching the attacks that Yuan Zhan would be pinned without any way to retaliate, making it impossible for the ape to win against Jihua. Yuan Zhan swiped one last attack with a rumble and backed away. Countless lacerations were seen on his golden body. He was covered in blood as well, making it obvious that he was injured. Yi Futian had him retreat so as to not have him fight any further, as there was no such need. The light dissipated and Jihua remained hovering in midair like some kind of god. Invincible. The word emerged from the minds of many as they watched Jihua hovering in the air. The holy light spell of the Hall of Holy Light was simply too terrifying. Jihua, who had developed extremely proficient use of the rules of light, looked utterly invincible. There was no one so far who was able to pose even the slight threat to him. Yuan Zhan's powers had been incredibly formidable, and it was evident to everyone who saw his previous battles. However, there was still left to the imagination as to who would come out on top when they faced Jihua. That battle seemed to showcase Jihua's immense strength. "That is indeed the strongest figure from the Hall of Holy Light," Saint Jihua said. The Hall of Holy Light of Qi State was an immensely fearsome, sacred ground. This year's 9-State Forum is really getting more and more interesting. The Sky Saint smiled. The clashes of titans were getting increasingly close, with one extremely formidable figures being eliminated one after another. Chapter 780. Many at the grandstands took a look at Jihua. His combat capacity was such that it was entirely possible that he had what it took to take one place in the top 3. Many at the grandstands took a look at Jihua. His combat capacity was such that it was entirely possible that he had what it took to take one place in the top 3. Yuan Zhan's powers reflected that of the Barren State's general performance. They were generally strong, and there were no weaklings among them, which was why there were 7 of them getting into the top 100. That one battle had also proven that while Th3 Barren State was formidable as a whole, they were not quite there to be compared with the top-class figures just yet. Yuan Zhan's attacks did not even manage to pose a threat to Jihua. With that said, despite being the one with the most participants remaining, it was difficult for the participants from the Barren State to advance to the very forefront, and there would be others eliminated still. The situation was just like how it had been with the Eastern State. They had the most number of participants when the 9-State Forum had just begun, but when it came to the stage of top 100, participants from Summer State had overtaken those of the Eastern State in terms of numbers. Yuan Zhan retreated from the battlefield and came to the grandstands, taking a seat behind Yi Futian. Yuan Hong said to him, "Your attacks were formidable, but you didn't even manage to attack your opponent. Do you know the difference in power now?" Yuan Zhan looked rather dejected and his head was hanging low. That battle had been a frustrating one. "Grandpa Yuan Zhan has done a very good job so far." Yi Futian smiled and praised him instead. If the rampage had been able to get to Jihua, there's no telling that he would have been able to take it. But it was a pity that Jihua was versed in rules of light, which he incorporated in his attacks. In such a scenario, Jihua's attacks would definitely reach Yuan Zhan first. Besides, the power that results from attacks being melded with rules of light is probably something that not even Yuan Zhan's defenses could withstand. In actual fact, the difference is not actually as great as shown in the previous battle. Yuan Hong nodded slightly. Jihua was indeed capable of holding Yuan Zhan back. Yuan Zhan had a pondering look on his face. He scratched his head for a bit and looked rather puzzled. Besides, this Jihua is one of the very best the 9-State Forum has to offer this year, the strongest in the Hall of Holy Light, so there was no doubt that he would be very powerful. But there is no need to feel dejected. Focus on your own training. Victories and defeats in battles for a time won't say much, Yi Futian said. Yuan Zhan was a demonic beast with a straightforward temperament, and he required a lot of encouragement. Yeah. Yuan Zhan nodded, taking Yi Futian's words to heart. Many turned to the forum stage again. There were still 5 from the barren state left. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen had not fought yet. At the moment, Yi Wuchen walked out on his own and stood at the center of the forum stage. The first 5 battles among the top 100 saw the participants from the barren state fighting in every single one of them. It remained as such for the 6th one. The one-armed figure remained as quiet as he had always been. He stood tall and firm at the forum stage. He turned his eyes to the direction of the Hall of Holy Light. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. Zhou, you had challenged Phoenix before, and that triggered the head-on clashes between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the students of the barren state. Said students had almost overwhelmed the dynasty by defeating 3 out of 4 of their people, making it so that only Zhou Yu remained standing on the forum stage. The number 1 figure of the Hall of Holy Light walked out and defeated Yuan Zhan right after. Yi Wuchen then turned to look at those from the Hall of Holy Light. Is Barren State trying to take on all who dare to challenge them? I challenge Wang Qing of the Hall of Holy Light, Yi Wuchen's voice said, making all tremble. From the battles fought so far, everyone was able to sense that the students of the Barren State seemed to have a unique bearing. The sacred grounds of the other 8 states looked down on the Barren State. As such, all who dared to challenge the students of the Barren State would suffer retaliation. They stood at the very bottom of ranks among all sacred grounds, yet they feared none of the formidable figures from the sacred grounds of the other 8 states. All who dared to challenge them were to be met with fierce retaliation, and they had no intention to give in to anything. Many on the grandstand seemed to have, for one reason or another, felt a mild whiff of sorrow emanating from the students of the barren state when they saw the figure clad in white standing on the forum stage. While they were the most numerous among all who made it to the top 100, they shouldered an exceptional amount of pressure instead, just because they came from the barren state. If renowned sacred grounds from Summer State or Qi State had many make it to the top 100, the scene would have looked very different. Wang Qing walked to face Yi Wuchen. A sliver of light will flowed throughout his body. His eyes were incredibly bright, harboring will of light. While his powers were not comparable to Jihua's, he was a very formidable figure and had also developed comprehension of the power of rules of light. Yi Wuchen, a student of the barren state, would like to go against the Hall of Holy Light, like they had done with the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Wang Qing thought. There were few students from the Hall of Holy Light, but everyone who managed to make it far were all top-class geniuses. The genius who had been beaten by Su Ke before was very good as well, but he would have made it to the top 100 if he had not encountered the rules of darkness. Yi Wuchen of the barren state. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Yi Wuchen said. Wang Qing of the Hall of Holy Light. Will of light emanated from Wang Qing as soon as he finished. Holy light emerged from all over his body. An extremely terrifying will of light shot from his eyes, heading straight for Yi Wuchen's eyes. The dazzling light had Yi Wuchen close his eyes, but an extremely bright light emanated from the center of his brow nonetheless. The flash of the sword. An eye seemed to have emerged from the center of Yi Wuchen's brow, which looked like the eye of a sword, sharp and dazzling. Wang Qing felt his eyes in an instant, sensing slivers of sword will shooting right into his eyes, traveling through his brow and entering his brain. At the very next moment, he felt as if his body had disappeared from the forum stage, appearing in a word of swords, the sword realm. Elusive sword rules, spiritual illusion. Wang Qing's brow became incredibly sharp all of a sudden. He felt a tinge of threat and lashed out with powerful holy light swords, sending them straight towards Yi Wuchen's silhouette. He then saw Yi Wuchen make a move. Terrifying whirlpool of swords appeared on Yi Wuchen's hand, and as he pointed his finger forward, sword aura coalesced into terrifying storms, bringing Shredding Will, clashing with the swords of light of his opponent in the air. Streaks of illusions flashed and disappeared. The silhouette of the one-armed swordsman disappeared. Wang Qing looked up and saw Yi Wuchen's body appear above. A powerful spiritual sword will shot into Wang Qing's mind, making it so that he had to split his spiritual powers to resisting the invading force. His eyes turned rather hazy. In the very next moment, he saw many one-armed silhouettes appearing in the air. All of them were Yi Wuchen. The one-armed figures all had outstretched hands. In an instant, boundless sword aura coalesced, landing before their hands, and terrifying sword aura poured below with the shredding rules to bear. At the moment, Wang Qing was no longer able to tell the true person from the illusions. It seemed to him that all of those silhouettes were Yi Wuchen himself. Giant swords of terrifying might gathered and appeared one after another, bringing will of shredding swords to bear. Wang Qing's expression turned solemn at that very scene. Holy light coursed throughout his body, and the holy light swords enveloped him. He then pointed at the air. Both of them were shining with immensely brilliant light. At the very next moment, sword will showered down from above, and the shredding giant swords shot forth. Wang Qing cranked his powers to the extreme and sent his holy light swords in the air. Blinding light drowned the space they were in. Wang Qing's eyes remained staring at the air within that terrifying light. He felt an incredible sense of danger all of a sudden, so much so that he felt his hair standing up. He turned around and unleashed holy light. At the very next moment, a one-armed figure continued to grow in his eyes, and the figure was armed with a sword. He felt like backing off like a streak of light, but the sense of danger simply grew stronger. A streak of terrifying sword will fell from behind. He went totally pale and stopped retreating. He did not even dare to move. Yi Wuchen's silhouettes appeared in front of and behind him. There were lots of other silhouettes of Yi Wuchen found in the air as well. It was as if he was truly everywhere, but which is real and which are not? Wang Qing was unable to tell anymore. As such, he dared not move, be it forward or backward. He would have sent himself flying into a true killing sword. He then felt the cold tip of a sword being put right before his throat. Wang Qing then said, "I yield." There was a bit of blood dripping from the skin of his throat as he spoke. The sword was cold. The illusions vanished. Yi Wuchen stood quietly before him, holding a sword in his hand, looking as calm as he had always been. "You attacked me with spiritual powers so that I wasn't able to split my attention to sense what was going on outside, fooling both my eyes and my senses, thrusting me deep into the realm of illusions, no?" Wang Qing asked. He ended up as the one being pinned in that battle. Being affected by illusory sword rules, he was unable to tell which sword was real and which sword was an illusion. The sword before his throat disappeared, dissipating into sword will. Yi Wuchen did not answer him, simply walking back to where his people were. Wang Qing took a deep breath, watching his back. He had not expected to lose to a student from the Barren State as well. The people at the grandstands looked at the one-armed swordsman who was walking back to his corner and thought him to look rather cool. He and Suke both excelled in swordsmanship, yet their ways of the sword were completely different. The only commonality shared between their swords was that both were just as dangerous. The Barren State had won 4 rounds, and 2 participants were defeated. Yu Sheng, who was deemed the strongest, had yet to battle. It was no surprise that there would be 5 from Barren State who would make it to the top 50. Yu Sheng walked out right after Yi Wuchen was done, casting his sight at the Hall of Holy Light. The eyes of many froze once again. Even though everyone was able to guess at the possibility of that happening, they were still unable to help but feel shaken inside. After Yi Wuchen was done besting a student of the Hall of Holy Light, Yu Sheng was going to challenge a student of the Hall of Holy Light as well. Is the Hall of Holy Light going to suffer the same outcome as the great Zhou sacred dynasty? When Yu Sheng and the student of the Hall of Holy Light came to stand on the forum stage, dazzling light shone onto Yu Sheng's body. Golden lights coursed throughout his body like a whirlpool, sucking up all will of light that was cast on his body. The student brought even greater killing power of light to bear on him. But that student's powers were still devoured right away by the power of rules coursing throughout Yu Sheng's body. It was as if that student was unable to do anything to move Yu Sheng. He remains immovable. Many shuddered deep inside. Ji Hua was probably the only one out of all the remaining participants of the Hall of Holy Light capable of making Yu Sheng budge. Boom! A cracking rumble was heard as Yu Sheng stepped forward. He then took to the air and headed towards his opponent, who retreated at breakneck speeds like a streak of light. Yu Sheng's expression was cold. 2 beams of light shot through his body. In that instant, blinding light shone from his torso and his feet. He leaped at the air, and his stout body actually approached his opponent at an even greater speed, bringing massive, devastating power to bear. That student continued to move backward, not daring to clash head-on with Yu Sheng. That guy is truly a human-shaped monster, even more ferocious than the golden great ape, who is an actual demon beast. His powers are even more terrifying. God knows what happens if he manages to hit me. At that moment, Yu Sheng swiped at the air with his hand. Dark golden light flowed through his fist in a frenzy, and his body continued to chase after his opponent like a beam of light. He then shouted and launched his fist forward. Streaks of huge golden fists shot through the air in an instant, encasing the space they were in. His opponent continued to evade while cutting the fists with holy light powers. At that very instant, Yu Sheng's body showed up right before the student and punched out like a god of war. His opponent went pale as he took the strike head-on. Boom! Golden flowing light shot through the air. The body of that student of the Hall of Holy Light was sent flying very far away, crashing onto the edge of the forum stage, then dropping hard on the floor as he continued to spit up blood. Boom! Yu Sheng's body landed heavily on the ground, shaking the forum stage. Many looked at the stout figure, feeling speechless. An overwhelming finish, just like before. Like Ji Hua, no one so far has been able to take his attacks. At the Hall of Holy Light's corner, Ji Hua's expression was sharp. He emanated a very strong will of battle. He was hoping that Yu Sheng, a student of the Barren State, would make it to the very end, standing right before him just as he did then. That was really something. Many were rattled. Yu Sheng is really probably going to be fighting in the top 10. It is entirely possible that even the number ones of many sacred grounds will be unable to fight him at equal footing. 3 battles, the Hall of Holy Light bagged 1 win and suffered 2 losses, many said to themselves. The clash between the Hall of Holy Light, a sacred ground of Qi State, and the Holy Ji Palace, a sacred ground of the Barren State, ended up with the Barren State coming out on top. The Barren State students really walk out with no hesitation and fight any who dare move against the Barren State head-on. They seem to really earn the respect that the Barren State deserves, using their very own powers. Yu Sheng returned to his place and looked at the other 5 remaining on his side. After that battle, the students of the Barren State had all fought in the battles among the top 100, taking 5 victories out of 7 battles. 5 students making it to top 50. Chapter 781. While the participants from the Barren State were done with their rounds of battles, the clash between other mighty ones continued. One mighty one after another continued to bring frightening powers to bear. Evidently, many had hidden what they were truly capable of in earlier rounds and were actually pulling punches. As the battles went on, those people began to reveal what they were truly capable of. While the participants from the Barren State were done with their rounds of battles, the clash between other mighty ones continued. One mighty one after another continued to bring frightening powers to bear. Evidently, many had hidden what they were truly capable of in earlier rounds and were actually pulling punches. As the battles went on, those people began to reveal what they were truly capable of. Top-class students of sacred grounds from other 8 states continued to shine with their prowess in their rounds of battles, making it to the top 50. Some sacred grounds had only one participant left on the battlefield, other than those from sacred grounds. Those 3 from the eastern state who were not members of sacred grounds only had one remaining. It was none other than the mystical girl, like Yu Sheng. She caught a tremendous amount of attention. A girl of around 15 years of age, standing on the stage of the 9-state forum, never once defeated. Furthermore, there was no one who was able to tell how powerful she actually was. All of her opponents suffered a crushing defeat. She never needed to use more than 3 moves to end her fights. She and Yu Sheng were deemed the most surprising dark horses in that year's event. Everyone looked on with anticipation, wondering how they were able to do so and who would be able to stop them. Futian at the grandstands scanned the 5 remaining from his side. All who were left were the strongest all sacred grounds had to offer at the moment, which meant it was inevitable that most who remained on the forum stage would have to fight the strongest people from other sacred grounds. There was simply no running away at that point. The 9-state forum had entered a very dire stage. Even the number 1s of sacred grounds had to be wary, as there were definitely some among them would be kicked out in those rounds. Carry on with the battles. The rules remained the same as before, the elder hosting the event announced. A stout monk walked out as soon as the elder finished. He was clad in a golden kasaya, emanating a layer of golden brilliance all over him. It was apparent that it was a change resulting from training some sort of methods for prolonged periods, so much so that the result was apparent in both his appearance and his air. He was one of the students of Vajra region of War State, of a generation who bore the word Wu in his name, which was Wuliang. Even Wuliang of Vajra region has gone out to fight now. I wonder who he will challenge. Many looked at him. There were only 2 mighty ones from Vajra region left on the battlefield. Master Wuliang was somewhat inferior to his junior Wu Bei, but he was still an extremely terrifying figure. He trained in the sacred methods of Vajra region, the Dharma body of the Vajra. He had trained his Dharma body to the level of being unbreakable, so much so that no weapon was deemed capable of piercing his body. As such, no one wanted to face off against him. The 2 remaining figures from Vajra region were incredibly fearsome. Wuliang cast his gaze at a direction and said, "Benefactor Yu Sheng, I see that you've attained a powerful physical body and that you excel in the body refining techniques, which I find to resemble the training methods of the Vajra region somewhat. As such, I wish to ask for a session with you and see how far both of us have progressed in our respective training." Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. The very first person whom Wuliang of Vajra region challenged was none other than Yu Sheng. Many sitting in the grandstands talked as soon as Wuliang finished. Wuliang is known to have acquired an unbreakable body, and his physical body holds frightening power. Yu Sheng is just the same, and now Wuliang is going to challenge Yu Sheng. I wonder who among them has a stronger body. Many were talking. Even those great figures who were sitting on the grandstands looked on, feeling amused. It seemed that the ones from Vajra region liked true challenges, evident from how one went to challenge Yu Sheng right off the bat. Hua Yunshu, Zhou Yu, Ji Hua, and many others looked on, feeling intrigued. The battle should be able to show how powerful Yu Sheng's physical body actually was. Wuliang would definitely give his all when facing such an opponent. Yu Sheng stepped forward. He seemed to have grown used to being challenged right off the bat in the first battle fought in any stage. 2 stout figures stood facing each other. Wuliang looked calm and composed as he put his palms together and said, "After you!" Golden brilliance shone as soon as he finished, and he looked incredible. Boundless golden light spread throughout his entire body, and the air rang with crisp, clear sound of bells. Wuliang's body turned into an incredibly pure golden body in an instant. Dazzling golden lights shone on top of that golden body, Dharma body of the Vajra region. Many saints on the grandstands looked at the battle with immense interest. The physical body that resulted from training in the Dharma body of the Vajra was also known as the unbreakable body. It was said that when the training reached its pinnacle, one's body would achieve the state of the unbreakable sacred body, a state where one's body would not rot, age, die, or be rendered broken in any way, even if the one who trained passed away. At that moment, golden lights shone around Wu Liang's body, seemingly turning into a ring of golden light screens, making him seem like an unbreakable ancient Buddha, melding with his own physical body. Dong! A loud rumble was heard as Wu Liang stepped forward, heading in Yu Sheng's direction. Yu Sheng's eyes remained on his opponent. Raging aura coursed throughout his body. Dark golden lights shone all over him. 2 acupoints of the 7-star acupoints were opened at the same time, making the overflowing power of his body course through both of his arms. At that moment, Yu Sheng's right arm was filled with raging power as he continued to look at his opponent, waiting for the monk to come. The Dharma body of the Vajra was blindingly bright. Wu Liang descended from the air, lifting his hand and striking out a streak of golden handprint that engulfed the air before him, the invincible Vajra mark. Many set their eyes on that incredibly huge mudra. The golden handprint engulfed Yu Sheng's body right there and then. The golden mudra, made of pure gold, lashed out. The air shook, speaking volumes of the move's terrifying power. At the very same time, Yu Sheng stepped forward aggressively, arching his back and lifting up his arms with great force, hitting the invincible Vajra mark that came for him. His fist looked like golden flowing lights in that instant, tearing through the space. At the point where the mudra and the fist met, blinding golden light burst and clashed with each other. Boom! Many felt their eardrums shaking violently, their hearts about to jump out of their chests, yet their eyes remained on the point where the clash happened. What will the outcome of the clash of formidable power between the Dharma body of the Vajra that Master Wu Liang from Vajra region trained in and Yu Sheng be? Many trembled. They saw the point where the clash happened, and they saw a fist punch right through the mudra, shattering it right there and then. Yu Sheng continued and landed his fist on Master Wu Liang's unbreakable body. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and a crisp cracking noise was heard. Cracks were seen on the golden Dharma body. At the very next moment, Wu Liang's body was sent flying out while the Dharma body crumbled shortly after. Wu Liang spit up blood after crashing to the ground. The 9-state forum stage became incredibly silent as everyone set their eyes on that very scene. The hearts of many continued to tremble. Was that really what they called the unbreakable body? Was Wu Liang truly a young genius from Vajra region? Their eyes were not fooling them. The fight ended with one punch. Even against someone with incredible power like Wu Liang, it still took only one punch. Why did you want to put yourself through this? Yi Futian shook his head in silence. Engaging in a power match with Yu Sheng? Regardless of what body refining methods he was training in, how could he compare to Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng had been put through hell since young by Yi Futian's godfather to train in the demonic methods to build up his body, shouldering pain and suffering that few were able to withstand. He had gained an incredibly powerful body as a result. Furthermore, Yu Sheng differed from Yi Futian in that he had been taking the path of pure body refinement and training in only physical arts. That, coupled with Yu Sheng's naturally inhuman strength, brought him to his frightening state today. The methods that the students of Vajra region might be very powerful and might even exceed those of our teacher, Sage Dojan. But are they able to compare with the demonic methods of Godfather? If a match of pure power was concerned, none would be qualified enough to clash head-on with Yu Sheng. Even Wu Bei, the number 1 in Vajra region, wouldn't be qualified enough to do so, let alone Wu Liang. So even Wu Liang of the Vajra region proved inadequate. It seems that Wu Bei The number one of Vajra region will be needed before they even have any chance of doing anything, the Sky Saint said calmly. Many great figures from Vajra region paid close attention to the battlefield, deeming Yu Sheng a suitable person for training in the arts of the Vajra region. They were able to tell that he was an uncanny genius with an immense affinity for physical arts. As for Wu Bei, they looked at the last remaining student from Vajra region. If Wu Bei is to act, there wouldn't be many on the 9-state forum stage capable of standing off against him, no? They were still wondering if Yu Sheng would have been able to stop Wu Bei dead in his tracks. A figure was seen walking up the stage after Yu Sheng retreated. It was Ji Hua. Due to repeated challenges made by students of the Barren State in the last stage of battles, Ji Hua had become the only remaining participant from the Hall of Holy Light on the stage of the event. Everyone else from his palace was eliminated. In contrast, there were still 5 from the Barren State remaining. As such, Ji Hua challenged yet another from Barren State. The target that he picked that time was Yi Shaoshi. The fat guy's expression turned grim. Yuan Zhan lost to Ji Hua before, and Ji Hua's attacks were such that not even Yuan Zhan's defenses had proven adequate. The golden ancient god body was summoned again, but Ji Hua did nothing to stop him. He simply let the ancient god continue to grow in size. Ji Hua, who was then clad in boundless holy light, charged forward like a beam of true light. The ancient god's arm was turned into countless vines again, lashing out at Ji Hua, but he simply kept his arms behind him and stood, not even bothering to evade. Streaks of holy swords around him cut through the air, and the vines continued to be shredded in an instant, blowing the arm of the ancient god in repeated explosions. New arms lashed out at Ji Hua, but he seemed to have not even seen the attack, unwilling to evade the coming attacks. He then turned into an intense beam and charged straight into the ancient god's fist, punching through it. In the next moment, a blinding light shot out from within the giant ancient god's arm, which crumbled in a frenzy afterward. The beam shot right through the head of the ancient god. Ji Hua was seen emerging once again, keeping his arms behind his back as he looked down on Yi Shaoshi. His body was clad in holy light, making him look like a god. The fat guy shrugged exasperatingly. With attacks of light being utilized to such an extent, things turned out as he had guessed. If Yuan Zhan, whose defense was greater than his, was incapable of withstanding such attacks, there simply was no way Yi Shaoshi would have been able to win. "I quit," Yi Shaoshi said before he left the battlefield glumly, ending his advances at the top 50. There were 4 students from the Barren State remaining by then. Even so, they still had higher numbers than other sacred grounds, who only had 1 or 2 participants left on the stage by then. Another figure was seen walking out. Many mumbled, seeing who the one who emerged this time. The number 1 of the Sea clan, the successor of the Saint of Killers, Siming. He walked out and cast his gaze at Su Quebec. Both of them trained in rather similar arts. Seems like Su K will get eliminated soon. Many thought to themselves, worse still, the remaining participants of the Barren State will probably be kicked out one after another later. Chapter 782. Yin Qi, disciple of the Sea clan in Feng State, walked in silence and moved as if he were completely weightless. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, he exuded an icy aura of darkness. As the student of the Saint of Killers, Yin Qi practiced a particularly malicious method of execution. He killed invisibly without ever being seen. Su Kei's rules of darkness were comparable to the Sea clan's methods of cultivation. Yin Qi, disciple of the Sea clan in Feng State, walked in silence and moved as if he were completely weightless. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, he exuded an icy aura of darkness. As the student of the Saint of Killers, Yin Qi practiced a particularly malicious method of execution. He killed invisibly without ever being seen. Su Kei's rules of darkness were comparable to the Sea clan's methods of cultivation. "Please," said Yin Qi. Su Kei gathered up his languid attitude. staring at his opponent. In-chi was extremely dangerous. Cold darkness emanated from the man, and his hands were undoubtedly stained by the blood of many. Suke had observed In-chi's techniques in the previous battles, and knew he was adept in exercising the rules of darkness. In-chi could morph into shadows without sound. "Please," responded Su Quebec. Just as his voice faded, In-chi's life spirit appeared. It was a shadow into which he melted, his body now turning to shade. The transformation did not stop there. The shade stretched, becoming longer and longer until a multitude of shadows began to spill forth from it. They appeared just as any other shadow would, quiet and without breath, moving without a sound to surround Su Quebec, bondage of shadow. The eyes of those from Feng State lit up. Perhaps Su Ke did not comprehend the techniques of the Sea clan. The bondage of shadow was an exceptionally well-known rule spell of theirs. Su Ke felt the shadows stretch towards him, forming tethers as if to limit his movements. He dodged away and shot up towards the sky as if he were a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the shadow stretched alongside Su Ke, remaining unbroken. Buzz! An elongated shadow shot forwards with thunderous speed, diving in front of Su Ke and presenting an incredible threat. Noting the shadow's approach, Su Ke's finger turned into a slaughter sword, pointed forward. The murderous sword chi abruptly exploded, instantly pulverizing the shadow. More shadows burst concurrently towards Su Ke across the expanse. Su Ke faced this with a cool countenance, and the life spirit of his slaughter sword blossomed. When he held the weapon, a murderous aura coursed through the space. Holding the sword with both hands, Su Ke thrust it down and allowed the bloodthirsty sword spirit to burst forth. It slashed against the power of the bondage of shadow, and, at the same time, Su Ke's body rotated in a series of deadly whirls. He himself turned into a mournful shade, and faded shadows appeared in the expanse to vanquish the one that had intended to kill him. However, just as he was about to step downward, Su Ke found a countless number of shadows covering the skies and swarming in his direction. "Shadow transformation," said the cultivators from Feng State. This would be a challenge for Su Quebec. The killing saint, Si Ming's successor, would not be easy to defeat. A wild draft began to gather, and the power of shadow rule flowed between the heaven and the earth until suddenly a storm of shadows descended upon the battlefield. It seemed to have turned into a dark void, swallowing Su Ke entirely. But Su Ke discovered that the shadows had followed him into that void, hiding within the shadow rule's power and melding directly with the dark. It was as if these shadows survived better in his darkness. Su Ke began to feel uneasy. Underneath the shadows there was nothing but stillness. He couldn't locate his opponent. The power of the bondage of shadow moved forward in the darkness, as if to extend to every corner of the battlefield. Soon Su Ke could feel the shadows homing in on him as In-chi's power descended upon him. He could sense countless shadows surging silently towards him as if they were an army of ghosts. The rules of darkness were completely useless to them. Su Ke's countenance became grave, and instantly he steeled himself with resolve. He was from the Tingxua house, and his specialty was assassination. That was why he could understand the rules of darkness and recognize the most effective strategies to counter opponents wielding similar abilities. Still not giving up? A ghostly voice spoke from the dark. Many at the grandstand looked unsure. Was Su Ke at a disadvantage in the darkness? "I wouldn't mind if you admitted defeat," Su Ke replied lazily, still nonchalant. The voice did not respond, but an even colder power of will began to rise from the darkness. A shadow rose from the dark, appearing in front of Su Ke, thrusting an icy blade towards his throat, but the man did not move. A killing storm grew around Su Ke and enveloped him. When the shadow reached him, it was torn apart by the storm. Su Ke was motionless. He closed his eyes like a hunter, even as shadows rained down, continuing to fragmentize and disappear. Su Ke remained motionless. The two seemed to be engaged in a contest of patience. The highest state for the assassins was death from a singular strike. At the same time, a menacing feeling descended upon Sue Quebec. He tensed up. Amidst the darkness, a shadow appeared behind Sue K, wielding a destructive dark spear intended to lance through his throat from behind. Fast as lightning, Sue K moved to the side. Despite his maneuver, the attack still pierced through the slaughtering swordwill and pierced his shoulder. A terrifying and destructive power entered Sue K's body and blood seeped from the wound. After landing his attack, Sue K's opponent disappeared, once again submerged beneath the shadows. Sue K ignored the injury, standing unfazed by the blood. Afterward, the combat proceeded with different attacks, and after what seemed to be an eternity, the battle still raged. In the dark, Sue K's clothing was stained with blood. He was heavily wounded. "These two are indeed patient," some dignitaries from the 9 states commented. In the direction of Fong State, members of the C clan observed the engagement inside the darkness with sharp focus. Sue K truly grasped the essence of assassination. His endurance was unbelievable. Yi Futian and the others also stared into the darkening space of the battlefield, using the freedom meditation so that their eyes could bore through the darkness and observe what occurred within. Yi Futian saw that Sue K was under constant attack but had no intention of giving up, so he did not interfere. This fight was different from the fight with Yuan Zhan. This was a face-off between 2 assassins. Sue K may have appeared unenthusiastic and without restraint, but he had his own mind and could judge for himself. The center of the darkness abruptly burst forth with murderous intention. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened to focus on the disturbance within and saw that Yin Chi had lost his patience to tarry any further, exploding towards his opponent with a flurry of attacks. An apparition lancet pierced through the defense of the slaughter sword and entered Sue K's body. At that same moment, Sue K buried his body into the darkness, as if to become one with it. The apparition lancet punctured the darkness, but Yin Chi detected an alarming sensation. Within the darkness, there were endless waves of annihilation. A shadow darted across and soon disappeared. Yin Chi had forged too deep into the darkness and found himself unable to retreat. Boom! Many shadows split and shattered, the dark space howling wildly. Soon a pair of bodies appeared from the expanse, back to back and dripping with blood. Sue K was soaked in gore, but Yin Chi had blades of light running through his body as his body plummeted towards the earth. He landed prostrate and coughed out blood, the breath within his body slowly fading. He couldn't even rise to his feet. Sue K also landed, standing albeit unsteadily. Clearly, he was the victor. The forerunner of Fong State's C clan was defeated and eliminated. From then on, no one from the C clan would remain on the forum, each one now disqualified. This was the second sacred land since Jisheng Cliffs to have suffered a total loss. And this round of battle had only just begun. There would undoubtedly be situations where entire sacred land would be expelled. However, no one would have thought that the one to defeat the C clan would be Sue K of the Barren State. He wasn't the leader of the Barren State, yet he had been able to terminate the leader of the C clan. Sue K won. "Someone from the C clan, please take Yin Chi away," the hosting elder commanded, and a cultivator from the C clan immediately removed his leader from the battlefield. From the same direction, an elder clad entirely in black stared intently at Sue Quebec. He knew how Yin Chi had been defeated, as assassins preferred one move to yield one kill. Where Yin Chi was incapable, Sue K had executed his technique. He endured much, remaining calm and suffering the pain of ceaseless attacks before seizing the opportune moment to deal a final blow. Obviously, Sue K was a more qualified assassin than Yin Chi. Within their plane, results were better proof of skill than strength. If this had been a real battle, Yin Chi would already be dead. Dragging his worn body towards the Barren State, Sue K only shrugged as Yu Sheng, Hua Jiu, and Yi Wuchen looked at him. "I'm fine." "Why?" Yi Futian looked down and said, Suke looked up at Yi Futian, who stood upon the grandstand, and smiled. At least we didn't lose, right? Yi Futian looked at Suke and smiled, understanding his meaning. Suke could not lose against those who possessed ability equal to his, not just for the honor of the barren state, but for the pride of the Tingxue house. Forfeit the ensuing battles, said Yi Futian. Suke was unfit to continue fighting. In his severely wounded state, would he be able to triumph over the strongest of the 9 states, other sacred lands, and advance? All right, Suke agreed. To continue battling as he was would make no sense, but at least he had done his best at the 9 States Forum. Suke of the Barren State requests to forfeit. Yi Futian looked in the direction of the eastern state. Granted. The elder nodded. Even in forfeiture, Suke was now amongst the top 25 strongest competitors. He could leave with his head held high. After this battle, the Barren State only had 3 people remaining. Chapter 783. After the Battle of the 50, the next round would normally have 25 contestants left, but Suke's forfeiture meant that the next round would only have 24 cultivators left on the stage of the 9 States Forum. After the Battle of the 50, the next round would normally have 25 contestants left, but Suke's forfeiture meant that the next round would only have 24 cultivators left on the stage of the 9 States Forum. Within the 9 states, there were more than 24 sacred lands, which meant that even if each sacred land had 1 person remaining, the next round would not accommodate everyone. Ultimately, the strongest of many sacred lands would be eliminated, such as Yin Qi of Feng State. But if an extremely prolific sacred land had 2 candidates advance to the next round, then it would mean that a cultivator from another sacred land would be excluded. The Barren State had 3 people remaining: Yu Sheng, who defeated Wu Liang in the first battle, and Suke who, though forfeited, counted as an advance, thus lowering the space by 1. If Hua Jiu and Yi Wuchen wished to advance, that would only translate to 2 fewer spaces. Consequently, even these 3 remaining contestants from the Barren State were being closely watched by everyone. A sacred land, especially one such as the Barren State, would have occupied 4 allotments. For Barren State to compete, other sacred lands of the 9 states would have to sacrifice those 4 spaces. It would be hard for Barren State not to be closely scrutinized as such. Just now, in the direction of the Ocean State, a youth clad in silver armor stepped forward. He was well-built and handsome, tall in stature with smooth skin that radiated with unusual beauty. His eyes shone with a blue glimmer as deep as the ocean. This was Ao Kuin, noble prince of the Ocean Palace from the Ocean State. Ao Kuin was also the strongest amongst all nobles of the Ocean Palace. Aggressive and forceful, he was known for his mastery of many martial techniques. The Ocean State was located at the Endless Sea and included 3 major sacred lands: the Celestial Cliffs, the Ocean Palace, and the North Deep. Amongst the 3, the Ocean Palace carried the greatest sense of mystery. Rumor had it that the palace was built underneath the sea, with its people possessing unique talents and bloodlines. However, because Ocean Palace was located at the easternmost boundary of Endless Sea, its relationship with the 9 states was not a close one. Ocean Palace had the least interaction with the 9 states, aside only from the Barren State. One reason for this was due to the sheer distance, and the second was because of its location beneath Endless Sea. I challenge Yi Wuchen of Barren State, Ao Kuin announced. Everyone's eyes gleamed. The Barren State had been chosen again. The least favored Barren State already had a difficult journey so far. They were the black horse of the 9 States Forum, yet the most spectacular. It was precisely because of this distinction that they were pursued by the 9 states' other sacred lands as a target. From the Battle of the 100, the opening battle, and each of the battles that came before, all were battles for the Barren State. Yi Wuchen glanced at Ao Kuin of Ocean Palace and immediately strode up to the battle stage. Before he even arrived, Yi Wuchen asked, "May we start now?" "As you please." Just as Ao Kuin finished the sentence, a trident appeared, forming from his outstretched hand. Surrounding Yi Wuchen was an acute sword will. His pupils took on a ferocious appearance, and a massive will of swordsmen, disregarding distance and space, shot out toward Ao Kuin's eyes. Despite the attack, Ao Kuin's pupils exuded an incredibly powerful spiritual will, so that when Yi Wuchen's sword will plunge towards him, it sank as if falling into an endless ocean. At the same time, Ao Kuin stepped toward Yi Wuchen. Spiritual qi gathered between heaven and earth, first giving birth to waves, and then an ocean that spilled forth as if to engulf the martial arts platform. Because Ocean State was located within the endless sea, their cultivators were especially talented with water affinity and could cultivate through ocean waves while perceiving different powers from it. The forum stage was now flooded with vicious waves, all howling toward Yi Wuchen, who seemed to be completely unaware. Horrific currents surrounded the man, yet he walked directly into the water and continued forwards without regard for its punishing waves. This was the first time that Yi Wuchen had started the offensive before he was ready. Clearly, the barren state had been targeted in the challenges, so even if he had been in a tranquil state of mind, he still felt anger now. Everyone present could feel it from the one-armed swordsman in training. The sword qi swirled forwards into the ocean and through the giant waves, attacking Ao Kuin. Ao Kuin's body shuddered suddenly, seeming to morph into a fish before swimming swift as lightning towards Yi Wuchen, trident in hand. The sword will's power upon Yi Wuchen intensified, the sword appearing within his palm, shredding rule power permeated and fracturing the waves. Yi Wuchen's sword pierced the waves with a terrifying whistle, creating a massive funnel of water. The unending sword qi focused, turning into a shredding sword aimed straight ahead. The trident in Ao Kuin's hand simultaneously launched an aggressive attack. His arms were covered with what looked like the scales of a dragon as his body ripped through the giant waves to land in front of Yi Wuchen. As his trident attacked, waves piled upon one another with tremendous force, as if to crush the shore. Before the attacks even made contact, an unimaginable force crashed into Yi Wuchen. The waves were harder than even the strongest rocks, tossing Yi Wuchen about. The man felt as if every organ in his body was about to be smashed, but his sword remained pointed forwards, clashing with the trident. The sword qi continued to shred forwards, even as the pulverizing momentum struck wildly against Yi Wuchen. Both opponents endured the incredible pressure. Between Yi Wuchen's brows, a silver ray arced through the expanse and stabbed into Ao Kuin's pupils, while Yi Wuchen began to back up. A mirage suddenly appeared amidst the sea, before many images of Yi Wuchen began to manifest simultaneously. Yi Wuchen could sense Ao Kuin's spiritual will transforming into the massive shape of a whale dragon, and almost instantly a colossal illusion, that of a whale dragon, appeared behind Ao Kuin. Its large mouth opened with a bellow, and a sudden sharp, shrilling sound began to reverberate with the waves, shaking the very firmament itself. The mirror images of Yi Wuchen scattered about the water were shattered, and even the spiritual will in Yi Futian's head was cast out and broken. The shrieking sounds forced Yi Wuchen to retreat into the ocean along with the waves, the spiritual will within him continuously assaulted to the point of collapsing. Obviously, Ao Kuin was a formidable spiritual cultivator, specializing in soundwave-based attacks. In the grandstand area, cultivators below the sage level felt a sharp pain from their spiritual power. Some even covered their ears to no avail. They saw that the forum stage ahead had been transformed into an ocean, familiar territory for Ao Kuin. This top disciple of the Ocean Palace in the Ocean State was frightfully strong. Perhaps Yi Wuchen will be eliminated, many of the onlookers thought. It was suggested that Ao Kuin's strength could overcome Yi Wuchen. Even if his illusion spell proved to be useless, Ao Kuin wouldn't be weaker than Yi Wuchen in a face-to-face battle. Yi Futian could see that Yi Wuchen was indeed in danger during this fight and could possibly be eliminated. Winning or losing a side to be where they were now was already an achievement by itself. Years ago, they stepped out of the Kangi kingdom, from the land of the 100 kingdoms. They strove and toiled, for their journey was not easy. And now to see an even more expansive world, to exchange with stronger opponents and push forwards. Even losing would be an encouragement to Wuchen. Your spiritual elemental illusions are useless against me, Ao Kuan said. The enormous whale dragon morphed into what seemed like a monstrous riding beast underneath him. Ao Kuan, with his trident in hand, resembled the king of the seas and a natural warrior of the ocean. The whale dragon let out another piercing scream, and its enormous body broke the waves like lightning within the sea. It created giant, terrible waves that crashed towards Yi Wuchen. With his sword in hand, Yi Wuchen's endless sword chi flowed and coursed into the swordsman's whirlpool, making similar waves. Yi Wuchen did not flinch when he saw his opponent. Instead, his body shot forward like a sharpened sword, slashing again. Trident and sword collided once more, and tides of storming shock waves surged, forcing back Yi Wuchen and his sword. The opponent's attack embodied rule that was conceived from the rhythm of the ocean, encompassing its boundless concussive power. As Yi Wuchen stepped backward, Ao Kuan continued forward, riding his whale dragon with unimaginable speed directly at Yi Wuchen. The two men clashed in the water, causing great waves to slam against the forum grandstand. Many cultivators moved to defend against the waves, attempting to avert disaster. In the ocean that had once been the battlefield, a tsunami began to form alongside a dreadful whirlpool, and as Yi Wuchen's body continued to be knocked and thrown backward, his organs on the verge of shattering, he closed his eyes to feel his body moving with the water. The sea was turning into a terrifying funnel, surrounding their bodies like a storm. Ao Kuan once again descending as the whale dragon and, growling, launched his trident with unfathomable power. Yi Wuchen's sword blocked the trident with a clang. At once, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes. They were a pair of sword eyes, and now the brilliant blade of light stabbed into Ao Kuan's eyes. Ao Kuan ignored the attack, his trident continuing its rapid, violent slashing. This onslaught could very well end the fight. Bang! The trident once again collided with the sword, but this time the sword shattered. Cruelty flashed through Ao Kuan's eyes as he pushed forward with the trident, piercing Yi Wuchen's body. The water trembled violently, and Yi Wuchen's shadow fragmented. But Ao Kuan's brows remained knitted. He saw a one-armed figure following the direction of the whirlpool in a nearly perfect arc, returning once again to the waves. One sword began, 1,000 swords began. Giant waves cloaked Yi Wuchen, along with an immense sword that moved faster than the eye could see. Ao Kuan had just launched his attack, but his momentum decreased. Retreat! Ao Kuan's mind manifested the command, and the whale dragon began to back paddle against the waves. In front of him, Yi Wuchen was carried forth by the waves of the whirlpool, the sword within his pupils expanding. The trident was raised again, offensively attacking the image that Ao Kuan saw, but this time he was too slow. The sword came and left in a flash. His trident pierced nothing but its afterimage. Once again his eyes had been fooled. The two combatants collided in passing, and Ao Kuan saw red in the sea. He felt a coolness on his neck and raised a hand to it, uncertain whether water or blood flowed across his skin. As Ao Kuan's breath calmed, the water soon dissipated. He looked at his palm, red with his seemingly thin blood, still mixed with the sea water. He turned to regard the one-armed swordsman. Was my spiritual spell effective? Yi Wuchen slowly turned around and asked him, "Within my ocean territory, you were able to utilize the advantage of an ocean funnel and accounted for it within your strategy." Ao Kuan focused on Yi Wuchen. "Congratulations, you've won." As he finished speaking, Ao Kuan turned to leave and walked out of the forum. In this fight, Yi Wuqian of the Barren State, was victorious. The #1 disciple of the Ocean Palace in the Ocean State, Ao Kuan, had been eliminated. The Barren State was able to grab yet another seat from the other sacred lands. Jiu, you are next. Before Yi Wuqian even left, Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Huajiu. The stronger sacred lands were intentionally blocking the advancement of those from the Barren State. As such, it was better to be more proactive by challenging those who were weaker to procure opportunities instead of facing the top competitors. Jiu lightly nodded. As Yi Wuqian walked back, she stepped out and challenged the disciple of the Stone Saint of the U State, who was rich in attack but poor in spiritual will. Jiu would use her own extremely powerful will to subdue the opponent, thus advancing again. When Jiu walked back to the area occupied by the Barren State, many eyes accompanied her in interest. Even if they backed out now, 3 of the top 24 spots were now occupied by one single sacred land from the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. The 24 strongest, laughed the Sky Saint. The Barren State surprised everyone. Saint Chihua, 3 were able to advance from the Barren State, and if Su Ke was not wounded, it would be 4. They are not far from the top 10. Previously, Saint Chihua had agreed to bestow a divine implement if someone from Barren State could include themselves in the top 10. At the time, no one took it as anything other than a joke, viewing it as Yi Futian offering Chihua Sacred Mountain the implement. But now, looking back, they had a completely different perspective. Upon the grandstand, many dignitaries surveyed those left standing. They were all proud sons and daughters from the sacred lands of the 9 states, but the 3 from the Barren State outshined them all. Let's wait and see, Saint Chihua said, his eyes fixed upon the field. The ensuing battles were still extremely exciting, still the strong versus strong. And at the end, excepting the disciples from the Barren State, 21 more would still advance. For U State, aside from the Jisheng Cliffs, everyone had been eliminated. Of the last 24, no other sacred land had been able to procure 2 spaces aside from the Barren State. Even the Xia clan was no exception. The other notable contestant among them encountered an incredible character from Luoho Palace. Likewise, other scared lands had also encountered formidable opponents. Once many of them had been targeting the Barren State, but looking back, those who had targeted the Barren State seemed weaker in comparison to those that remained. So it was actually the Barren State that had taken the placements from them instead. Now, amongst the 24 strongest, all would be the top geniuses from all the sacred lands. Chapter 784. Among the top 24, Yu Shang, Yi Wuqian, and Huajiu came from the Barren State. While Yaya came from the Eastern State, she was not a member of a sacred ground. Among the top 24, Yu Shang, Yi Wuqian, and Huajiu came from the Barren State. While Yaya came from the Eastern State, she was not a member of a sacred ground. There was one participant remaining from the 20 sacred grounds from the other 8 states beside the Barren State. They were Eastern State, Huayin Shu of the Shihua Sacred Mountain, and Zhouyu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Summer State, Xia Yi of the Xia clan, Yi Guhong of the 9 State College, Yi Jiang of the Yi clan, and Yu Mingqi of the Yu clan. Qi State, Qi Haoran of the Qi clan, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace, Jihua of the Hall of Holy Light, and Yu Yang of Yu House. Cloud State, Chu Xiang of the Great Chu clan, Su Tu of the Li Palace, Tantai Bashan of the 100,000 Great Mountain, and Bai Yu of Yunming City. War State, Wu Bei of Vajra region, Ma Yuo of Luoho Palace, and Shi Yan of Holy Temple of 10 Corners. Foam State, Song Qi of Fengdu House, and Tai Guang of Daluo Sacred Mountain. Ocean State, Mo Li of Celestial Cliffs. Yu State, none, all 24 were top-class geniuses, the best of the best to be found among those at the pinnacle of the noble plane. The Eastern State, which was the host of that year's event, only had 3 participants left, even with Yaya included. The Summer State, Chi State, and Cloud State all had 4 participants remaining, respectively. The overall powers of the 9 states were vaguely reflected on the number of remaining participants of each state. But then again, the Barren State was an exception. There were actually 3 who made it to the top 24. If Suke had not been injured, it would have been 4 participants from the Barren State in the top 25. The crowd in the grandstands behind Yi Futian was all quiet and tense. Every single battle that would follow was to be a clash of the mightiest titans. The top 10 would be out soon. What rules will await the participants in the upcoming battles? At that moment, the elder on the edge of the forum stage hosting the event said, "There are 24 remaining participants in the 9-state forum. The top 10 in this year's event will be determined in the upcoming battles. The rules are as follows. Every participant is free to choose who to challenge until there are 10 left on the forum stage. For the purpose of fairness, a participant who already makes a challenge will allow others the opportunity to issue challenges. If no one emerges with 3 seconds, the one who issued a challenge before will be free to continue issuing challenges. There is no limit to the number of challenges to be made." Many gasped after the elder finished. There were no more rules limiting the number of times one would be able to issue challenges. The one who won in a challenge was free to continue challenging others to kick them out. Such rules were set in place to allow the strongest to eliminate the relatively weaker ones. Of course, they were also allowed to challenge the ones who looked to be the strongest. "You may begin," the elder added. The air on the forum stage became heavy and solemn. It would be a battle determining the top 10. Several participants wanted to make a move before. Suddenly, a silhouette stepped out right after the elder finished. The others halted their steps after seeing the person step out, not proceeding to fight for the chance to make the first challenge. The spectators on the grandstands were all shaken. Under such rules of issuing challenges, the place would be dead silent if no dared to challenge anyone. Furthermore, even if one were to issue a challenge and came out victorious, the others were to challenge said one. As such, wouldn't it be more prudent to refrain from making challenges? It is obviously more risky to issue a challenge, some thought. However, when the elder finished elaborating, many became eager to make the first move instead. It was an intriguing scene to behold. The eyes of everyone present were on the figure who stepped out. It was none other than Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The hell! Yi Futian knew right away what Yu Sheng intended to do when he saw Yu Sheng make the first move. Someone is going to get hurt real bad here. Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Yu Sheng's eyes were incredibly sharp as he looked at the Eastern States corner, locking onto Zhou Yu. A golden sheen of incredible sharpness was seen in the eyes of Zhou Yu, who was wearing an extravagant golden phoenix robe as he looked at Yu Sheng. "You challenge him in the very first battle. Do you have a death wish, or what?" Boom! A golden bolt of lightning flashed in the air, and Zhou Yu came to stand right before Yu Sheng. He was emanating incredibly sharp aura all over him. He had been injured by Phoenix in his last battle, and it was a mistake he would never make again. Yu Sheng of the Barren State would be the first true stepping stone on his path to becoming the champion of the 9-state forum. That battle was the only true battle that posed a threat to him. Who do you all think will emerge victorious in this one? The Sky Saint looked at the battlefield and asked. The battles from here on out would be ones that even saints would find intriguing, as they looked forward to the performance of the best the younger generations had to offer. Even the Sky Saint, who did not have one of his own on the forum stage, found some in the event to have performed very admirably. Zhou Yu is the strongest of the participants from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty this time. While Yu Sheng is incredibly powerful, he has too little in the way of offensive tricks. If Zhou Yu is able to tear down his defense, his defeat will be set. It is very possible that Zhou Yu's offensive capacities prove sufficient to tear down Yu Sheng's defenses, the Rain Saint of the Xihua Sacred Mountain said. He looked forward to Zhou Yu's performance. If Yu Sheng were to win yet again, he would simply be one step away from entering the top 10. If that were to happen, Shihua's Sacred Mountain would have to apologize by offering a holy item. These were the words said by Saint Shihua himself, and there was no way he could have backed out. From the looks of things, it seems that none are capable of threatening Yu Sheng. Zhou Yu had been injured by Phoenix, and I think Yu Sheng stands a better chance here instead. The glass saint chuckled and said. She looked at the battlefield instead of the corner where the ones from Shihua, Sacred Mountain, receded. Zhou Yu underestimated his opponent, and his body was invaded by the undying flames. Zhou Yu was not able to bring his best in that battle. In this one, it will be impossible for Zhou Yu of the great Zhou sacred dynasty to lose. Zhou Ye, who was standing behind the sacred king, said plainly. His sharp eyes went all the way to look at Yi Futian. He said, "What do you think, Palace Lord Yi?" Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Zhou Ye, a young man who had toasted to him in the banquet, and the one who was known to be the sacred king's heir. His talents were greater than that of Zhou Yu, but given that he was already a sage, it was only natural that he was not allowed to participate in the event. Yi Futian grinned and said, "Would you like to hear what I really have in mind?" "Of course," Zhou Yu smiled and said. From the looks of things so far, Yi Futian turned his eyes at Zhou Ye, and a proud smirk was seen on his face. He then said, "Zhou Yu is not good enough." Zhou Yu was stunned. The great Zhou sacred king, Saint Shihua, the glass saint, and many others turned to look at Yi Futian. They saw his plain smile, and he seemed to have absolute faith in Yu Sheng's powers. The humble leader of the barren state finally drops his act and reveals his pride then? "Zhou Yu is not good enough." The words were so direct that they sounded insolent, as if he did not bother with the upcoming battle at all. Zhou Yu will end up losing? Many at the grandstands behind Yi Futian turned to look at the palace lord of a sacred ground in the barren state. It was the very first time that Yi Futian spoke with such confidence about a battle on the stage of the 9-state forum. As Zhou Yu was someone from the eastern state, there were many more who had heard of his name, and many came to name him as one of the top contenders from the top 3 places. But as the 9-state forum went on and geniuses all over the 9 states came to bring their best to the game, they knew that the chances of Zhou Yu being ranked in the top 3 would be very slim. Even so, the fact that he was incredibly powerful did not change. Yet Yi Futian spoke as if he never considered Zhou Yu to be able to pose any threat at all, as if he was unqualified to even be discussed alongside Yu Sheng. His words seemed to have reversed the impression Yi Futian had left on the minds of all present. He was still the youngest palace lord of a sacred ground in the history of the 9 states. So underneath that humble facade lies sharpness and pride after all. Zhou Yu laughed and said to Yi Futian loudly, "You're indeed confident, Palace Lord Yi. Well, we'll see." It was a given that both Zhou Yu and Yu Sheng heard the conversation between the ones at the grandstands. Zhou Yu gradually took to the air, and a shadow of golden phoenix covered his body, bursting with boundless golden light. Zhou Yu seemed to have taken the form of a divine bird. An extremely terrifying golden storm whipped around him. "Yi Futian, you dare to say that I'm not good enough." Boom! Dark golden lights coursed throughout Yu Sheng's body. His Dozhan body burst in an instant, turning into an impressively stout and golden vague figure, covering his body. Terrifying golden lights coursed all over the Dozhan body, making him nigh invincible. A cry of the phoenix was heard in the air. Zhou Yu's body turned into a combat divine bird in an instant. Golden lights shone brilliantly in their surroundings and came before Yu Sheng, descending from above. Many felt stunned seeing the scene before them. The one that was attacking did not seem to be Zhou Yu, but an incredibly magnificent divine bird instead. It tore through the space, and golden lights showered everywhere, lashing out like a straight golden blade, flowing through Zhou Yu's hand as he attacked. It turned into the sharpest of phoenix claws, coming down hard on the Dozhan body. Dark golden lights coursed all over Yu Sheng's Dozhan body in a frenzy, which trembled with a loud boom. However, it remained shinning and unfazed. Zhou Yu immersed himself into the phoenix. His eyes turned demonic, and he turned incredibly wild as his body moved against the flow. He struck from above yet again, turning into an extremely fast beam of golden light. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another burst, and countless shadows of golden phoenixes appeared in that place, striking down hard at the Dozhan body, which continuously trembled, and cracks were vaguely seen. Some defense indeed. The minds of many trembled. The scene was too shocking, be it about Zhou Yu's attacks or Yu Sheng's defense. It still stays intact after all that. At that very moment, even greater beams of light burst from Yu Sheng's body. His arms trembled violently and sent the beam coursing through the top of his arms. The beams of light penetrated right through his body, opening up his acupoints. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped forward and saw the golden phoenix's shadow about to strike again. His golden arm lashed out at the incoming attack. The boundlessly huge battle form moved in sync with his body, lashing out with an incredibly violent golden fist. The golden phoenix clashed with the fist. Zhou Yu's body trembled, and the fist shattered and dissipated. Yu Sheng took to the air in the very next moment, lashing out with both arms. The huge Dozhan body lashed out with countless golden fists, blocking out the sky as they struck in a particular area. Zhou Yu's eyes focused, and a streak of extravagant arc flashed by him. The wings of the phoenix turned into 9 invincible blades and lashed out at the air before him, cutting at the punches flying at him. The claws kept destroying the fists before him as well. But at the same time, Yu Sheng's body took to the air again, and his entire battle form came crashing down. His arm lashed out at the body of that huge phoenix itself. Zhou Yu shouted and kept moving forward. The phoenix clashed with the Dozhan body. Claws and fists came into violent contact. Boom! The air before them rumbled. The phoenix's shadow was thrown behind, and its wings spread open. It remained extremely elegant in its retreat. Doom! Yu Sheng stepped forward in midair. The light on his arms turned even more dazzling as he chased down the phoenix and lashed out with yet another punch. Everyone saw an incredibly terrifying scene in the next moment. Both men were countering each other's offense with offense. They clashed hard with each other. The phoenix's shadow continued to be beaten and thrown backward, rumbling violently all the way. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbles continued to be heard in the minds of the spectators. Every single clash seemed to make their hearts about to leap out of their chests. The phoenix's overbearing silhouette was sent all the way from the air down to the ground, being pummeled as it continued to retreat. PFFTT, Zhou Yu spat up blood and no longer able to lash out with attacks to defend. It was obvious that he was at his limit. At that very moment, a huge leg was seen stepping down from the sky onto the phoenix's shadow. Boom! Yet another rumble was heard. The leg came crashing down from the sky, and the phoenix's shadow was seen crashing to the ground, floundering for a bit on the form stage. The phoenix's shadow ceased shining and dissipated soon. Zhou Yu was seen where the phoenix was. His breathing was weak and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. He looked at Yu Sheng, whose body remained hovering in the air above Zhou Yu like a god of war, incredibly unruly and imposing. The figure above remained strong and completely unfettered, as if it was effortless for it to dish out such attacks. The place of the event turned silent, dead silent. Zhou Yu had been known to have what it took to be ranked among the top 10, and some claimed that he had the opportunity to be among the top 3. However, presently he was completely overwhelmed. He had no way of retaliating when Yu Sheng went offensive and ended up seriously injured, being stepped on by his opponent. Zhou Yu's face was completely ashen, losing all traces of the insolence and pride from before. Had the stage of the 9-state forum truly been his? He had undergone his darkest, most humiliating defeat in his life at the moment. The saints of the Xihua sacred mountain were speechless at the scene. The great Zhou sacred king was not even able to conceal the shock he felt. His eyes were incredibly sharp as he stared at the battlefield. "Take him away," the great Zhou sacred king said. Some people from the sacred dynasty went to carry the severely injured Zhou Yu away from the forum stage. The Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and many other great figures remained watching Yu Sheng. That kid has what it takes to be ranked among the top 10. There's no doubt about it, seeing how he just stepped over Zhou Yu to advance. No one would have made any challenges if he did not come out to challenge the strongest. He would have made it to top 10 if he just stood there and did nothing. Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, the one who had walked out from the very beginning, was a figure that even saints would remember. Chapter 785. Many turned their eyes at the corner where the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were seated. Zhou Yu had declared with absolute confidence that Zhou Yu was capable of winning, so much so that he dared to ask for Yi Futian's opinion. Many turned their eyes at the corner where the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were seated. Zhou Yu had declared with absolute confidence that Zhou Yu was capable of winning, so much so that he dared to ask for Yi Futian's opinion. None of the students of the great Zhou sacred dynasty remained on the forum stage. Every single of them had been eliminated. Zhou Zi and Zhou Zichao looked on with soured faces. Those who had earned Zhou Zi's ire back in the Chess Saint Villa were still being able to shine on the stage of the 9-State Forum, and even Zhou Yu ended up severely injured by one of those people. Impressive. Zhou Yu grinned all of a sudden and looked towards Yi Futian. "It seems that you know well where Yu Sheng's powers stand among all in the 9 states. Palace, Lord Yi." "I didn't know much before, but it was only natural I learn a thing or two after watching so many battles being fought," Yi Futian smiled and replied. "If that should be the case, where would you think Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State will end up in the event? Palace, Lord Yi?" Zhou Yu asked with a sharp look in his eyes. Yu Sheng shouldn't have any problems making to top 10. "As for specific rankings, we'll see," Yi Futian answered plainly. Zhou Yu stared at Yi Futian and then smiled. "With you being able to take over as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace at such an age, there is no doubt that you're possibly the number one among the younger generations of the Barren State. With Yu Sheng being that exceptional already, I'm sure your talent will be something of an even higher caliber. Should the opportunity present itself, I'd love to spar with you. There are many among the current generation in the Barren State who prove to be top-class geniuses. If you'd like to try your hand, I'm sure there'd be someone who'd be willing to oblige," Gu Donglu, who was sitting beside Yi Futian, answered. Zhou Yu took a look at Gu Donglu. That man had been sitting there without making a sound all the while he had been around. Upon a closer look, however, Zhou Yu nonetheless found him to be an exceptional figure, looking like a dashing scholar. "I look forward to it," Zhou Yu said plainly. The 9-State Forum no longer had anything to do with the great Zhou sacred dynasty. They became little else than mere spectators from there on out. Yu Sheng remained standing where he was, seemingly having no intentions of leaving. Many stared at him, looking amused or troubled. Yu Sheng's powers were of such caliber that, barring unforeseen circumstances, no one would dare to make a move against him in the next round, even if he were to step down. That would make him a sure candidate among the top 10. There was no need for him to continue challenging others. "Do you intend to continue?" the elder at the edge of the forum stage asked Yu Sheng. "Indeed." Yu Sheng nodded. "You'll be allowed to continue if no one comes out to challenge anyone in 3 seconds. The elder then added, starting now. Many counted silently as soon as the elder finished. 3 seconds were brief moments. Many at the forum stage continued to look at Yu Sheng. Who does he intend to challenge? "You may continue," the elder declared. No one stepped forward, and according to the rules, Yu Shang was allowed to continue issuing challenges. Hua Yunshu of Shihua, sacred mountain of the eastern state, Yu Shang said slowly, making many freeze. Yu Shang challenged the number 1 noble of Shihua, sacred mountain, as well as the only remaining participant from a sacred ground in the eastern state, Hua Yunshu. While Yaya was also from the eastern state, she was not a member of any sacred grounds. Even the pupils of the elder who hosted the event contracted as he took a look at Yu Shang. The elder was someone from the Shihua, sacred mountain, Hua Yunshu. Many at the grandstands stared at the stout figure standing on the forum stage. Yu Shang would have been able to make it to the next round without having to do anything. Yet he just challenged the strongest person from the eastern state. Is he nuts or something? The Sky Saint looked amused. Everyone from all over the 9 states knew how Shihua, sacred mountain, treated the people from the barren state before the event began. None from the other 8 states paid any heed to the ones from the barren state. The host of that year's event, Shihua, sacred mountain, did not pay heed to them as well, arranging for them to be seated at the corner for servants. Yu Shang was displeased, and there he was. He went on to challenge Hua Yunshu before making it to top 10. It would look intriguing if Hua Yunshu was defeated. Everyone from the Shihua sacred mountain looked at Yu Shang and thought him to truly be crazy. Hua Yunshu stepped forward and came before Yu Shang. He did not anticipate Yu Shang to challenge him. The streak of miracles created by the barren state ends here. I will eliminate everyone from the barren state, making none of them capable of being ranked among the top 10. The barren state behaved disrespectfully in many ways while participating in the 9-state forum. We fought and learned of what the others from the other states were capable of. Finally, I'm now fortunate enough to stand before the strongest student of Shihua, sacred mountain. Yu Shang's voice was serious, and his words sounded solemn. He then added, Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, pleased to make your acquaintance. Many looked at him and found his words to be humble. They were unable to find any fault with him. However, everyone was able to sense that the humility belied his unruly, wild emotions looking for an exit. Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state was finally been able to stand at the forum stage, facing and challenging the only remaining, as well as the strongest, participant from the Shihua, sacred mountain. Hua Yunshu turned his eyes at Yu Shang and said, Hua Yunshu of Shihua, sacred mountain, pleased to make your acquaintance. Both finished greeting each other and lifted their heads to look at each other, sending extremely intense battle will at each other. Hua Yunshu stepped forward, and, within an instant, thunderous rumbles were heard all around them. Rock-like sheen appeared on Yu Shang's body, as if he was about to be petrified and be made a state. Dark golden light coursed throughout Yu Shang's body. A whirlpool seemed to have emerged from his body, devouring the invading powers, which was the rock-like sheen all over him in a frenzy, devouring rules. Hua Yunshu extended his hand, and a terrifying rocky storm whipped up in the air. Magnificent rocky mountains appeared and hovered above Yu Shang's head. Every single mountain felt extremely heavy, which, when combined with the power of gravity rules, made them capable of crushing a wide area. Even spectators who watched the battle from afar was able to sense the stifling pressure on the stage. Yu Shang activated his battle form. Terrifying golden lights circled around his body, making his stout battle form look like a god of war. The mountains in the air landed heavily on him. The mountains crumbled with thunderous rumbles, but his battle form was withstanding the intensely terrifying power and shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. One mountain after another fell onto him, pinning down Yu Shang's battle form and cracking it. At that moment, Hua Yunshu stepped forward, and he transformed into a mountain himself, stepping on Yu Shang's body. Cracking noises were heard as cracks were seen on the Dojan body. Yu Shang looked up at Hua Yunshu, who was at the same time looking down on him. Cracks on the Dojan body grew in numbers. Rocks fell onto the man below in a frenzy, burying the Dojan body. In the very next moment, Hua Yunshu took to the sky and burst with his life spirit. Boundless power of the heavens gathered into his body, and a boundlessly huge golem appeared behind him. Hua Yunshu turned to look like a god. Some power indeed. Many looked at Hua Yunshu, feeling stunned. Is this what Hua Yunshu is truly capable of? This is really something indeed. Hua Yunshu then swooped down below, lashing out with a punch powered by unbelievable powers of the heaven and the earth, like a devil, landing on the huge rocks that covered Yu Sheng's body. A stifling noise was heard around in an instant. Crazed rocks swept all over the forum stage. Many who did not participate in the battle, who were all standing at the edge of the stage, came to be covered in rocks, as if the aftershock itself was enough to petrify people. Wah! The hearts of many raced at the scene, at the performance of the number one in the Shihua Sacred Mountain, Hua Yunshu. The ones at the Shihua Sacred Mountain looked confident and proud. Yu Sheng might be powerful, but does he really intend to take on Hua Yunshu? As the host of that year's 9-state forum, it was simply impossible for Shihua Sacred Mountain to not nurture a top-class figure for the event. Hua Yunshu had actually been able to make it into Sage Plane, but he had suppressed his plane at the pinnacle of Noble Plane nonetheless, all for that year's 9-state forum. Does Yu Sheng intend to bar Hua Yunshu from being ranked among the top 10? How is that even possible? The rocks exploded wildly, and Yu Sheng's battle form was seen, which shattered shortly after. Hua Yunshu charged with his fist, ready to punch, bringing intense strength capable of crushing everything to bear. Yu Sheng's body was covered with rocks as well, as if he had been turned into a statue. Hua Yunshu did not pull his punch back and kept his course instead. Boom! A terrifying rumble was heard, and the rocks on Yu Sheng's body crumbled. That punch seemed to land on Yu Sheng's chest like that of a god. The crumbled rocks covered him yet again, as if intending to petrify him all over. The strike should have been able to shatter a petrified person. Despite Yu Sheng's apparently strong body, it seemed to have proven inadequate. How are you able to stop me? Hua Yunshu asked proudly. His voice reverberated in their surroundings, while his eyes remained cold. He looked at Yu Sheng with extremely sharp eyes. Time seemed to have stopped, and the hearts of many continued to race. Hua Yunshu's proud voice reverberated in the ears of the spectators, sounding immensely arrogant. It had been a battle to crush Yu Sheng. The battle should have been over. Are the ones from a sacred ground in the barren state, who had cooked up a storm like a miracle in the event, going to meet their end, right? Time seemed to pass very slowly. The place was dead silent. Hua Yunshu then found that Yu Sheng continued to look at him. He frowned as he seemed to feel something from Yu Sheng's eyes. How are his internal organs still intact? Is this the best you've got? Yu Sheng said calmly at Hua Yunshu, who was about a foot away from him. His words, however, sounded incredibly cold in Hua Yunshu's ears. The hearts of the spectators pounded hard against their chests. Is this the best you've got? He actually said something like that, as if nothing happened. What does he mean by that? Was that attack not enough to crush his physical body? Boom! Boundless fossilization rules emerged from Hua Yunshu's fist and rushed into Yu Sheng's body, intending to petrify all of his internal organs. At that moment, however, he sensed a terrifying, devouring power. Yu Sheng's body seemed to have turned into a frightening whirlpool, devouring Hua Yunshu's power of rules. The whirlpool turned increasingly intense, seemingly about to devour everything before him. Hua Yunshu's face changed altogether. He wanted to retreat, yet a terrifying light seemed to flow onto his body like a sheen of darkness. Slivers of dark, rocky light covered his body, and he soon found his body turning stiff. He felt immensely heavy and hardly able to move. How is this possible? Hua Yunshu looked thoroughly frightened. He was not the only one who felt so. Every single great figure of Shihua sacred mountain trembled at the scene. That is not the devouring rules. The eyes of all mighty ones from all over the 9 states stared at Yu Sheng. A wild, unruly storm emerged from Yu Sheng's body. Hua Yunshu's body was drowned in an instant. The dark, rocky light covered and buried his body, as if Yu Sheng had thrown all of Hua Yunshu's powers back at him. Yu Sheng lifted his arm before Hua Yunshu's despaired eyes. That cold eyes from a devil seemed to have locked onto him. The elder, who was hosting the event, was somewhat frightened when he saw Yu Sheng lifting his arm. He said immediately he lost fighting capacity. "Spare him." Yu Sheng took a look at the elder and brought his arm down still. Hua Yunshu was sent flying with a thunderous rumble, heading towards where the eastern state people were seated. Boom! Hua Yunshu crashed onto the edge of the forum stage. His body trembled violently and then fell flat on the floor. He spat up blood, feeling his internal organs had all been ruptured. Yu Sheng threw that punch, a punch that he had held back for a very long time. However, he had spared his opponent. That punch would have completely crippled Hua Yunshu otherwise. But Yu Sheng did not go that far, as he knew whose turf he was on. In that silent battlefield, many turned their eyes at Hua Yunshu, who was slowly getting up. The #1 student of the Shihua Sacred Mountain, immensely proud and confident, so much so that some claimed him to have been able to become the champion of the 9-state forum, was eliminated. He was not even ranked among the top 10. Every single powerful one from sacred grounds of the eastern state had been eliminated. The strongest from Shihua Sacred Mudin and the strongest from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had been kicked out of the stage of the event by the same person, Yu Sheng, a student from the barren state. No one cared about those who came from the barren state before the event was held, and yet those very people had kicked the participants of the hosting force out of the event. With that, there was only one participant from the eastern state left, Yaya, who was not a student of a sacred ground. It was a scenario that none had seen coming. None had imagined that it would take Yu Sheng just a single punch, yet again, to defeat Hua Yunshu. "Thank you." Yu Sheng looked at Hua Yunshu and said. He then turned to the elder and apologized. "I beg your forgiveness for injuring a student of the sacred mountain." "It's all right." The elder's heart flinched. There was nothing he could have done about it, as it was all within the rules. It was something bound to happen on a battlefield, so I don't see anything wrong with your actions. The Sky Saint looked at Yu Sheng and smiled. "Students from sacred grounds of all over the 9 states are here to fight. It is the most intense of clashes to be had in all of the 9 states. Winning or losing, that all depends on one's powers. There is no need for you to fret about it. If any of the seniors or elders find fault with you, they have truly underestimated the bearings of the elders of sacred grounds indeed." The Sky Saint was not wrong. There was no one that could always emerge victorious in the fights between students of sacred grounds in the 9-state forum. If any sacred ground were to hold grudges and went about settling scores after the event, they would have been looked down on and ridiculed by all of the 9 states. Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng calmly. While those words held true, there was simply no sacred ground in all of the other 8 states that had experienced what the barren state was going through. The barren state was weak for having no saints among them. The Sky Saint was actually siding with the barren state with his words. "What is the power of rules that you have come to develop?" Saint Shihua looked at Yu Sheng and asked. He naturally knew what the Sky Saint meant. As the Lord of Shihua Sacred Mountain, it was inappropriate for him to hold grudges against a junior for such matters, no matter how irked he felt inside. His students had been inferior to others, and there was nothing he was able to say about it. He had lost face. Regardless of how uncomfortable he felt, he was not allowed to say a word about it. Demonization. Yu Sheng looked at Saint Xihua and said. Saint Xihua's expression turned sharp. It had not been merely devouring rules. It was the demonizing rules that were even more overbearing. He had demonized the fossilization rules that he had devoured and made those powers his own, before sending it back onto his opponent. Hua Yunshu, who had been on the receiving end of the demonized fossilization rules, was rendered completely immobile. Furthermore, Yu Sheng's force rules had definitely been stronger than that of Hua Yunshu. It was only natural that Hua Yunshu had lost that battle. Saint Xihua looked at Yu Sheng for quite a while before turning his eyes to Yi Futian and saying, I did not expect myself to have trained for so long and come this far to still hold prejudices. I've underestimated the students of the barren state before the event began because the barren state had been weak. Yu Sheng has earned the respect that the barren state deserved. He will definitely be ranked among the top 10, and it was my mistake for arranging such seats for the barren state. Countless eyes froze as Saint Xihua finished his statement. Saint Xihua, the lord of a sacred ground, had apologized. Yu Sheng had stepped out to earn respect for the barren state. Saint Xihua had promised that if any of the students from the barren state would be able to make it to top 10, he would offer a holy item and apologize. The top 10 participants had not been determined just yet, but Yu Sheng had already defeated Zhou Yu and Hua Yunshu consecutively. There was simply no further need to prove such powers. As such, Saint Xihua kept his promise and apologized. No one felt that to be an insult in Saint Xihua's part. Many had instead come to be impressed, such as the bearing of a saint. Chapter 786. Yi Futian was stunned. He looked toward the direction of Saint Xihua and bowed. I admire the saint's generosity. Yu Sheng had previously disrespected you, and we are already indebted for your forgiveness. Now that the saint has made this admission, how could the likes of us bear such grave? Yi Futian was stunned. He looked toward the direction of Saint Xihua and bowed. I admire the saint's generosity. Yu Sheng had previously disrespected you, and we are already indebted for your forgiveness. Now that the saint has made this admission, how could the likes of us bear such grave? Whether it was sincere or not, if Saint Xihua had admitted fault, Yi Futian was obligated to express his position, otherwise he would be perceived as insolent and ignorant. Yu Sheng had only just won on the battlefield of 9 states for him, and only the battle of the nobles. He still had quite a ways to reach the Holy Lands. Yi Futian understood clearly that their status was much like the seats they sat. The distance was still too great. Naturally, he could not afford to act ungraciously even if he was right. Saint Xihua waved. I am the host of the 9 States Forum for this year. I cannot speak without keeping my word, and whatever I promised before, I will fulfill. I am not happy that Yu Sheng defeated my disciple Hua Yunshu, but it's what it is. We have nothing further to say except that our skill was not up to par. I will fulfill my previous promises. Yi Futian was speechless, then without another word, bowed slightly again. This year at the 9 States Forum, everyone misjudged and did not expect such an excellent candidate from barren state. Then let us see how far he can go. Rain Saint, who stood next to the Saint Xihua, also jumped in and cast a meaningful look at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng still did not get off the stage. You would like to continue? Asked the host from Xihua's sacred mountain. Yes. Yu Sheng nodded, and many people were speechless, vaguely knowing who he wanted to challenge. Without surprise, it should be Jihua of the Hall of Holy Light. Jihua, who was previously uncivil towards the disciples from barren state. Anyone else who would like to fight? The elder looked at the crowd. Yes, a voice answered. Many followed the sound and saw it was in the direction of Hall of Holy Light, as Jihua was already stepping out. Clearly, he knew that Yu Sheng would challenge him. Elder, according to the rules, he already battled consecutively twice. So if no one else will rise up to the call, I can also battle twice in a row. Is that correct? Ji Hua looked up and asked the elder. Yes, the elder nodded. Ji Hua nodded lightly and glanced at the Yusheng. You wish to challenge me? Yusheng looked at him without a word, but his eyes said everything. You have excellent strength, and it should be within the top 10, or maybe even higher, so you are definitely qualified to continue. Of course, the premise is that you can beat me. However, before that happens, there are 2 others from the barren state who should be eliminated, Ji Hua said without much emotion. His eyes were fixed on Yi Wuchen and Hua Jiu. I challenge Yi Wuchen. Now, even Ji Hua himself did not have absolute certainty that he could defeat Yu Sheng. But what was certain was that before the 2 of them meet in the final confrontation, he would wipe out the other 2 from the barren state. If Yu Sheng and he were destined to battle for a place, then by what right did the other 2 from the barren state have to stay in the competition? Therefore, before he battled Yu Sheng, he would eliminate the competitors from barren state. Yu Sheng regarded Ji Hua with frigid intensity. You can exit now, the elder said to Yu Sheng, who retreated to the edge at the same time Yi Wuchen stepped forward to meet Ji Hua. Illusory sword, shredding sword? Ji Hua looked at Yi Wuchen, on whose body the sacred radiance shone in bursts with a blinding light. His body dazzled. Let the sword of holy light teach you a lesson. As Ji Hua finished, the sword of light radiated brilliant light. Yi Wuchen's expression was grave. He closed his eyes, and a dazzling light shot out from his brow, chakra. A terrible storm of sword qi appeared all around him. Judgment, Ji Hua commanded indifferently. As soon as he finished, the sword of endless light descended upon Yi Wuchen, like streams of light swiftly passing through with unimaginable speed. A sword veil now surrounded Yi Wuchen, guarding him, covering his body. Slashes of sword of holy light crossed the void to attack, rocking the sword veil, which now quickly began to show cracks and fissures, on the verge of disintegration at any moment. Just then Yi Wuchen seemed to have transformed his body into a sword that could shatter all things. With a flash, he shuttled through the expanse, a sword light that penetrated the holy light, shattering all the attacks that blocked in front of him. He then started his attack on Ji Hua. Ji Hua's eyes were full of blinding light. Under the gaze of everyone, his body moved, like streams of light moving forward in multiple folds so incredibly fast. It was impossible to see which stream of light was actually him. Yi Wuchen swept his sword across, cut through the void, chopping off the streams of light. But in the next moment, a light suddenly appeared in the sky above him and turned into Ji Hua. Ji Hua extended his hand, and the sword of holy light shrouded Yi Wuchen, falling through the sky like rays of light shooting out. The sword in Yi Wuchen's hands danced, and once again formed a sword veil as a guard, but the sword of holy light was relentless, and in a short instant shattered the light curtain and pierced through. Get off on your own now, Ji Hua stood proudly in the void and said. In front of Yi Wuchen, there was the sword of endless light, suspended at the moment, but with a turning of Ji Hua's mind, it could be turned into the sword of endless slaughtering light. Yi Wuchen looked at Ji Hua and felt a sense of powerlessness. Even if he wanted to fight to the end like Su Ke did, he was unable to do so. His opponent was an expert on the power of light rules and had integrated that into the sword and its moves. There was no solution to that. On the stage of 9 States Forum, he was still quite a ways from the top 10. He turned around to step down. All eyes were on Ji Hua, the number 1 from the Hall of Holy Light, whose strength was beyond measure. If Yu Sheng could not defuse the attacks wielded by his sword of holy light, it would be difficult to defeat Ji Hua. After all, Yu Sheng could not possibly match the speed Ji Hua had demonstrated. Ji Hua would be even more difficult than Hua Yunshu and Zhou Yu. Yi Futian looked at the battle, and there was nothing to say. Wuchen's foundation was just a tad weaker. He had made great progress since the days of Kangyi Kingdom and had realized 2 extraordinary rule powers. Of course, the nobles were not the focus of cultivation, and rule power could still be improved upon after entering the realm of the sage. As long as Wu Qin's heart was still in it, he could continue moving forward. For now, an opponent such as Ji Hua was just too thorny for Yi Wuchen. Anyone else wishes to fight? The elder looked out to the crowd. Ji Hua had said that he would continue to answer the challenge. A sound was heard, and a young girl emerged out of the crowd. It was Yaya. Yaya walked to the center of the battlefield and glanced at Ji Hua. Your strength is fair, but 9 States Forum has more than just the 2 of you. So stay back now, and I'll deal with you later. I challenge Mo Li of the Celestial Cliffs, she remarked with the ease of a breeze, full of self-confidence, as if she was not even worried about facing Yu Shang and Ji Hua. Her comment surprised many. Just how powerful was this little girl? Mo Li walked up to the battle stage and looked at the girl in front of him, sensing a strange vibe. The girl in front of him was so petite, although she seemed to be very powerful. Are you ready? The girl asked. Uh-huh, Mo Li nodded. The next moment, he saw a pair of terrible eyes, and in his mind, there appeared a blood-curdling scene. His look rapidly changed as the aura of his body exploded, as if he had felt how truly dangerous this seemingly harmless girl was. Suddenly, the girl disappeared, and it was almost with an unbelievable speed that she reappeared right in front of Mo Li. She pointed a white and delicate finger at Mo Li, while he released a powerful defensive force to try to shake off the girl. But that finger pierced through everything and landed right in front of Mo Li's chest. Instantly, Mo Li felt his whole body turning stiff, as if with a single thought from the other, his body would be torn into pieces. I admit defeat, Mo Li said, looking pallid. Boring. The girl released her finger and turned around to leave. Mo Li was left alone there, soaked and in shock. Was there really such terrible genius existing in this world? Not just him, but everyone else also fixed their attention there. The only remaining noble of the Celestial Cliffs from Ocean State, Mo Li, could not even bear one strike. Just as with previous battles, even now the girl was putting away her opponents easily. Yu Shang, Ji Hua, Yaya, who was the weakest. Moreover, there were other extremely powerful practitioners who had yet to fully unleash their strengths. The battle of the top 10 would be beyond imagination. I will also join in for a bit of fun. Another figure emerged. It's the sorcerer Wu Bei of the Temple Vajra. He challenged Qin Guang of the Daluo Sacred Mountain in Feng State. Many were speechless. This round was unnecessary and had no advantage at all. But these top geniuses were still eager to show off one after the other. This was perhaps what they meant by the spirit of the real cultivator. They loathed to enter the top 10 by simple elimination. What they wanted was more than rankings. Wu Bei and Qin Guang each allowed their own power to effloresce. Wu Bei, chanting the name of Buddha, the sound lingered between heaven and earth. Behind him, there appeared an enormous Buddha, golden and ancient. Along with the reverberation of the Buddha sounds between heaven and earth, there appeared statues of Buddha in the firmament, who stood in the void and overlooked the ground below, rendering an endless oppressive power, suppressing all evils in the world. The strength of Qin Guang was equally terrible. There was a gargantuan figure appearing behind him, like a ghost, the dark air of destruction flowing, along with terrifying power. But at this instant, a sun appeared above the sky, right on the top of the ancient Buddha. The golden Buddha morphed into gods of all heavens, and countless palms slammed down for the kill with extreme aggression. The ultimate move of the Vajra realm, the palm of Mahavarakana. So mighty. The hearts of many trembled. Qin Guang let out a roar and tried to resist the palm of Mahavarakana, but he was quashed nonetheless. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground and was crushed and defeated. Outstanding. Yi Futian also praised what he had just witnessed. Seeing the top geniuses of 9 states gradually showcasing their real power, Yi Futian felt that the battle for the top 10 would be very interesting indeed. Now, for competitors had demonstrated their superior strength and crushed the top 20 geniuses. In the grandstand area, many people felt excitement in their hearts. It turned out that neither Hua Yunshu nor Zhou Yu were the stars of the show. Chapter 787. The Nine-State Forum continued, and in the following battles, the Summer State took over as the dominant force in the Forum stage. The Nine-State Forum continued, and in the following battles, the Summer State took over as the dominant force in the Forum stage. Xia Yi of Xia Clan overwhelmed by Yu from Yunming City of Cloud State. Yi Juyang of Yi Clan won against Song Qi of Fengdu House of Feng State. All from Ocean State and Feng State were eliminated by then, without a single participant left. Yu Mingqi of Yu Clan had also defeated Yu Yang of Yu House of Qi State. Yi Guhong of Nine State College won in the challenge brought forth by Qi Haoren, a member of Qi Clan, the old royalty of Qi State, showing unparalleled might and elegance. Summer State won in all 4 of their battles, demonstrating their prowess as the number 1 state in all 9 states. Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace of Qi State had also demonstrated incredibly overwhelming prowess, defeating Tantai Bashan of 100,000 Great Mountain of Cloud State. Ma Yuo of Luoho Palace had also brought incredible powers to bear by defeating Su Tu of Li Palace of Cloud State. Chu Xiang of Great Chu Clan walked out when Cloud State was down to last man standing, defeating Shuryen of Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State. Every single battle was incredibly intense. After those battles were over, only 12 were left in the top 24. Among those battles, as Yu Sheng had defeated both Zhou Yu and Hua Yunshu, there was then only 1 participant who had yet to fight. That last person was none other than Hua Jiu of the Barren State. It was unknown if it had anything to do with Yu Sheng, but all who went up to choose their opponents avoided challenging Hua Jiu. As such, Hua Jiu became one of the remaining 12 at the end. 2 more battles, and the top 10 participants would emerge. At that time, another figure walked out. It was Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace of Qi State. He had been the one challenged before. As such, he was able to pick his own opponent without having to wait for others. "Who will you challenge?" the elder asked. Every single participant of the remaining 12 was tremendously powerful. No one from the Summer State has been eliminated so far, and I'd like to try them out. Zhuge Yi continued and said, "I challenge Yi Jiang, a member of the Yi Clan of the Summer State." The Nine-State Forum was a grand event throughout all 9 states. If the Summer State was able to take 4 places out of the top 10, it would reflect rather badly on the other states. The pupils of all the spectators dilated somewhat. Yi Jiang was tremendously powerful, but then again, Zhuge Yi was just as powerful. Both of them stepped onto the forum stage. Bright flames burst from Yi Jiang's body. Sun seemed to have appeared on top of his head, making him look like a fire god. A whirlpool of flames was found in all of those suns, and sun arrows appeared within the whirlpool, pointing at Zhuge Yi. At that moment, the light of the suns showered everything, despite both participants being so close to each other, making it seem like the ground below was bathing in the light of fires. Zhuge Yi's body shimmered with light. Sizzling sounds were heard. He extended both arms. In an instant, rings of light spun and 5 ancient symbols appeared behind his back: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. All 5 major ancient symbols turned into 5 beams of light, absorbing spiritual qi from the air in an instant. Furthermore, the power of the 5 elements in their surroundings seemed to have resonated with Zhuge Yi's body. The light from his body encompassed the entire forum stage, as if he was able to mobilize the power of all 5 of those elements with his will alone. Life spirit. Many turned to look on with peculiar looks. That was the very first time Zhuge Yi unleashed his 5-element spirit. He had never even used the power of his life spirit in all of his previous battles. 5-element spirit. Many great figures looked on feeling amused. There were many among cultivators who were versed in wielding multiple elemental powers. There were even those capable of wielding all elements, including wind and thunder, aside from the 5 elements. But then again, being adept at wielding the elements and being born with 5-element spirit were 2 totally different concepts. The later was a type of physique. Many looked at the corner where Jixia Holy Palace was assigned. Every one of the great figures of Jixia Holy Palace was looking at the scene with calm expressions. Zhuge Yi was the most powerful one in Jixia Holy Palace for the past century, making him a rare genius seen only once a century. Having a body born with 5 elemental powers meant that he was destined to become a saint. Jixia Holy Palace had to bring Zhuge Yi along in that year's 9 State Forum. That action alone said a lot, as they knew who would become the champion of that year's 9 State Forum. They believed, without a doubt, that it would be none other but Zhuge Yi. You people from Jixia Holy Palace have been hiding Zhuge Yi for so long. Now, you finally found the right time to unleash him. Someone from Qi clan of Qi State said to the people of Jixia Holy Palace. They were both from the same state, and Jixia Holy Palace had been founded by the Qi kingdom. As such, the Qi clan knew him better than others. Zhuge Yi had been training in Jixia Holy Palace for a long time, and yet the palace never let him outside on a pilgrimage. Even people from Qi State did not know what Zhuge Yi's true powers were like. The stage of the 9 State Forum was truly the first time Zhuge Yi went to train in the outside world. Divine birds do not cry for 3 years, and when they do, their cries will definitely shock all who hear them. Zhuge Yi had been spending so long training in Jixia Holy Palace, and he finally had to come out to the world to train. A mighty one from Jixia Holy Palace said calmly. So this is to say that Jixia Holy Palace is confident in taking the title of champion of this year's 9 State Forum then, a mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light said. Ji Hua from the Hall of Holy Light was a genius who was just as brilliant. The powers of the participating students in this year's 9 State Forum exceed those from 3 years ago. Let us wait and see, a mighty one from Jixia Holy Palace said calmly, and everyone nodded in silence. While the top 10 had yet to emerge, everyone felt the same about the situation. The top 10 participants of that year's 9 State Forum were more powerful than participants from all past events. The battle had erupted on the stage. Beams of dazzling arrows shot at Zhuge Yi, who then performed mudras with his hands and conjured a ring of light, which turned into a golden disc spinning before him. Zhuge Yi went on to create further seals on the disc, making the disc burst in power all of a sudden. Patterns emerged on the disc, seemingly containing art of rules. The arrows streaked through the air and collided with the disc, rattling it violently. Fearsome explosions were heard. Those arrows were apparently more than simple projectile attacks. They were imbued power of rules. However, the attacks proved inadequate to pierce the disc. Yi Jiuyang's body turned to look even more massive all of a sudden. A silhouette looking a fire god appeared behind him, and countless arrows appeared, blocking out the sky and rained down his opponent. Zhuge Yi cranked the powers of the risk up to ridiculous levels, but cracks continued to appear. However, Zhuge Yi continued to look calm. The 5 elemental symbols behind him burst with light, looking even more brilliant. Resonating with the powers of his surroundings, and doors seemed to begin to appear before him. Every door was dazzling, and the marks in them surrounded the spaces around them. Zhuge Yi waved his hand, and the golden disc before him disappeared. He gestured with both hands and took control of the marked doors hovering in the air instead. Countless arrows streaked through the air, intending to render everything before them to ashes. But Zhuge Yi looked very calm still, gesturing with both hands. The doors combined before him and formed a wall, extending to the skies. The sides covered the entire forum stage, like a godly door standing between the earth and the heavens, blocking everything in its path. The thousands of arrows streaked through the air, imbued with frightening power of penetration, violently shaking that godly door. However, The door shimmered with tremendously dazzling golden light and was impenetrable. It also unleashed a cold capable of freezing everything before it, rendering all the arrows frozen, before cycling to flow with devastating fire of lava, melting all arrows into nothing. He is uncannily versed with the use of the 5-element rules. Everyone looked at Zhuge. His eyes were closed, and his black hair billowed in the wind. His handsome appearance shone with mystical light. His body hovered in the air as if he was one with his surroundings. Both hands waved around, and the door moved again, splitting up into separate, smaller doors again, flying towards Yijiang, zipping about before him and caging him within. The aura around Yijiang grew even more fearsome. A regal silhouette of fire seemed to have merged with him. The fire god-like figure he had become struck with a palm attack, but the doors simply circled around him in a frenzy to avoid his attack. The doors soon stuck with one another once again, forming a tower, and descended from above, intending to pin Yijiang down below. Boom! A rumble was heard, and the boundlessly huge tower landed on the ground. Yijiang was trapped within, and fearsome noises of collisions were heard. It was apparent that he was attempting to break free, yet the power of 5 elements continued to rush into the tower, making the colors of the tower shift constantly and the change of the 5-element rules unpredictable. Eventually, a voice was heard from within the tower. You won. Zhuyang apparently gave up the fight. Zhuge dispersed the tower with a thought, and the doors dissipated. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge. He won the round very easily, and his breath was completely still, without any unrest felt from within. It was obvious that he was having it easy. Zhuge ended up kicked out one of the 4 mighty ones remaining from the summer state with his overwhelming power. Yet another terrifying being, many thought. What will the clash between the top 10 be like? There were only 11 remaining by then. One more person being eliminated, and the top 10 would be decided. Who will fight in the last round? The elder at the edge of the forum stage asked. There were only 11 left behind on the vast stage. There were 9 who were not allowed to be challenged, and thus did not need to fight any further to make it to the top 10. At that moment, a person walked out, and many looked troubled upon seeing her. Hua Jieyu of the Barren State. She was the only one who had not fought in the rounds, deciding the top 10. She might have made it to top 10 without having to fight at all if she simply waited, but she walked out on her own instead. It is a battlefield of the 9-stage forum. There is simply no meaning to winning without fighting. Futian was not taking students to participate in the 9-state forum to merely rank themselves, but to allow students to experience the true prowess of the mighty ones from other states. As Futian himself put it before the battles, he had no idea what the top-class geniuses of the other 8 states were like. Futian smiled on the grandstands, seeing Hua Ji walk out. The outcome of the fight did not matter. I challenge you Mingqi of Summer State, Hua Ji said. They were both the only 2 adult women left on the stage of the 9-state forum. Hua Ji chose Yu Mingqi of the Yu clan as her opponent in her quest to make it to the top 10. Yu Mingqi stepped onto the battlefield. She was also a top-class beauty, cold and emanating an inviolable sense of beauty. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Hua Ji said with a bow. Likewise. Yu Mingqi returned the gesture. They both emanated incredibly power auras right after. Both unleashed their life spirits at the same time. A crown shone with dazzling light. A moon rose into the air, basking the ground below with its light. Both participants were able to feel the other's tremendous spiritual will within that instant. Huajiu was a divine spiritual sorcerer, while Yu Mingqi was adept at sealing powers. Her spiritual will was equally as powerful. The moonlight shone on Hua Jiu's body. She was able to vaguely feel a powerful spiritual power from within the light, isolating her from her surroundings and preventing her will from sensing her surroundings, intending to put a seal on the connection between her and her surroundings. As such, She was prevented from unleashing her powers altogether, regardless of how powerful she actually was. Hua Jiu's eyes looked deep and dark as terrifying telekinesis power emanated from within and wandered in the space around her. Streaks of lightning shimmered in the air and zipped across the space, blasting the moon. Slivers of formless power were blasted to pieces right there, and then. The moonlight continued to bask and shine around Huajiu. Cold will struck and icy powers continued to form under her legs, spreading through her body. That was the power of the seal of cold invading her body, a spiritual will that permeates everywhere. Hua Jiu's black hair billowed and brought greater telekinetic powers to bear. Streaks of lightning will power wandered around her surroundings. She looked up and blue light shone from her eyes. Countless bolts of lightning burst in an instant. The spiritual will around Hua Jiu's body crumbled, and the sealing icy power stopped covering her body. Within Hua Jiu's perception, there was simply no spiritual will power capable of getting to her through using sealing powers. The moonlight being, Yu Mingqi, shone with an even more brilliant light and continued to rise, becoming a huge moon. Yu Mingqi's body melded with it, making her look like a goddess appearing in the moon. Moonlight of greater intensity shone, and countless ravens flew from within the moon, blocking out the sky, forming into storms of darkness as the moonlight continued to shine, making their surroundings look dim and dark. Hua Jiu felt her powers unable to pierce through, being isolated by the area encased in the moonlight. The darkness shrouded the space around Hua Jiu, and the ravens blocked out the sky. Hua Jiu's body remained hovering in the air. The crown life spirit continued to shine with dazzling light. She turned her eyes at the sky, and spiritual qi throughout the space coalesced at a certain point. Her powers were focused within that point at the same time. An incredibly huge figure appeared before Huajiu like an ancient god of lightning, filled with raging power of devastation. Godly creation of all things was a power that had been passed down through the lineage in the Wanxiang Hall of the Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace. It had been a power that Bai Luli had been most versed in years ago. Huajiu was a spirit elemental type cultivator, and she was also suited to learn godly creation of all things, directing the powers of her surroundings with her spiritual will, taking the form of an ancient god of Wanxiang. Countless ravens flew in an attempt to drown out Huajiu, turning her surroundings pitch black, making it very difficult for even spiritual powers to penetrate. However, that ancient god of Wanxiang extended countless arms, each imbued with the terrifying power of lightning, which was also infused with incredibly powerful telekinetic powers. The arms of lightning and the dark ravens clashed, penetrating the dark area. Bursts of lightning erupted in an instant, tearing the dark space apart. Hua Jiu's body was then infused within the ancient god of Wanxiang, and lightning continued to flash around on the outside. The ancient god stepped out, and countless arms of lightning lashed out where Yu Mingqi was like whips. The dark ravens were torn apart in a frenzy, and a frozen sky river appeared before Yu Mingqi, cutting off the space between them. But the whips seemed to be directly lashed out at Yu Mingqi's spiritual will, and the river crumbled. The ancient god of lightning then shone with boundless flashes of lightning as it stepped through the air. Lightning of even greater intensity coalesced, and they grew incredibly powerful, spreading out throughout even the entire form stage. The wandering power of lightning seemed to intend to cage Yu Mingqi within. The sealing arts were directed using spiritual powers, but Huajiu's attacks were directed at said spiritual powers, extending to even those attempting to keep her sealed. Yu Mingqi was then being suppressed by Huajiu's powers. Yu Mingqi took a look at the beautiful silhouette while sensing the telekinetic powers all around her. She then said, "Congratulations, you are qualified to make it to the top 10. The moonlight dissipated as soon as she finished. Hua Jiu looked at her and rescinded all the telekinetic powers she had been spreading out in her surroundings. Her breath was rather unstable, and she was being washed over by overwhelming exhaustion. In truth, it had been incredibly difficult for her to sustain herself in such a battle, as it was tremendously taxing to her spiritual powers. But she prevailed nonetheless. There were 2 from the Barren State making it to the top 10 in the 9-state forum. Hua Jiu turned around and looked at the grandstands where the people of the Barren State were assigned to, and she smiled brightly. Her beauty was stifling. "You idiot." Yi Futian smiled, looking at Hua Jiu. With 2 participants from the Barren State making it to the top 10 of 9-state forum, no one dared question the powers of those from the Barren State anymore. Hua Jiu returned to where the Barren State was, and everyone turned their eyes to the remaining top 10. They were Xia Yi and Yi Guhong of the Summer State, Zhuge Yi and Ji Hua of Qi State, Yaya of Eastern State, Chu Xiang of Cloud State, Wu Bei and Maluo of War State, Yu Sheng and Hua Jiu of the Barren State. Participants from Feng State, Ocean State, and Yu State were all eliminated. Chapter 788. Everyone from all over the 9 states on the grandstands watched the last remaining 10, feeling ripples in their minds. Everyone from all over the 9 states on the grandstands watched the last remaining 10, feeling ripples in their minds. It's really unexpected that the only one remaining from the Eastern State in the top 10 is actually one not from a sacred ground. And furthermore, to Brat, Saint Chihua looked at Yaya and said in exasperation, "Both Hua Yunshu of Shihua Sacred Mountain and Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were both hopefuls meant to take 2 spots in top 3, but they were unable to even make it to the top 10. The Barren State, which hasn't participated in the 9-state forum for many years, actually has 2 in the top 10 now." The Sky Saint smiled and said, "Geniuses are born all over the 9 states all the time. It wouldn't be spectacular if the state of affairs wasn't as such," Lu Zong, who was standing behind Saint Chihua, said with a smile. He took a look at Yu Sheng. No one back in the Chess Saint Villa had anticipated that both he and Hua Jiu, people who stood right beside Yi Futian, were so exceptional. He was not the only who hadn't anticipated it. All 9 students of the Chess Saint had not expected this either. They thought Yi Futian's breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game had been a miracle in itself. However, Yu Sheng had taken 1 place in the top 10 of the 9-state forum as an incredibly powerful fighter. Such immense talent was deeply moving. It seemed that there was to be another important figure discovered in the future. With the last 10 remaining in the 9-state forum, who do you think will be able to make it to the top 3, and who will be the champion? The Sky Saint smiled and asked the people of all 9 states. The final battle was right around the corner, so the Sky Saint thought it would be rather amusing to guess the final rankings of that year's 9-state forum. "What do you think, Sky Saint?" the great Zhou Sacred King asked. "The top 3 will probably people include Xia Yi, Zhuge Yi, Yu Sheng, Yaya, and Wu Bei. As for the champion, that would be a tough guess," the Sky Saint replied with a smile. It was apparent that he looked forward to the performance of the 5 he mentioned. Xia Yi was a member of the Xia clan, while Zhuge Yi was a member of the Jixia Holy Palace. He, like Yu Sheng, had eliminated 2 people from their last rounds. Yu Sheng and Yaya were obvious enough as well, while Wu Bei's palm of Mahavarakana was insanely strong and powerful. Ji Hua was powerful as well, but the conflict between Yu Sheng and Ji Hua meant only one of them capable of making it any further, and the Sky Saint had higher hopes for Yu Sheng. "Yu Sheng, huh? Why not Yi Guhong or Ji Hua?" the king asked. Yi Guhong was an incredible genius of the 9-state college, while Ji Hua's light powers meant that despite Yu Sheng's powerful defense, the overwhelming difference in speed meant that he would end up being suppressed by Ji Hua. "I also agree with the words of the king. Why don't you think my junior, Ji Hua, has a better chance?" A slender young man with a brilliant bearing and an incredible genius at the Hall of Holy Light's corner, who seemed to be shining with a sliver of holy light all about him, looked at the Sky Saint and asked, "The sword of holy light is unparalleled in terms of offense, capable of breaking any physical defense." Yu Sheng might be very powerful, but I still believe that my junior, Ji Hua, will come out on top. He might even be one of the top 3. As a student of the Hall of Holy Light and one training in the rules of light, it was only a given for him to be confident of his own powers. Is that so? The Sky Saint smiled and looked at the Xia State corner. He asked, "What do you think?" "Xia, he will probably be able to make it to top 3. A mighty one from the Xia clan smiled and said, "For the top 3, I'd be more partial to Xia Yi, Yi Guhong, and Zhuge Yi," an elder from the 9-State College said. Yi Guhong was one of their own, and Xia Yi was a member of the Xia clan, while Zhuge Yi was from the Jixia Holy Palace. All of those places were incredibly renowned sacred grounds, and he thought them to have better chances. "Don't you think you've underestimated the student of our Luoho Palace a little too much?" A mighty one from the Luoho Palace said plainly. "Maluo's powers are by no means weak, and he just got overlooked like that? That's bullshit." A rude voice was heard at the same time. Many looked rather irritated, and the great figures of the 9 states discussed. "There is actually someone here talking in such a rude manner. What would that be?" Everyone's eyes turned to look at the grandstands behind the people of the Barren State. An old man was seen blowing his beard and glaring. "Our Yaya will be number 1. The people of the 9 states turned to look at the old man. "Yaya number 1? He really knows how to talk big indeed. Yaya might be powerful, but she is still a brat. Becoming number 1 won't be that easy." "You seem very confident," Saint Chihua smiled and said, having no intention of being petty with that old man. "Yaya, if you get anything but number 1, I'll marry you off to someone when we get back to the village," the old man threatened. Everyone looked at the old man, feeling speechless. Back to the village? Marrying her off? While Yaya was not actually pretty, she was quite good-looking, and her talents were undoubtedly frightening, being so powerful at the tender age of around 15. If she were to be married off to someone, sacred grounds from all over the 9 states would have probably fought for her. "Chief, even if I'd agree to that, someone would have to be willing to marry me." Yaya looked at the old man and said, "Ahem." The old man blew his beard and glared again. "That truly is a problem indeed." Man, those 2. Many were speechless. Where did these 2 weirdos come from? And what village is that old man a chief of? "What do you think, Palace Lordy?" Zhou Ye from the corner of the great Zhou sacred dynasty asked Yi Futian. When Zhou Yu and Yu Xing fought before, he thought Zhou Yu would have been able to win against Yu Sheng, but Zhou Yu was quite literally crushed instead. Yi Futian took a look at the battlefield, shaking his head and said, "Hard to say indeed." "Are you afraid of offending the guests from other states, Palace Lordy?" Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Yi Futian should be incredibly faithful in Yu Sheng." Yi Futian looked up at Zhou Yu. The king asked as well, "It's all right to voice your speculations. Let us all hear it. It's all in good fun, after all." "All right." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "I think the final battle of this year's 9-State Forum will be fought between Yu Sheng and Yaya. The one who wins will become the champion. As for the 3rd place, everyone else has a fair chance at it." Many were dumbfounded hearing Yi Futian's words. He truly is confident. Yu Sheng and Yaya fighting for number, and the winner to become the champion. So he's overlooking everyone else? While Yu Sheng was indeed incredibly powerful, it was still unknown if he was truly powerful enough to become the champion. The same went for Yaya. Yi Futian had actually speculated that the 2 of them would be the ones fighting in the final battle. "It seems that you, Palace Lordy, are getting increasingly confident in Yu Sheng's powers." A mighty one from the Xia clan looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Yi Futian's words, while not enough to actually anger the great figures of the 9 states, showed their opinions were different. "Well then, let the final stage begin," Saint Chihua said at that moment. The atmosphere seemed to have changed when he announced that. Countless eyes turned to stare at the forum stage. The ultimate battles in the 9-state forum had finally arrived. Even the elder who had been hosting the event at the edge of the forum stage looked solemn and serious as he looked at the last 10 remaining in the vast battlefield. He then said, "Stand up and circle the stage. Take your places in the battle area." The 10 all walked up and circled the forum stage as soon as he finished. The 10 mighty ones all took their corners, which were no longer divided by where they were from. The battles between the top 10 are no longer how battles were done before. All participants may fight anyone they wish. There is only one rule: no forming any massive alliances to gang up on one particular participant. You are free to do as you wish otherwise, and there is no order in the battles. You are even free to withdraw should you see yourself unable to continue. The rest are free to continue battling right away. The first to be eliminated will be ranked last, while the last one standing on the forum stage will be the champion. The elder announced the rules of the final battles officially. Everybody held their breath. A battle royale between 10 without rules other than not ganging up on one participant. It's a free-for-all, and everyone can all fight at the same time if they wish. If they are unable to take down their opponents, they are even allowed to stop. When I announce for the battles to begin, enter your fighting states. The round is only considered finished once you all have fought to the last man standing. The elder looked at everyone else and continued, "Now, let the final battles of the 9-state forum begin." A formless air shrouded the entire vast space as soon as he finished. The forum stage looked incredibly empty. 10 participants stood in 10 corners, and their clothes billowed with the wind. Every one of them had powerful auras shimmering, as if fights were about to happen at any second. Boom! An incredibly heavy sound was heard. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Yu Sheng step onto the forum stage. Dark golden lights coursed through his body, and an incredibly violent aura emanated from him. His Dozhan body coalesced, making him look like a god of war. Yu Sheng was the first one to come out and fight. The eyes of many turned to another corner, where Jihua of the Hall of Holy Light stood. It was apparent that Yu Sheng's target was Jihua. Both of them were to have a clash of titans showdown right there in the final round. Dazzling light coursed about Jihua's body, blinding the eyes of others. He waved his hand, and a row of swords of holy light appeared before him, encasing his surroundings. Boom! Yu Sheng's arms trembled, and streaks of light burst through his body as he opened his acupoints, flowing through his arms, legs, and torso. His blood boiled, and he was in very high spirits. However, the swords of holy light appeared right before Yu Sheng before he was able to make a move, cutting his body like streaks of light. The light around Yu Sheng's body coursed, and he shouted as he raised both of his arms, blasting golden flashes of his fists, which tore through the space and shattered all the swords of holy light. However, there were still a few that made it past and managed to crack him. Ji Hua's expression was cold. Seeing how the swords of holy light were incapable of breaking Yu Sheng's battle form, he extended both arms. Rules of light coalesced in a frenzy before him instantly, shining with incredibly dazzling light as swords materialized in the air, ringing loudly between his arms. "Go!" Jihua uttered a single, cold line. The beams of light tore through the space as soon as he finished. Yu Sheng's body was blasted by tremendously powerful attacks in the form of beams of intense light at the very next moment. The beams shone intensely as the swords kept blasting onto Yu Sheng, and cracks grew increasingly numerous. His battle form finally blew up with a huge boom, making many of the spectators tremble. The people of the Hall of Holy Light had their reasons for being so confident in Jihua. Jihua then infused the rules of light within the swords, bringing frightening power to bear. What was more terrifying was that those attacks were simply unavoidable, as no one could have moved faster than light. Only tremendously exceptional defense and attack would be able to contend with such attacks and carve a way out. The one on the receiving end of such attacks would definitely lose otherwise. The Hall of Holy Light naturally had its own strengths for being able to stand at the top of the 9 states for so many years and being renowned through the entire Qi state. The swords of holy light continued to blast on Yusheng. Many were shivering deep down. Will Yusheng lose this battle? At that moment, Yusheng's body seemed to be clad in a layer of dark golden armor. Slivers of terrifying dark aura circled his surroundings with his body at the center, devouring the powers around him in a frenzy. The swords of light continued to blast on his physical body, and violent metal-like clashes were heard. Yusheng's body was violently rattled and was being pushed backward, speaking volumes of the terrifying power of the attacks. Demonic aura swept throughout the place and devoured all powers around him, rendering the surrounding powers demonic. At that moment, Ji Hua felt as if he was fighting a devil. He felt as if he was able to see a tall, imposing shadow of a devil appearing in his mind, and there was no way he was able to resist it. Kill, kill, kill! Ji Hua shouted furiously, and his eyes were cold. His body was still blindingly gleaming. He refused to believe that he was unable to bring Yusheng down. The swords of holy light continued to hit Yusheng, and the swords dissipated bit by bit before they were able to actually pierce Yusheng's body. It was as if his body was devouring all the incoming attacks. Ji Hua's expression turned extremely ugly. He saw a terrifying power of storm whipped up around Yusheng. Yusheng's battle form was materialized once again in his image, growing increasingly huge. Dark golden light coursed above his battle form, with rules of light vaguely seen imbued in it. Boom! Yusheng stepped forward with a loud rumble. Ji Hua looked incredibly troubled as his body continued to emanate dazzling light, yet he was seen backing off. At that moment, terrifying aura flowed about in the air, and devil halberds imbued with incredible power streaked through the air from above, locking the space around Ji Hua. Ji Hua responded by bursting with even brighter holy light. Yet Yusheng took another step on the ground, his arms extended in the air. His huge battle form lashed out with 2 punches. In an instant, thousands of flashes of the fist burst through the air, blocking out the sky and encasing a huge part of the space within. The golden fists were surprisingly covered with power of rules of light and were extremely fast. It seemed as if Ji Hua's swords of holy light attacks were being used on the fists coming at him. Many were shocked to see the dazzling scene unfolding before them. Swords of holy light manifested in a frenzy around Ji Hua, yet he was still entirely drowned by the shadows of the fists. The light on Yusheng's battle form shot to the heavens, and the boundless flashes of his fists continued to pummel their intended target. Eventually, a flash of the first managed to land on Ji Hua's body, rattling him violently and making him spit blood from his mouth. Ji Hua was shocked at the moment. His attacks had been incredibly powerful, yet they proved incapable of busting his opponent's defenses. In contrast, his opponent was able to severely injure him with just 1 strike. So this is what a cultivator who dedicates himself to body refinement looks like. I yield, Ji Hua said. However, even with the word said, he continued to be pummeled by the punches and was sent flying to the edge of the form stage, falling hard to ground while continuing to spew blood. Yusheng had only stopped attacking by then, and his battle form dissipated. However, everyone who watched the fight continued to be rattled deep within. The first battle among the top 10 ended with Yusheng winning. His tremendously overbearing power enabled him to defeat Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light. He truly defies all conventions, having refined his body to such extents, many great figures said to themselves, looking at Yusheng. It was not that one could simply achieve such levels of strength by dedicating themselves to body refinement. Ji Hua's swords of holy light were so powerful that even the most genius of body refinement cultivators would have been defeated. It was, however, unfortunate that he encountered Yusheng, one whose art in body refinement was simply godlike. The mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light were completely speechless. Ji Hua's powers had been tremendous, But still, he had been thrown off the stage of the top 10 by Yu Sheng in the very first battle. Chapter 789. Countless eyes at the grandstands turned to look at Yu Sheng. Ji Hua was yet another top-class genius to be thrown off the forum stage by Yu Sheng. Just how many formidable geniuses have lost to Yu Sheng already? Yu Sheng is just like a walking embodiment of malice. Anyone who dares to mess with him will end up being thrown out of the stage. Countless eyes at the grandstands turned to look at Yu Sheng. Ji Hua was yet another top-class genius to be thrown off the forum stage by Yu Sheng. Just how many formidable geniuses have lost to Yu Sheng already? Yu Sheng is just like a walking embodiment of malice. Anyone who dares to mess with him will end up being thrown out of the stage. Hua, Yunshu, Zhou Yu, Ji Hua, all of whom were unparalleled figures of their generation, all of whom were crushed by Yu Sheng. Who will be the next to fall by his hands? A pair of cold eyes were seen glaring at Yu Sheng on the forum stage. His body was clad in terrifying aura, and he was none other than the most powerful student of the Luoho Palace, Maluo. His powers were incredibly frightening as well, and the arts he practiced were similar to Yu Sheng's in the sense that it was demonic. Demonic arts devouring rules. However, Yu Sheng's rules were a mutated form of devouring rules, demonizing rules, which was even more overbearing and violent. The battle between Yu Sheng and Ji Hua made Emo Luo extremely excited, as if he had found his prey. Aside from wanting to be crowned champion of the event, a person like him was on the stage, wanting to fight the most powerful of participants in all of the 9 states, clashing with the very best. An extremely powerful being would only make them extremely excited, and Maluo was indeed in such a state of excitement. He would not have felt fear just because Yu Sheng was powerful. The way he behaved was like a beast that smelled blood. His shivering cold eyes were focused on Yu Sheng as he clad himself in demonic might. Slivers of dark aura swept through his surroundings as Maluo approached Yu Sheng. The elder had made it clear in the announcement before the final stage of the 9-state forum began that the process of battling would continue until there was the last man standing. There was no need for salutations and greetings. So long as none of the participants were aligned with each other to gang up on a participant, he was allowed to kick Yu Sheng out any time he wished, even if Yu Sheng was severely injured. As such, he simply approached Yu Sheng. Maluo is going to fight Yu Sheng. Many turned their eyes to the forum stage. Every single remaining participant on that stage was the most terrifyingly talented of geniuses to be found, and that one had a particular crazed fixation for martial arts. Maluo knew well what Yu Sheng was capable of, but he did not hesitate for a single second to pick Yu Sheng as his opponent. Yu Sheng burst forth with his dispersed powers once again. Dark golden lights shimmered, and his battle form appeared. Beams of light shot through his body and filled him with boundless power. Yi Futian, who was on the grandstands, felt rather speechless. Even a being like Yu Sheng must have been exhausted having to fight consecutive battles like that. None of those whom he fought before, Zhou Yu, Hua Yunshu Ji Hua, had been weaklings. All of them had been the best the 9 states had to offer. And at that very moment, Maluo went up to Yu Sheng. Dark demonic aura extended to his surroundings and turned into arms. A terrifying, ferocious-looking demonic figure appeared behind Maluo, making him look like a demon king with 3 heads and 6 arms, which looked extremely ugly. The arms of that horrific figure all went to grab Yu Sheng at the same time. Yu Sheng extended his hand with a cold expression, and a dark golden bat'lix appeared, carrying terrifying power of rules. The arms reached out to grab Yu Sheng, yet he was seen taking a single step forward, shaking the ground as he took flight. He swung his bat'lix right afterward, and as how one would split logs, an arm was split down the middle by the attack, leaving little to the imagination. However, Maluo seemed unfazed, sending more arms to grab Yu Sheng's body. Yu Sheng charged straight into the mass of arms, and kept swinging about with the axe in his hands, creating a bloodbath right there and then. At the very same time, Wu Bei of the Vajra region of War State put his hands together and said, "We shouldn't be sitting around and looking." He stepped out as soon as he finished and walked towards Chu Xiang of the great Chu clan of Cloud State. Incredibly dazzling golden ancient Buddha appeared as Wu Bei lowered his head, chanting his mantras. Buddhist voices were heard throughout the air soon, and the shadows of Buddhas appeared in the air, blocking out the sky and shrouding the entire space. Chu Xiang continued walking out, looking imposing and dashing with his robe billowing, even without any wind. Streams of formidable power burst, and an incredibly huge thing appeared behind him, a demon ape of great strength. The demon beast had truly existed, possessing great strength, and was a natural-born king of sheer power. Members of the great Chu clan were versed in such godly powers. Their sheer strength was known to be indisputable. The Buddhist voice was getting increasingly intense, shaking the entire space while the demon ape of great strength roared, shaking its surroundings with its voice. The entire space was vibrating as one Buddha after another descended from above, bringing their palm attacks to bear on the ground below, heading for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was entirely unfazed. The demon ape of great strength extended its hand and shook its surroundings by clashing with the palms of the Buddhas, and the two sides crumbled at the same time. The Buddhist voice, however, got increasingly loud. The light of the ancient Buddha shone brightly behind Wu Bei, and a sun appeared, a signal of the all Buddhas returning to the source. Of course, other than them, Wu Bei's immensely strong and forceful attacks were also incredibly formidable as well. Their surroundings shook violently and intense fires burned. The palm of Mahavarakana descended from the heavens with a force to crush everything beneath it as it went for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang seemed to have merged with the demon ape of great strength, his life spirit, as a single being, wielding a spear in his hand. Streaks of flashes of the spear tore through the space before him. Boom! Chu Xiang stepped forward with a loud rumble, and his body charged forward. The overlord's spear in his hand was wielded in an imposing manner and lashed out at the incoming palm of Mahavarakana. The demon ape roared, shaking the air, and cracks appeared. The palm of Mahavarakana crumbled, and Chu Xiang's body was thrown back to the ground. Even so, the spectators from the 9 states felt themselves trembling. These people are indeed the top 10. Wu Bei's palm of Mahavarakana was blocked. The sheer godly strength of Chu Xiang of the great Chu clan and the overbearing art of the overlord's spear proved capable of fighting Wu Bei toe-to-toe. The others in the other corners moved. Xia Yi stood before Zhu Ge and said, "Your reputation as a member of the Jixia Holy Palace precedes you in all of Qi State, and I'd like to have a match with you." "After you," Zhu Ge returned the courtesy. Power aura emanated from both of them. Xia Yi's body was encircled by 9 dragons. The air of the true dragons shrouded the air, and the roar of the dragons resonated with the heavens and the earth. 5 huge ancient symbols appeared behind Zhu Ge and took their respective corners, turning into powers of the 5 elements. He waved both arms, and all powers of the 5 elements in his surroundings were rendered under his control and made their mark in the air. 5 elemental doors appeared one after another and flew towards Xia Yi at breakneck speed. Xia Yi moved his arms and lashed out with a martial art technique. Every single move melded with the great ways of the world as he mobilized the powers of his surroundings. Dragon roars were heard, and one shadow of dragons after another circled in the air around Xia Yi, giving birth to extremely frightening power of rules. Shadows of treasured towers appeared on the marked doors surrounding them, flying downwards with the doors, heading for Xia Yi. When the marked doors were near Xia Yi, the circling aura of dragons formed an extreme form of repelling power, stunning off the marked doors which were about to attack, rattling the doors enough to make crisp creaking noises. Xia Yi's repelling rules. The spectators' eyes sparkled. Xia Yi was versed in two rules of powers, attracting and repelling, which were capable of bringing frightening power to bear when used proficiently in battle. At the moment, Zhuge Yi's attacks using the five elements were utterly incapable of getting close. The battle between both of them attracted countless eyes from the audience. Those two are Xia Yi of Xia Clan and Zhuge Yi, the hidden genius of Jixia Holy Palace. Who among them will win the fight? Zhuge Yi continued to craft marks with his hands, and the marked doors surrounding Xia Yi in the air continued to emanate dazzling lights as they formed a unified formation. Xia Yi raised his arm all of a sudden. A dragon shadow descended from above with a roar. The huge dragon shadow appeared in the air and snatched several of the doors in the air. The dragon clapped, and the snatched doors shattered in an instant. Zhuge Yi remained unfazed. The ring of light of the five elements shone even more brilliantly. More doors appeared in the air in an instant. Doors appeared beneath Xia Yi's legs, which were materialized from the power of the five elements. Xia Yi became surrounded by dazzling marked doors quickly, isolating him from his surroundings. An incredibly terrifying, holy dragon's shadow shot up when Xia Yi saw that happen. He waved his arms, and an even more terrifying might burst. Storms of dragon shadows whipped up, encasing the entire space. The marked doors seemed to be shrouded by that power as well, flying towards Xia Yi's body after being put under control by the attracting rules. This aura. Many were shaking deep down. It was just too powerful. It was said that the great figures of the Xia clan had practiced their methods to the extreme, enabling both attracting and repelling forces to complement each other, controlling everything in the world. It was said that the methods they trained in were taught by Emperor Xia himself, a form of qigong capable of manipulating the surroundings, with every breath shaking the world around them. Yi Guhong and Yaya are fighting as well. The pupils of many grew wide as Yi Guhong was seen attacking Yaya in another corner of the battlefield. Many great figures said before that the people of the 9 states were in the opinion that Yaya had a better chance of coming out on top instead of the top-class genius of the 9-state college, Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong intended to show the world just what kind of a place the 9-state college was. His eyes were locked onto Yaya. His eyes emanated intensely frightening power, as if he was able to cut things down just by casting his gaze alone. When Yaya turned to look at him, she surprisingly felt a kind of power encroaching her spiritual will, bringing formidable force to bear. Her eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, the face that had looked rather naive turned bone-chillingly cold. Her eyes looked incredibly deep, as if she intended to swallow Yi Guhong's eyes with her eye sorcery zone. Yi Guhong's body shivered all of a sudden as if he had seen something frightening. His eyes could not help but contract, staring straight ahead. A doomsday scene was unfolding in his mind. There was a cemetery with countless swords were stabbed into the ground, as if the place was a cemetery of swords. A blood-colored sword was seen in front. Yaya's silhouette seemed to be standing there and staring at him. The blood-colored sword swung straight at Yi Guhong. He felt as if his body had been cut into two by the sword from top to bottom. No! Yi Guhong yelled and broke free of the realm he was trapped in, preventing himself from getting completely shackled within. He would have died with that eye sorcery zone otherwise. At that moment, Yi Guhong came to truly realize how terrifying it had been for those who had been defeated by Yaya before. That brat is a demon. Chapter 790. Upon the forum stage, for battles erupted simultaneously, which caused a flurry of excitement so that no one knew just which one to focus on. Upon the forum stage, for battles erupted simultaneously, which caused a flurry of excitement so that no one knew just which one to focus on. Yu Sheng and Ma Yuo, Wu Bei versus Chu Xiang. Xia Yi of the Xia clan against Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace. The fight between Yi Guhong, the top contender from 9 State College, and Yaya. Any one of these battles would rock the audience to the core, much less all for happening at once. What's wrong with Yi Guhong? His attacks seem to have stopped, and he doesn't look so good. Many looked at Yi Guhong and marveled. Eye sorcery! The two of them are fighting using eye sorcery. Yi Guhong might be under some terrible attacks, some guessed. Was Yaya really that dangerous? In the grandstand area, the old village chief was the picture of calm as he watched the battle between Yaya and Yi Guhong. Even though there were many excellent candidates in this year's 9-state forum, and there were some top geniuses within the top 10, to find someone who would subdue Yaya was still a tough task. After all, from a theoretical perspective, this girl was unbeaten by all the nobles and was literally invincible. Careful! In the direction of Xia State, someone from 9-state college let out a low cry. They saw Yaya disappear right where she was standing and reappear in front of Yi Guhong, still pointing with just the one finger. Yi Guhong concentrated all his power to defend against the power of this one finger. Nevertheless, his defense crumbled to nothing, and the instant the fingertip landed on his brow chakra, Yi Guhong's face paled. If Yaya had willed, this one fingertip could end him for good. Yi Guhong lifted his head to look at the girl, and saw that her pupils were abysmal and dreadful. He felt a coldness penetrating through him, so unshakably strong. Spatial rule. So many people on the grandstand moved their attention to Yaya. She hopped through the expanse with one step, not with speed, but with the power of spatial rules. Just like shifting in space, disregarding distance and space to descend in from Yi Guhong. Who was this girl? Many eyes were attracted by the battle between Yaya and Yi Guhong, and all shared an expression of misgiving. Was there already a winner and loser? Could someone as strong as Yi Guhong be defeated so quickly? Yaya still appeared indifferent. After defeating Yi Guhong, she turned around and glanced the battlefield. She Hua Jiu alone without any challengers. Yaya levitated and drifted toward Hua Jiu. Likewise, Hua Jiu stared at the oncoming opponent. Life, spirit bloomed and exploded with tremendous telekinesis, encompassing the expanse. But when her eyes met Yaya, she felt as she was sinking, just as Yi Guhong had, into a horrific scene. The sword mound stood like Armageddon, the boundless sharp sword thrust in the grave. The bloody sword stared at her, slowly chopping away her will. Hua Jiu released her telekinesis rule power to the utmost, controlling the powers between heaven and earth, and the spell of godly creation of all things unfolded once again. An ancient god stood skyward, and this ancient thunder god seemed to have thousands of arms, reaching through the expanse to launch an attack at Yaya. A scene of the apocalypse manifested between heaven and earth. The hands of the ancient god turned into thundering lightning and landed on Yaya, thrusting through her body, aimed toward her crown. Hua Jiu intended to strike her will, but all she found was that bloody sword. Cut! Yaya spit, and the sword erected upon the grave started to chime. At the same time, boundless sword Qi traversed the expanse, hacking at the ancient god. Immediately, Hua Jiu paled. Her willpower was being smashed and chopped. The body of the ancient god shook violently and started to crack. With a loud boom, the ancient god burst open. The spell of godly creation of all thing was repelled. "Nay, you better get off," said Yaya to Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu looked at the girl in front of her, feeling a slight sense of defeat. She glanced at Yu Sheng, wondering if he could win against this magical girl. She turned and swiftly joined Yi Futian at the grandstand area. Yi Futian looked up and smiled at her, pulling her to sit next to him. "Don't be discouraged. This girl is a bit tricky, you did well." If Hua Jiu were to fight against others, she had a chance. But with Yaya, there was no doubt of the outcome which he already knew. Otherwise, he would not have predicted that the final battle would be between Yaya and Yu Sheng. Hua Jiu nodded lightly, glanced at the girl on the forum stage, then directed her beautiful eyes at Yi Futian. "Her spiritual will is very unusual." "How?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiu. A flash went through Hua Jiu's eyes. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and he turned his attention once again to Yaya on the forum stage. He certainly knew Yaya was exceptional, but he didn't expect that it would be her spiritual will. Then it was possible that she... At this time on the forum, another battle has come to an end. Maluo was knocked to the edge of the forum by Yusheng. There was a frightful trail of blood upon him. He was defeated. Turning around, Yusheng's eyes fixed upon Yaya. He was about to step forward. Yusheng. Just then, a voice was transmitted into his ears. It was Yi Futian. Yusheng looked up at the grandstand area and heard Yi Futian say, "Leave her for the end." In the final battlefield of 9 State Forum, Yusheng and Yaya ought to be the strongest two. There was no need to hasten the final conflict. A terribly loud clanging was heard. Wu Bei and Chu Xiang separated. Both possessed secret, yet dreadful offensive powers and techniques. It turned out they were equal in prowess, and there was not yet a winner. There was still an ancient Buddha standing behind Wu Bei, and various illusions of the divine Buddha appeared. Behind Chu Xiang, there was an unimaginably savage, forceful demonic ape, with the overlord's spear in hand, looking indomitable. They glared at each other, unsure if one could vanquish the other, and then they scanned the other battle stage. Even as they were battling, they were aware of the results of the other battles. Yaya was a bit demonic. Yusheng defeated Maluo. Zhigat-I was still fighting with Xia-I. Bang! A loud sound. Chu Xiang abandoned Wu Bei and went directly towards Yusheng. He wanted to feel which one of them was stronger. From the firmament, the terrifying demonic ape behind Chu Xiang descended from the sky, holding the overlord's spear like a deity coming down to earth. An immense power of pressure descended along with it. A savage storm surrounded Yusheng, his clothing fluttering wildly. A dreadful demonic might surged forth. Gloomy golden rays weaved with demonic might upon Yusheng. At once, Yusheng appeared to have donned the demonic armor. An illusion of the demon manifested and merged with Yusheng's body, and he seemed to have become even taller, muscular, and omnipotent. Yusheng's arms trembled, and rays pierced through his body. An endless power exploded. The devilish illusion raised both arms, aiming at the overlord spear that was heading toward him. The spear crushed down with immense vigor, but a pair of demonic mighty hand prints plunged down and then closed together, accompanied by a horrendously loud boom. The overlord's spear was thus clamped by the palms. Suspended in the expanse, Chu Xiang watched the scene unfolded with chills. His terrible strike was blocked by the opponent's palms. The palms suddenly clapped abruptly, and the overlord's spear continued its momentum downward, grinding along the palms. Chu Xiang seemed to have transformed into the mighty demonic ape, smashing down from the firmament. Bang! With the loud boom, the overlord's spear found its way to the front of Yusheng, but Yusheng had shot up with the wings of devil appearing behind him. The next instant, both of his arms punched forward and collided with the incoming Chu Xiang. The hearts of many pounded. The scene before them resembled the collision between a humongous, invincible demon ape and a demon god. The instant they made contact, a frightening hurricane started between heaven and earth, sweeping through the surrounding area. Everyone saw Chu Xiang hurled toward the sky, and the wings of devil fluttered behind Yusheng, taking him up, chasing after Chu Xiang. His 2 arms cleft open the firmament, attacking with madness. Palm after palm of devil fist tore through the space, heading straight toward Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang growled and confronted Yusheng's power straight ahead. Boom! 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 Heavy, loud booms exploded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw Chu Xiang go higher until finally an aurora from the fist pierced through the expanse and blasted Chu Xiang toward even higher altitude. Chu Xiang's strength still failed. The hearts of many quivered. That figure of demon god had peerless power. The wings of devil vibrated. And without stopping, Yusheng hurled his terrible body toward Wu Bei. Webby-Eye seemed to have anticipated that, waiting for this moment. The sound of Buddha enfolded the space. The gods of heaven appeared upon the firmament and blasted out the great Buddha handprint. Yu Xing stopped in the expanse arrogantly, wings vibrating, eyes fixed upon the blazing Buddha handprint with terrifying demonic will lingering in his eyes. With gloomy, golden rays coursing within his body, Yu Xing stood in the expanse quietly without evasion. Presently, his body melted with the Buddha pure body and became demonic pure body, with dreadful light screens flowing around him. When the palms blasted down, loud booms were heard, and everyone beheld the enormous body of the demonic god remained standing like an unbreakable statue. Everyone's pupils contracted. Wu Bei's body seemed to be engraved in gold, the Vajra incorruptible body from the Vajra region, widely known as indestructible. However, Yu Sheng, standing opposite of Wu Bei, seemed to also be in possession of an indestructible body, but his was the gloomy, golden, demonic pure body, a strength completely opposite to that of Wu Bei's. Wu Bei's strength was comparable to Chu Xiang, and Chu Xiang was defeated by Yu Sheng. So Wu Bei has almost no chance of winning, many thought. The prowess of Yu Sheng was shocking. Undoubtedly, he would be included into the top 4 strongest, and even the top 3 was now just a step away. Countless Buddhas appeared and prayed along with the candle Buddha, chanting in sound of Buddha. The great sun was suspended in the sky, burning it all. The apotropaic palm of Mahavarakana radiated intense light, swooping down on Yu Sheng. Palms together, eyes closed, Wu Bei continued to chant in sound of Buddha, as if to concentrate all his power within this one strike, in an attempt to upend Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's arms tremored. Dark air streams coursing through the space, the endless power of heaven and earth seeming to have gathered within him. He lifted his arms, and monstrous demonic light concentrated upon them. When the palm of Mahavarakana slaughtered toward him, his wings trembled, and his body turned into a ray of light flux toward the palm. His arms raised to attack and brought the countless demonic air currents between heaven and earth with them. It settled upon the fists, blasting forth as if to blast apart the space. A terrible hurricane formed ahead, resembling a black hole that could swallow everything. The masculine and bright palm of Mahavarakana collided with Yu Sheng's fists. Glaring rays made it hard for the eyes to open. Dark and bright lights effloresced. Everyone scrutinizing the battlefield saw that the figure of the demonic god penetrated through the palm of Mahavarakana, like a dark ray rushing against Wu Bei, and with that momentum dispatched a strike. As the fist made contact, Wu Bei felt the entire power of the universe land with it. Cracks started appearing on the brilliant Vajra pure body and then broken into pieces. Wu Bei's body was thrown as he spit up blood. It's still the same method of battle, but stronger than before. On the grandstand, everyone's attention was fixated on Yu Sheng. In the battle of the top 10, Yu Sheng alone defeated 4 of them: Ji Hua, Ma Yuo, Chu Xiang, and Wu Bei. For geniuses were all defeated by him alone. This signified his powerful stance. Ultimate body, ultimate power. Even the talented cultivators of the Vajra region and Chu Xiang of the great Chu clan were all beneath him. One power expelled all methods. It was the ultimate power that could create the universe. Natural cultivator for body enhancement and natural possessor of the juggernaut, said some dignitaries from the grandstand, amazed that such incredible talent was born out of the barren state and not theirs. Many notable figures among the 9 state sacred lands had a mind to treasure such talent, wondering if they could recruit him to join their own sacred land. Indeed, it was a bit of a waste for Yu Sheng to cultivate in the barren state, which was weak and disadvantaged. It would make his journey to becoming a saint a difficult one. His chance would be augmented if he chose to cultivate in a prestigious sacred land. Now, upon the forum stage, only 4 remained: Yaya, Yu Sheng, and Xia Yi still battling Zhuge Yi. If their battle would yield a winner, then the top 3 would present itself. The top 3 would be standing on the apex. Would the final battle really be as Yi Futian predicted between Yu Sheng and Yaya? Many looked toward the direction of the barren state grandstand. Staring at Yi Futian, Yu Sheng was already exhibiting an aptitude for the divine path and could very well be sainted while still remaining in a physical body. Such rare talents were hard to come by in other sacred lands of the Nine State. To reach the apex of Nine State Forum, by what good fortune should the barren state possess such disciple? Many also remembered the interests surrounding Yi Futian, the leader of the barren state. Could his talent really tower over that of Yu Sheng? Many had their doubts. After all, Yu Sheng was certainly powerful. Suppose Yi Futian could not overpower Yu Sheng, then there was no reason for Yu Sheng to remain in the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state to cultivate. The result is almost here. At this instant, in the midst of the battlefield, the battle between Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi exploded in luminous light, as if to announce the final confrontation. Chapter 791. Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi were both extremely strong competitors, especially Xia Yi. Because he hailed from the Xia clan, many counted Xia Yi as a possible candidate in the contest for the Nine State Forum. However, after his exhibition of strength, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace was also considered to be a likely contender. Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi were both extremely strong competitors, especially Xia Yi. Because he hailed from the Xia clan, many counted Xia Yi as a possible candidate in the contest for the Nine State Forum. However, after his exhibition of strength, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace was also considered to be a likely contender. The clash between those two might prove to be the most provocative battle of all. Yaya and Yu Sheng, though strong, were paired with opponents that were obviously weaker than them. But if a fight were to erupt between Yaya and Yu Sheng, it would certainly surpass the battle between Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi. But for now, neither Yaya nor Yu Sheng moved. They stood in their own positions and watched the engagement between their peers take place. At this instant, the stage upon which the combatants stood had been violently changed. A multitude of true dragons surrounded Xia Yi's body, enveloping a vast void while gravity and repelling rules simultaneously activated between heaven and earth. Behind Xia Yi, there appeared an immense divine dragon, its sharp claws grasping towards the void. Suddenly, the marked door that Zhuge Yi had released rushed towards Xia Yi from the skies, only to be shredded by the dragon's talons. Xia Yi seemed to have morphed the entire battlefield into the space of Tailfeather rules, and the area now looked to be completely under his control. Xia Yi's strength grows as the fight draws on. Many of the onlookers trembled at the sight before their eyes. This was the Xia clan's all-universe flowing method, and it was extremely powerful. If the fight continued in this manner, Zhuge Yi would most likely be defeated, and Xia Yi would progress into the top 3 to compete with Yaya and Yu Sheng for the Nine States Forum's top position. From the Qi States delegation, the elderly man of the Jixia Holy Palace looked on calmly, unfazed by the proceedings. Perhaps many favored Xia Yi of the Xia clan, but there was still Yu Sheng and Yaya, both of whom many regarded as the strongest. This rare, once-in-a-lifetime prodigy who possessed the physique of the divine path from the Jixia Holy Palace would allow everyone present to witness what it meant to be a naturally born saint. Both of Zhuge Yi's hands crystallized to form the mark, and a wave of sound instantly began to echo between the earth and sky. He power of the 5 elements coursed wildly through the battlefield. Behind Zhuge Yi, the halo around the ancient symbols of the 5 elements became even more brilliant, and lines formed to connect the 5 rows of characters. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates gold, gold generates water, water generates wood. Thus the 5 elements are born. Thus life is endless. The radiant light behind Zhuge Yi became brighter and brighter, and the 5 elements integrated into one before emitting a dazzling elemental halo. As the halo increased in size, it exuded the power of the 5 elements that could devour heaven and earth. Linear beams of light crossed and overlapped with one another, resembling the power of the 5 elements grand way. Huh. The spectators looked surprised as Zhuge Yi's breath became stronger. The essence of his spirit seemed to transform. There was a flame flickering upon his brow chakra. Scintillating rays of light shot forth from his hands, feet, and chest. The 5 elements are born of heaven. There is no imperfection in the grand way, the elder of the Jixia Holy Palace said proudly. This was the genius that had not been seen in Jixia Holy Palace for more than 100 years. This time at the 9 States Forum, there would be a stage for Zhuge Yi. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, water, mountain, lake. Zhuge Yi solidified the mark between his hands, and suddenly the 8 great ancient characters were branded into a pattern with ever more dazzling rays, the patterns transforming and evolving with feverish speed as if to contain endless conversions. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The hearts of the people trembled again. The pattern continued evolving, containing not only the power of the 5 elements, heaven, earth, thunder, wind, but also the power birthed from their interactions with one another. The 8 trigrams evolved as well, causing the engraved pattern to bloom endlessly with light, illuminating the entire area. Many people of the 9 states changed their countenance. Everyone could feel the transformation of Zhuge Yi. At this moment, with the qi rising and sublimating from his body, Zhuge Yi's very existence seemed unstoppable. He was layered in glory, with the engraved patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams suspended in the sky. Zhuge Yi seemed like an elected privileged of the heavens who ruled over all. Even Xia Yi's aura seemed dim in comparison to Zhuge Yi's. Body of perfection, Saint Chihua said, his eyes sharp. Divine path was perfection, and the body of perfection was the body of a saint. Zhuge Yi gathered the elements together, and with life everlasting, created the 8 trigrams. Because the grand way was perfection, the 5 elements embodied a saint. The natural physique of a saint. It's unexpected that such a character should appear in Jixia Holy Palace. It seems that the battle between the top 3 will be more interesting, Sky Saint said with a smile. This session's 9 States Forum was indeed strong beyond doubt. Xia Yi's strength alone should have been enough to compete for the top spot of the 9 States Forum. But this time, Xia Yi's position within the top 3 was uncertain. Metal, heaven hexagram, sword of innocence. A voice sounded. It was Zhuge Yi. As his voice fell, the boundless pattern behind him bloomed with an infinite golden brilliance, falling on top of Xia Yi as if the sword of heaven itself had descended to slay him. Xia Yi reacted, and his dragon screamed behind him. Sky and earth were shaken, and the ruthless rule of exclusion broke out. Golden rays fell from the sky to either part or crest backward, but cascaded without bound to eventually cover the entire battlefield. With a loud roar, the true dragon leaped towards the sky, and Xia Yi rushed toward Zhuge Yi. Wherever he passed, the rule power reached its limit. Even the swords of the heavens were forced to divert away from him. Earth hexagram, prison of Terra. Zhuge Yi's black hair was flying as he spoke again, a pattern of light shining upon him while the power of the 5 elements within heaven and earth bloomed wildly. Around Xia Yi, a prison of light manifested itself and bound the space, trapping him within. Xia Yi continued to skyrocket within the prison with the all-universe flow method working, his arms blasting heaven and earth with intent to pierce through the prison while he rocked and shook the expanse. Earth, mountain, hexagram. Zhuge Yi continued to engrave, and the light of the pattern continued to bloom, dropping down like endless mountains to penetrate the field. Finally, the prison was broken, and Xia Yi was seen within, his long hair strewn about his shoulders, appearing slightly flustered. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and even his breath sounded weaker. Zhuge Yi gazed at Xia Yi. He did not continue the attack. Xia Yi returned the look. After a moment of thought, he finally said, "You won." He never thought that he would lose and be eliminated outside of the top 3. Nevertheless, he was truly defeated and there was no more doubt. Zhuge Yi's power was obviously greater than his. Therefore, he was more qualified to enter the top 3. It seemed that he made the mistake of underestimating the geniuses of the 9 states. When he returned home, he would need to reflect upon that. After this battle, the top 3 contenders of the 9-state forum had emerged. Yu Sheng, Yaya, and Zhuge Yi. Countless eyes gazed at the 3 that remained upon the forum stage. 3 stunning, talented geniuses stood on the highest stage of the 9 states. I didn't expect there to be someone with the perfect divine path physique in Jixia Holy Palace. It seems that in the future, another figure of the Saint Plane will arise. A cultivator of the Xia clan commented. The 5 elements are perfect, but to be elevated to the Saint Plane, there still needs to be understanding and feeling, which all depend on his fortune. The cultivator of Jixia Holy Palace said with a smile. But of course, Zhuge Yi is indeed a genius not to be had for centuries at our Jixia Holy Palace. Everyone at the grandstand area was shocked to hear the dialogue between these 2. In the eastern state, Lu Zong was taught at Xihua Sacred Mountain by the 3 saints and was praised as the future saint whose divine path was long expected. Now, when Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace only qualified in the noble plane, could he deserve such high praise? Could it be that now Zhuge Yi had the power to vanquish Yu Sheng and Yaya to triumph at the 9-state forum? All 3 were incredibly strong. Congratulations to the Jixia Holy Palace for housing such a disciple. Saint Xihua smiled. It has been wonderful to see so many amazing talents here at the 9-state forum. In this forum's final battle, who do you all favor? Zhuge Yi was able to defeat Xia He, so he has the opportunity to win, of course. But he must be able to defeat that magical girl. A cultivator of Xia clan said, apparently optimistic about Zhuge Yi and Yaya battling for first place at forum. Many of the others silently agreed. They thought that as incredibly strong as Yu Xing was, and even given his great talent, Yaya's genius was nearly demonic. Even Yi Guhong had been defeated by her. Zhuge Yi also exhibited unparalleled qualifications. As strong as he was, perhaps Yu Xing would still be able to rank 3rd. My thoughts also, the sacred king of Zhou piped up, and his eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Behind him, Zhou Ye and Zhou Zi also looked in the direction of the Barren State. This time around at the 9 States Forum, the Barren State had been basking in the limelight. Were Yu Sheng to emerge as the winner, it might encourage Yi Futian to be even more imperious. But now it might be difficult for Yu Sheng to win. Yi Futian looked on as he usually did, calmly watching the 3 contestants on the battle platform. At his side, Gudonglu said, "It's hard to imagine the noble plane to possess this kind of strength. By comparison, I was far from it. Cultivation is an endlessly growing practice. Once 3rd brother was only in the eastern barren territory. The situation was not the same. Zhuge Yi has been cultivating at Jixia Holy Palace since birth. As for Yaya," Yi Futian continued dispassionately, "if we were all to stay in the eastern barren territory, we would not be here today." Gu Donglu nodded. All those from the barren state behind him agreed that the 9-state forum this time affected them greatly. Zhuge Yi is a rare genius. If it wasn't for Yaya and Yu Xing showing up, he would be first place already. Gu Donglu whispered, but not many are optimistic about Yu Sheng's chances. Which disciples of the Barren State participating in this session's 9 States Forum have been favored? Yi Futian said casually, "The facts would be the best proof. Even if Zhuge Yi possessed the natural-born body of perfection for the divine path, what of it?" As they were speaking, the 3 on the stage assembled into a triangular formation. Zhuge Yi stood proudly in the air. The power that had bloomed from his previous battle with Xia Yi had not dissipated. He looked at the other 2, obviously prepared to continue fighting without reactivating the power. A terrible storm swept through the stage, gradually enclosing Yaya and Yu Xing within. Yaya glanced up at Zhuge while Yusheng stood quietly. None of them were moved. What does Zhuge want to do? Many looked on intently. Could it be that he wanted to attack both opponents at the same time? Incomparably luminous patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams encased Yaya and Yusheng before surging downwards. Metal, heaven hexagram, sword of innocence. Zhuge launched a simultaneous attack on both. The rules of the battle stated that 2 should not be against 1. Now that there were only 3 left, Zhuge would rather let his opponents pick. Let Yaya and Yusheng choose. Whoever decided to move first would be the one he'd fight. The sword of innocence fell, and neither Yaya nor Yusheng moved. They stood quietly as if they did not see it. Brilliant energy emerged from Yaya's eyes as her hands stretched outwards, and the sword of innocence descended only to suddenly stop its movement before her. Time and space seemed to solidify. Many trembled in their hearts. This girl was too demonic. A terrible, dark, golden gust of air circulated around Yusheng. Demonic light lingered around him, and then the true body emerged. The sword of innocence continuously blasted the true body before being engulfed and demonized. Just then, Yaya's hand stretched out, her shirt fluttering. The endless sword will between heaven and earth plunged, and the void seemed to darken. An ancient atmosphere began to manifest, and her eyes became ever more enchanted. When Zhuge saw her eyes, he seemed to have sunk into the world of ice sorcery, and the bloody sword slammed into his spiritual will. Zhuge's attitude changed slightly, the light of the 5 elements becoming even more resplendent, and his spirit was powered to the limit. In his mind, the spiritual will transformed into the pattern of the 5 elements, becoming indestructible. But then Yaya stepped forward instinctively, and a primordial breath descended. The endless sword ignored space and distance, landing in front of Zhuge. Zhuge's pupils contracted, and his intent moved. Presently the pattern of the 5 elements flew directly in front of him, frantically rotating and expanding. It turned into a giant golden disc, impossible to evade. Bang! 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 The sword penetrated, and cracks appeared on the disc, but they were constantly repaired by Zhuge's astonishing defenses. Yaya did not continue the attack, but looked at Zhuge instead and said, "Whichever one of you wins can fight me." This girl. Many were speechless and deeply shocked. Zhuge had been similarly arrogant, but still seemed unable to subdue her. Yaya had issued a direct challenge to whoever won between Zhuge and Yusheng. How presumptuous! Zhuge took a long look at her, then turned his eyes to Yusheng. "Get off the stage yourself." Yusheng looked up and said to Zhuge. As soon as he finished, the countless people at the grandstand area once again gathered their attention to the combatants. Was each one of them more impetuous than the last? Zhuge possessed the naturally born saint's body of the 5 elements, with the grand way of perfection. He was praised by the illustrious of the 9 states as a future saint. Yaya told him to fight with Yusheng, so the victor could then battle her. Yusheng told him to get off the stage. Was the saint of the grand way of perfection to be belittled in such a manner? Madness. Even those from Jixia Holy Palace on the grandstand couldn't tolerate it anymore. However strong Yusheng was, his tone was too disparaging. For Zhuge to get off on his own? Was to announce again that the final showdown of the 9-state forum would be between him and Yaya? Zhuge's face turned green, his handsome countenance distorted by rage. As he walked, strength and force exploded from within him. He had eliminated Xia, the strongest of the Xia state, and entered into the top 3 of the 9-state forum for the ultimate battle. His move to directly attack the 2, and, by doing so, select his next opponent was a demonstration of his strong self-confidence by declaring war on Yusheng and Yaya, both strong competitors. But now, what was this? He was being completely ignored by these 2. This was simply intolerable. Boom! Even more violent breaths bloomed, and the vastness of the universe's power exploded on the forum stage. with Zhuge's body at the center from which it was concentrated. At this instant, Zhuge Yi seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. 9 State Forum would be his stage. Chapter 792. Zhuge Yi gazed at Yusheng. The vastness of the atmosphere roared between heaven and earth, echoing with the pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams hanging behind him. Endless airflow coursed around Yusheng and rumbled. The pattern behind him was getting brighter and brighter, and there were even patterns of light projecting down and falling on Yusheng. Zhuge Yi gazed at Yusheng. The vastness of the atmosphere roared between heaven and earth, echoing with the pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams hanging behind him. Endless airflow coursed around Yusheng and rumbled. The pattern behind him was getting brighter and brighter, and there were even patterns of light projecting down and falling on Yusheng. Earth, Earth hexagram, prison of Earth! Zhuge Yi spat out the command in a cold voice. His spells used the formation of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams as bases. Its power was great and oppressive. Instantly, prison appeared around Yusheng, with his body as the center, intending on burying him, enclosing him within the prison of earth. Yusheng stood without moving, but dark golden light flowing within his eyes, containing terrifying and tyrannical force. At this moment, his hand stretched out, and dark golden air currents swept through the space, with incredibly horrifying rule while shrouding the vast void. All the endless power between heaven and earth now turned into dark golden rays and flowed toward him. In an instant, Yusheng's body seemed to become gradually more imposing. Soon he had grown to over 100 feet in height. The pure body now merged with his own physical body, just like a true demon god. The terrible, dark, golden airflow crystallized into a halberd of the demon god, appearing in the hands of the demon god that was Yusheng. It was equally incomparably enormous, just under 100 feet long, and the terrifying light of darkness billowed out from it. The scene shocked many deeply who witnessed it. Was this the ultimate manifestation of his pure body? The body of a demon god, devouring the power of the universe. Clomp! The forum stage trembled with the footsteps. The halberd of the demon god smashed out toward the prison of earth, hitting the dazzling barrier made by the Earth-Earth hexagram. Suddenly, an unimaginable violent power exploded, and endless cracks spread like spider webs to every corner of the prison. With a loud boom, the prison blasted and shattered. Power invincible. Many people stare at Yusheng on the battle platform, hearts pounding. Could this really be the battle of the nobles? Even the cultivators from Jixia Holy Palace were not so confident anymore at the moment. Yusheng was simply too terrifying. Before, he did not exert all his power. Perhaps it was because Yusheng felt his opponents were too weak and did not require the use of his full strength. Was this then his ultimate form? Immensely strong. Zhuge Yi's countenance changed, his face solemn and with a slight turning of his mind. The engraved diagram behind him flew right out and over above Yusheng. A radiance of light shining down from the pattern, covering Yusheng's entire body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, heaven hexagram, earth hexagram. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams were all clear and bedazzling, too bright to behold. Every ancient hieroglyph flowed with a domineering power. Sword of innocence, Zhuge Yi said coldly, and an even stronger sort of innocence bloomed forth. Golden blade of light rained down, sheltering the sun and the sky, enveloping the demonic body of Yusheng. Yusheng looked up at the pattern in the sky, made a gripping gesture with his hand, and dark golden brilliance erupted above the halberd of the demon god. With his body as the center, halberds of darkness appeared and flared up towards the sky, aiming for the sword of innocence. Beautiful and radiant gold and dark rays collided, causing unimaginable, devastating power within the space. Water hexagram. Zhuge Yi once again spat out the command, and heaven and earth were frozen. The vast forum stage turned into the shade of frost with an iciness that reached the limit. Anyone at the grandstand that was below the rank of sage plane was shaking with such severe coldness as if every cell in their bodies were going to be frozen. Fire hexagram. Zhuge Yi did not stop his attack. The fiery fire of the magma flowed and melded with the power of the ice, eroding Yu Sheng's body. The demon-like figure seemed to be frozen between heaven and earth and then horribly burned by the flames. Hot and cold were the ultimate strengths of the 5 elements. Countless eyes focused on Yu Sheng. A bang was heard and his body moved. The next moment, cracks continued to appear within the frozen heaven and earth. Incessant sounds of crisp squeaking were heard. Yu Sheng stepped forward, and the universe trembled. As the power of ice was crushed by him, the demon-like body of Yu Sheng seemed to be bathed in the flaming fire. The power that attacked him seemed to have been engulfed by him. At this moment, he looked even more terrible, like a demon god from hell. Zhuge Yi's eyes twitched. This guy, can I really shake him? Even with these attacks, there is no chance of moving him? Xia Yi was already extremely ruthless, but when he released the spell with the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, he was still able to quickly suppress Xia Yi and defeat him. But Yu Sheng, like an undefeatable demon god, could not be destroyed, as if no power could ever stir him out of his existence. Clomp! The step that Yu Sheng took trembled in Zhuge Yi's heart. His handsome face slightly twitched. He lifted his head to look at the pattern suspended above Yu Sheng. Then he closed his eyes. At this moment, Zhuge Yi's body seemed to be burning. The ancient hieroglyphs of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams emerged from his body, resonated with the pattern, and the infinite power of the universe flowed into the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern grew ever larger, covering the sky and sheltering the entire form stage. The power of the 5 elements in the universe, even the power of wind and thunder, were surfacing from this pattern. The forum stage seemed to be facing the apocalypse. Glittering lights sprinkling, the rays shined upon Yu Sheng. The next moment, the pattern appeared its infinitely changes with the mountains and rivers of earth hexagram crashing down, like mountains of destruction, attacking Yu Sheng presently. Yu Sheng, like a demon god, looked up at the sky, the 100-foot halberd of the demon god in his hand, piercing the void. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers were punctured and collapsed. But then, chains of thunder surged his way, destructive patterns continuously falling down on him. Their infinite power seemed to destroy all existence and keeping the demon-like figure in place. The cultivators from Jixia, holy place, looked grave. They knew that Zhuge Yi meant business. Endowed with perfect 5 elements, this naturally gifted genius in the Saint Plane had exercised his talents to the extreme. This rare, talented genius possessed extremely high comprehension in cultivation. While he was studying at Jixia Holy Palace, he was taught personally by the saints, so that Zhuge Yi practiced a lot of brutal and domineering abilities, and they were thoroughly integrated. Now it erupted with tremendously terrible power. In this battle, those from the Jixia Holy Palace were not so concerned with winning anymore. Zhuge Yi had done his best. Yi Futian stared at the battlefield and looked at Zhuge Yi thoughtfully. For him to be able to get to this point, Zhuge Yi was indeed a genius, and his natural sage talent was legitimate. If it was not for Yu Sheng and Yaya, these 2 oddities participating in 9 States Forum, Zhuge Yi would have taken the first place in 9 States Forum without a doubt. But unfortunately, Zhuge Yi met Yu Sheng and Yaya, these 2 anomalies at this year's 9 States Forum. It was untimely. Yu Sheng looked up at the devastating attack that fell down. Every part of the body of the demon god turned into dreadful whirlpools, madly engulfing the power of the universe. Even the power of the attack was engulfed and demonized. His body became greater and mightier, and horrifying demonic halberds now surround him. Boom! As his foot touched the ground, the halberd of the demon god in Yu Sheng's hand smashed toward the sky. In that instant, the sky changed its color and countless demonic halberds gathered together, moving as one with the halberd of the demon god and attacking the same direction. A destructive black hole appeared, swallowing up all the forces in the world. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the prison shattered, and the pattern pulverized. Yu Sheng was like a colossal demon god standing from heaven to earth. In his hand, the halberd of demon god blasted the diagram of 5 elements and 8 trigrams out of the void. Whoosh! A storm of incomparable horror swept out, and the airflow over the sky was madly changing. Horrible streams of breaths bloomed toward the grandstand, and many powerful cultivators acted quickly to block the oncoming force. In the void, the light from pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams became dimmer and dimmer, and the light continued to shrink until it finally turned into a single beam and returned inside of Zhuge. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spat out, and the aura of the ancient hieroglyphs on Zhuge Yi's body became tarnished. He looked at Yu Sheng somewhat desperately. Is such an attack still of no avail? Still lost. The people from Jixia Holy Palace sighed under their breaths. Even with the perfection of the 5 elements and natural divine talent, he was still unable to overcome Yu Sheng. The grandstand platform was very quiet. Although Zhuge Yi was defeated, no one had thought of him as weak. On the contrary, he was strong. It was just that he encountered someone even stronger. Zhuge Yi smiled bitterly. He looked at the Yu Sheng and Yaya, then said, I thought that at the 9 States Forum I would take the 1st place. I never expected to be in the 3rd place. However, it is worthwhile to experience the strengths of both of you. This trip was not in vain. Yu Sheng looked at Zhuge Yi and remarked coldly, You are already exceptional. Zhuge Yi was slightly shocked. He did not expect praises from this guy. He smiled, It's all yours now. As he finished, he turned and left, leaving the highest stage of the 9 States Forum to Yu Sheng and Yaya. At this moment, all eyes were on the last 2 standing. So far, no one had really been able to threaten these 2 genius characters. Even someone as strong as Zhuge Yi still could not touch them. Finally, it was time to watch their final showdown. The most tenacious battle of the 9 States Forum. Winner would take 1st place. Finally, we are getting started. At the viewing platform behind Yi Futian, the old village chief looked at the battlefield. He brought Yaya to the 9 States Forum, but in reality, he did not have much hope that there would be people who could defeat her. But the 9 States Forum had gave him a hint of surprise. This guy, Yu Sheng, was indeed strong, extremely strong. Maybe he could fight with Yaya. He was looking forward to it. Yi Futian was also very expectant. He had already detected that Yaya was of a demonic genius and not at all ordinary. She could even detect it when he tried to use the freedom meditation to peer into her thoughts. Jiyu's comments to him later further convinced him of her rarity. But Yu Sheng also belonged to monster level, and within the same realm, it was almost impossible to discern winning or losing. Even he would be reluctant to battle Yu Sheng. What would happen if Yaya battled Yu Sheng? Even if he was looking forward to the battle very much, he still could not say that Yu Sheng would definitely win. Many were looking at Yi Futian, surprised that his prediction had now come true. The final decisive battle really would be between Yaya and Yu Sheng, and the winner would take 1st place. On the immense forum stage, the 2 stood in mid-air, quietly, and no one spoke. A breeze passed through and ruffled Yaya's hair. Her eyes were extremely demonic, while Yu Sheng still remained in battle form as he was before, like a demon god. The 2 of them, one great and one small, creating visual impact. Just then, an invisible wind blew, but with extreme sharpness, started on the forum stage. Yaya's clothes fluttered. Her body slowly rose to gain the same altitude as Yu Sheng, who was like a demon god. She directed her eyes toward Yu Sheng, piercing through to him. In the blink of an eye, Yu Sheng also saw the terrible scene. The demon sword mound, the graveyard, and the bloody sword. Chapter 793. Yu Sheng's body, demon-like, stood there still, with his eyes deeply staring to the front, not avoiding the eye sorcery of Yaya. Yu Sheng's body, demon-like, stood there still, with his eyes deeply staring to the front, not avoiding the ice sorcery of Yaya. In the spiritual will, the sword mound and the bloody sword existed as if in the end of time. The bloody sword was so sharp, and from it permeated a terrible way of the sword will, as if the swords of all heavens were also controlled by it, severing the spiritual will of Yu Sheng bit by bit. However, at this time, in the world of ice sorcery there gathered streams of unlimited demonic magic, gradually morphing them into a statue of gigantic demon god. Ancient, solemn, emanating an essence that overpowered this world, as tyrannical as could be. In the depth of those eyes there was a terrifying disdain, like a real demon. The will of the sword descended, but it did not affect Yu Sheng one bit. The demonic magic that he had cultivated was unique. When his cultivation reached a certain level, astonishing abilities would begin to manifest themselves. He concentrated in the way of the demon and practiced the unparalleled body, but neither did he abandon cultivating the power of spiritual will. The demonic meditation could cast the will of the demon, and it was an extremely forceful spiritual defensive that could not be destroyed. Yaya's lashes fluttered, revealing a shade of surprise. Clearly she was shocked inside. This statue of the demon god appeared in the world of the Sword Mound Cemetery, but it was not at all out of place. Obviously, the attack of spiritual will could not shake Yu Sheng. Yaya's long hair danced in the wind, and the wind upon the forum stage became ever sharper. She stretched out her hands, and endless airflow between heaven and earth gathered around her. Above the firmament, the sword of no limit appeared. Her sword seemed to be different from all of the previous swordsmen, as if it was summoned from ancient times, fierce and solemn. Everyone on the grandstand platform felt the uniqueness of this sword and quietly observing at the battlefield. Before this, Yaya had not fought seriously. Would Yu Sheng be enough reason to force her revealing her real strength? Heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. The swords that seemed to have come from time immemorial did not make sharp and harsh sound, but were surprisingly quiet. But the pressure they gave was even more pronounced. Yaya moved her arms, and in the next moment the sword from the sky suddenly disappeared from where it was, and instead penetrated through space regardless of the distance and landed in front of Yu Sheng. Spatial rule power. Everyone's pupils contracted. Before, when Yaya used her ability, there were some who were aware that it was the power of spatial rule. At this moment, they were even more convinced that the way of sword had been integrated into spatial rule, able to disregard distance and kill at will. Just how horrendous would that be? With Yaya's strength on the stage of 9 States Forum, as long as she was willing, a swing of her sword could kill a genius. At this moment, Yu Sheng was facing the horrible scene of countless swords coming at him. Many were sweating profusely on Yu Sheng's behalf, wondering if his body, no matter how seemingly invincible, could withstand these terrible swords. Bang! Yu Sheng stepped out the moment before the sword landed, both arms trembling, and rays of light on his body flashed simultaneously, which seemed to have penetrated his body. His 7-star acupoints have opened 6. Spirit, breath, essence, and the flesh have all elevated to their limits. The dark golden air flowing around rushed into his body and turned into his power, causing his body to continue its change, as if the demon god had reincarnated. Boom! 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 The sword arrived, as if piercing through the defense of the true body of the demon god, directly hitting the body of Yu Sheng. Shaken, he stumbled back several steps. The swords of all heavens, when simultaneously attacking, was a terrifying scene to behold. Even the invincible flesh was unsettled at the moment. Many took a deep breath. Since 9 States Forum began, Yu Sheng had been undefeated, and this seemed to be the first time that he had retreated. Even genius, such as Juga, he had not been able to make Yu Sheng retreat. But Yaya, with just one blow, the ancient sword crossed the expanse and repelled Yu Sheng. Countless people held their breath, and they knew that the confrontations at 9 States Forum had reached its peak. Yaya, and Yu Sheng both would be invariably shaken. The body of the demon god rubbed against the ground, then stopped. Yu Sheng stood there, head raised. His cold eyes stared at Yaya deeply. As he extended his hands, everyone felt an even more dreadful demonic magic pressuring down at that moment, centered from the body of the demon god, spreading outward toward the entire form stage. Thump! Yu Sheng walked out, and the whole earth shook. Just one step, he crossed the expanse, unimaginably fast, like a god moving toward Yaya. The petite body of Yaya seemed even more insignificant in front of the demon god that was Yu Sheng, but she did not evade him. She looked up at Yu Sheng. Heaven and earth seemed to have darkened and ushered in a world of doomsday. An ancient atmosphere descended upon the battlefield. Many looked up at the sky, revealing a strange look. Zhuge Yi and Yi Guhong both contracted their pupils slightly. This is the scene of the bloody place in Yaya's eyes. Would that scene appear in the real world? Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Yaya's petite body raised her fist that made the hearts of many beat wildly. Did she want to collide hand to hand with Yu Sheng? Was she crazy? The ancient sword appeared out of thin air behind Yaya, and her small fists blasted out to Yu Sheng. Without knowing why, many felt that for once, in the face of Yu Sheng's overbearing power, perhaps her petite fists could really even the score. Bang! The fists of the two collided. Yaya's body flew out to the far distance, hitting the edge of the forum platform, while Yu Sheng likewise fell back, not by the power of the fist, but a sword. The endless sword will penetrated the fists and rushed into his body, wreaking havoc. Both of them retreated. Just then, Yaya's body floated forward, as if nothing had happened, her long hair flying. For the first time, the invincible fist of Yu Sheng did not cause harm. Prior to that, those who dared to collide with Yu Sheng had met with unfortunate end. Was this really flesh and blood? Yaya looked up at the void. Her eyes were bloody and witchy. In an instant, the sky darkened, the space was covered in gloominess, and that ancient sword. Zhuge Yi and Yi Guhong both trembled in their hearts. That scene really was going to appear. Above the firmament, there were countless swords that covered the expanse. Yu Sheng looked up, and the demonic prowess on his body radiated and enveloped the entire form stage. Horrible demonic airflow raged and gradually turned into countless halberds of the demon god, pointing toward the sky. Down! In Yaya's eye, a bloody brilliance flashed, and the swords above the sky fell down, once again ignoring the distance, and slayed toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng roared. An endless halberd of the demon god flew upward to the void and collided with the swords of all heavens that seemed infinite and eternal. Yaya continued to direct her stare toward him, so that there were ancient swords continuous crossing the void to attack. If it was anyone less than Yu Sheng, they would have been annihilated already, and only Yu Sheng could withstand such attack. Even so, the swords that defied spatial distance were simply unstoppable, and landed directly on the true body of the demon god, causing the body to shudder constantly. If allowed to go on, even the true body of the demon god would collapse, and his body was not in fact invincible, merely extended to the limit of the realm of the nobles. He had to end the battle soon. Along with a loud boom, the demon-like body marching on in the apocalyptic rain of swords, allowing the swords of all heavens continue its assault on the body. The scene was astounding to behold. Yu Sheng alighted in front of the Yaya and threw a punch that seemed to burst open the expanse. But a ray of light suddenly effloresced, and Yaya had disappeared with it. Next, Yu Sheng felt a strong attack behind him as Yaya appeared, pressing down a finger behind him, and the horrible way of sword penetrated through the true body. Boom! An extremely strong reactive force transmitted out, and shocked Yaya into retreat. Yu Sheng turned to look at her, only to see that Yaya was already at a distance. No matter how fast he was, facing Yaya's ability in space and distance, he would never be able to attack her if she intended to evade. Your ability is still not enough. How long can you withstand such attacks? Yaya said to Yusheng, even though Yusheng was extremely powerful. But if the village chief wished for her to find someone who could defeat her in the realm of the nobles, he would most likely be disappointed. Everyone who heard her on the grandstand platform was speechless. Yaya had demonstrated unbeatable abilities. Even with Yusheng's unparalleled body, it was only a matter of time before it would break down. Yaya's attacks clearly were capable to hurt him. Continuous battle would eventually overwhelm him. Yusheng's demonic eyes casted a glance at Yaya. He did not respond, but the rule power within his body was released to the fullest. A more horrifying air flow now coursed between heaven and earth. The body of the demon god became ever more massive. Starting with his body as the center, many towering halberds of the demon god appeared in the void. When Yaya saw what was happening before her, she released an extremely sharp light from her eyes. She took a step and disappeared again. This time Yusheng did not bother checking where she was, and called down the halberds from above, not to attack Yaya, but madly smote down, all embedded on the forum stage. At the same time, Yaya appeared once again behind him, again with one finger pointing down. The true body of the demon god shook and cracks seemed to appear. However, Yusheng's eyes were still controlling the descent of the halberds of the demon god. In no time, this space was turned into a world of demonic magic, and the halberds of demon god clamped the space shut. Do you really think this will work? Yaya glanced at the space that was clamped shut, and the swords of all heavens likewise fell from the sky, turning this dark world into a scene of the end days with extreme horror. Yusheng raised his head and looked at her. With just one look, Yaya felt that the heaven and earth seemed to resonate with Yusheng, as if the world of the end days was now controlled by him. An even more terrifying demonic will emerged, and the halberds of the demon god trembled on the ground, and ghost-like shadows of the demon god appeared between heaven and earth. With this as the boundary, here is my world. Yusheng's cold eyes stared at Yaya, and his voice was solemn and ice-cold, which made Yaya's heart quiver. She felt that she was now within the space of the demon god, and in her mind's eye, she saw endless demonic shadows, walking toward her, step by step. At this moment, Yaya was shaken. Someone had actually made her shook. She looked up, staring at Yusheng with bloody eyes. Like a sharp, bloody sword, the swords of all heavens came down on the forum stage. Above the sky, there was a terrible storm that resonated with the sword of heaven and earth. At this instant, all the swordsmen viewing at the grandstand, some actually felt their own swords chiming in response behind them, as if they too wanted to break out of the sheaths. This phenomenon shocked them, and they now had their eyes fixed on Yaya. How did she do it? No, this is my world, Yaya responded coldly. No matter where she was, it would always be her world, the world of the swords. Above the firmament, there was an endless sword descending within the terrible storm. The swords upon the forum stage chimed, and a storm of destruction enveloped this space, the real horror of the slaughtering technique. Is this really the battle of the nobles? The delegates of the 9 states stared at the battlefield. Even the battle of the sages was just about as intense as this. Those who had just entered the realm of the sages, if encountered these two geniuses, perhaps would not be up to par to take them. I felt the essence of the Lord of the Way of the Sword, as if that girl could hold the sword of the world. A powerful swordsman looked at Yaya and commented. Although Yaya's essence was not yet strong, it was enough to move him. The same with Yusheng, someone said. It was the spirit that could overcome the world, demon god incarnate, ruling it all. At this point, Yusheng exercised the method to the strongest level. Had Yaya not been powerful enough, he would not have done so. After the demonic attack was initiated, a terrible scene appeared in his mind. A demon-like figure sat on the throne, overlooking all beings, the demon god lord over the world. Do you admit defeat? Yaya stared at Yusheng, still stubborn. Yusheng casted a cocky look at her, said coldly, "Little girl, you are in no position to ask me that. Sword burial. When Yaya heard what Yu Sheng had to say, she spat out the command in an extremely cold voice. As soon as she finished, a bloody blade of light fell from the sky. The next moment, the swords of all heavens broke through the sky and took aim at Yu Sheng. Bury Yu Sheng with the sword way of all heavens. Limitless magic, a voice sounded inside of Yu Sheng. He looked up and his eyes released a ray of dark light. An immense shadow of demon appeared in the space now. The sword that penetrated the emptiness for the kill suddenly appeared in midair, as if the spatial rules were forcibly interrupted, unable to continue its direct attack toward Yu Sheng. Many beheld this scene with trembling hearts. Could the power of spatial rule be forcibly interrupted? Yu Sheng had said that this was his world. The expanse oscillated, and the swords of all heavens chimed and continued their paths to kill. But Yu Sheng stepped out, and suddenly the eternal demon shadow hauling the halberd of the demon god to slaughter toward the sky, colliding with the falling swords of all heavens, exploding and bursting like crazy. Throughout the firmament, streams of air flew madly into Yu Sheng's body, as if he was devouring and demonizing all the power of this world. Immediately after, Yu Sheng raised his arms and smashing toward the firmament, violent sounds boomed and rumbled. Eternal Devil's fist seemed to blast open the void, running through heaven and earth, destroying the swords of all heavens, and blast toward Yaya, who was above the expanse. Yaya looked at the scene before her, with disbelief in her eyes. How could her world of sword way be crushed? Chapter 794. Looking at that endless aurora of the fists rushing toward her through the expanse, Yaya's body seemed to melt into the void and headed toward the sky, avoiding the attack. Looking at that endless aurora of the fists rushing toward her through the expanse, Yaya's body seemed to melt into the void and headed toward the sky, avoiding the attack. However, she saw that within the endless fist there was another giant fist opening into a palm, grabbing in the void, and instantly a terrible power of bondage was born, oppressing the space. She wanted to cross the expanse again, but the power of spatial rule was again disrupted. As if it was indeed as Yu Sheng had said, this was his world. The aurora of the fists drenched her body, and Yaya seemed to turn her body into a sword, demolishing all the attacking forces that were coming at her. But at this instant, a fist of the demon god punched, and the expanse seemed to burst open. She felt her body flew up toward the sky. Her sword-like body was about to break when it was blown to the firmament. At the grandstand platform, countless people looked up at the battlefield. Sword chi and demonic prowess were still colliding. Yaya's body flew toward the vault above. Everyone's hearts quivered. So powerful it was beyond imagination. They finally understood why Zhu Ge, though claiming the possession of the perfect 5 elements of the divine path, was still defeated and could not compete with these two. They were unbelievably strong. Even those who were in the Saint Plane had never seen any 2 nobles broke out in a fight on this level. Some of them had attended many of the 9 states forums in the past, and there was no doubt that the final battle of this year was definitely the strongest. In the grandstand, the old village chief looked at the scene playing out in front of him and revealed a strange look. He did not expect that at the 9 states forum there really would exist someone who could actually beat Yaya. Just as they were trembling, a blade of light was born above the firmament, a bloody blade of light, joining the swords of all heavens and unified into one sword. Hundreds of thousands of way of the sword, smashing down as air flows, cleaved toward Yu Sheng, who was below. Seeing this scene, the hearts of many beat again. Was it not over yet? How strong was that attack from Yu Sheng? Sages on lower plane probably could not even endure it. Previously, whenever Yu Sheng impacted the opponent directly, was it not the end the battle? Only freaks like Yaya would still continue to flight in the state. The demon-like figure stood tall and saw the bloody blade of light traversing the void coming toward him. He clenched his fists, and the pressure of an extreme horror shrouded heaven and earth, until the speed of the bloody sword seemed to start slowing down under the effect of the demonic power. Endless demonic air streams flew toward Yu Sheng. He was like a demon god who was in control of earth and sky, and a turning of his mind could move everything within this space. A humongous halberd of the demon god appeared, and Yusheng aimed it toward the void, and the endless demonic power in the void rushed upward in countercurrents. The halberd seemed to break the void, colliding with the sword that came through with murderous intent, and wheels of destructive lights blooming toward the surroundings. The halberd of demon god continued rushing to the front, carrying the power of all heavens with it. The sword cheek collapsed and shattered. The way of the sword of all heavens could not surpass the demonic magic in this space. The blood-colored sword blasted high up into the sky, but very quickly, the brilliant light appeared once again. A girl stood above the void, with blood on the corner of her lips. Her breath fluttered, and she watched Yusheng coldly. She clenched her fists, and suddenly an ancient atmosphere descended. There seemed to be an even more terrible storm looming above the sky. Yusheng felt it and frowned at the threatening atmosphere. He glanced at Yaya coldly. "If you still want to fight, I will beat you until you want to stop." Boom! Blood boiled inside, and the demonic power was overwhelming and seemingly getting stronger. Everyone at the grandstand were completely speechless when witnessing this scene. Could it be any stronger? These two, were they even human? Futian was also in a bit of shock. They wanted to continue? This was just too much. How embarrassing it would be for everyone else who fought at the Nine States Forum. "Yaya, that's enough." A voice was heard, and all eyes turned to the old village chief. Yaya raised her head to look at the grandstand, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, showing some stubbornness. But when she saw the stern look in the eyes of the village chief, she nodded and gave Yusheng a dirty look. "Fine, you won. But how dare you hit me?" Yaya's remark attracted everyone's attention again. This did not seem right. The battle that had just occurred was on an epic scale. Now that the battle was over, how come it felt like a little spoiled girl pouting? "How dare you hit me?" What? Numerous eyes fell on Yaya, but she was really just a girl of 15, so everyone could only remain silent. Yusheng also looked at her with shock. When he saw the look in her eyes, he suddenly felt the air went out of him, and that mighty demonic magic dissipated. The true body of the demon god also disappeared as well, and heaven and earth returned to normal. Seeing Yaya was still staring at him, Yusheng scratched his head. How come it felt more troublesome than actual fighting? "It's finished." Seeing that the remaining aura on the forum stage had dissipated, many let out a sigh of relief. For more than 3,000 competitors until the final battle, so the strongest could emerge, Nine States Forum finally came to a close. Moreover, there was no disappointment. Looking at the two figures that were finally standing on the stage, they were the generation to watch out. In the future, there may yet be stories from them. Nine States Forum, Yusheng won. Baron State, the Holy Ji Palace, Yusheng, all stood at the peak of Nine States Forum, and vanquished the geniuses of all the holy lands of Nine States, and took the top place with deciding victory. No one dared to question the validity of his placement as champion. No one dared to question the strength and talent of Yusheng. His way of battle and his domination conquered everyone who came to watch. Even those who were saints, whether they liked him or not, they had to admit that he was magnificently strong. Not only was he unquestionably the champion of this Nine States Forum, even placed in the many Nine State Forums in the past, he could very possibly be the only one who stood at the top. Strong as Ji Hua or Wu Bei or Chu Xiang and these other strong competitors. All of them were crushed by him. Zhuge Yi, with his natural gifted talent to divine path, exhibited unparalleled genius, who had defeated Xia Yi of Summer State, but in the face of Yusheng, Zhuge Yi still did not show much resistance. If Xia Yi was destined for the divine path, then what about Yaya? What about Yusheng? This year's Nine States Forum, there appeared at least 3 qualifiers who demonstrated gifts to the divine path. One can only imagine how glorious this generation would be. People who came from all walks of life from Eastern State felt extremely excited and satisfied. The two people who finally stood at the peak of the battle were the ones that no one had ever thought of before Nine States Forum began. No one even knew who they were. When Yu Sheng came out to speak for Baron State before Nine States Forum started, how many people gave him the boot, and who took him seriously? On what basis would a disciple from Baron State dare to question the arrangement of Shihua, Sacred Mountain? That was him asking to be embarrassed. Now, that stubborn burly youth stood there, but who dared to make fun of him? As long as Yu Sheng was willing, he can enter any holy lands of 9 states and choose any saint from 9 states as his mentor. Who would refuse such a disciple as he? However, some people were displeased. Great Zhou Sacred King was somewhat unhappy. He did not like the people of Baron State, and there was no particular reasons for that dislike. Perhaps it was because the people from Baron State had gone head-to-head with the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty from the beginning. Or perhaps because, in his eyes, the people from Baron State appeared modest just to cover their air of superiority which seemed insincere. In short, he was displeased, so he observed it all with a cold detachment, and did not bother to cover up his displeasure. After all, he was a saint, and there was no need for him to pretend for anyone's benefit. Zhou Zi and many others were unhappy as well. Of course, there was also Kong Yao of the Celestial Cliffs, who never though that there was a freaky genius from Baron State named Yi Futian, and then there was also Yu Sheng. He had looked into Yi Futian and his cohort. Yu Sheng seemed to have been with Yi Futian from very early on. Both entered Baron State from Eastern Baron territory, and both were so strong. In fact, not only the two of them, but Yi Wuqian and Huajiu also could not be ignored. Unexpectedly from the declining Baron State, its younger generation was so dazzling. It was undeniable that Sage Chunyang made a good move before his death by making Yi Futian the palace lord. Spectacular. At this point, Sky Saint let out a praise. There was genuine appreciation in his eyes for both Yu Sheng or Yaya. Everyone from the holy lands of 9 states nodded. It was indeed spectacular. Those geniuses who had tasted defeat at their hands could not claim it was undeserved. I never expected that I would feel so thrilled by the battle between the young ones. This is a first. Glass Saint laughed daintily, her voice crisp and gentle. She spoke the truth. As a cultivator of St. Plain, she had seen it all. However, Yu Sheng and Yaya's battle really moved her because she felt the courage of this epic collision. Even if none of her disciples made it into the top 10, she still felt that the overall experience was worthwhile. At the 9 States Forum this year, Yu Sheng, disciple of the Holy Ji Palace from Baron State, is the champion. At this time, Saint Shihua announced with a clear voice that reverberated between heaven and earth, echoing in the area of 9 States Forum, held once every 3 years, the stage that brought the geniuses of all holy lands of the 9 states. Yu Sheng, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace from Baron State, took the championship. Second place, Yaya. Third place, Zhuge Yi. Saint Shihua personally announced the top 10 ranking one by one and said, "Go back to the battlefield. You top 10 of 9 States Forum. This glory is yours." Zhuge Yi, Xia Yi, and the others walked back onto the forum stage. Their hearts were also disquieted. They were the top geniuses from all the holy lands, and were by nature extremely proud and confident. They wanted to exhibit their prowess at 9 States Forum by crushing other geniuses. But this time, these few freaks had taken away all the attention. Even figures such as Zhuge Yi seemed to have his glow dimmed in comparison. Only Yu Sheng and Yaya would be remembered. Yu Sheng turned his head to look in the direction of Baron State, and his gaze landed on Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled at him and returned his gaze. "Although you took the first place, but don't be too full of yourself." At this moment, he was happy for Yu Sheng. He had thought before that after this battle, the people of 9 states would remember the name of Yu Sheng. However, this battle still exceeded his wildest imagination. Such battle was enough even for the most powerful figures of 9 states to remember. Yu Sheng nodded and looked away. first place at 9 States Forum. He had won back the respect for Baron State. At the moment, many looked at Yi Futian. Such a rare genius came from the Holy Ji Palace, and Yi Futian seemed none too disturbed. Chapter 795. They all looked at the young, handsome leader of the Baron State, and many felt impressed one way or another. They all looked at the young, handsome leader of the Baron State, and many felt impressed one way or another. The Baron State, who had not had saints among them for many years, had a young leader bring a group of people to participate in the 9 State Forum and ended up achieving a very surprising, miraculous, glorious result. It could even be said that the students of the Baron State were the strongest in this year's 9 State Forum. Among the top 10 who stood on the forum stage at that moment, there were 2 from the Baron State, 2 from the Summer State, and 2 from Qi State. Furthermore, Yu Sheng emerged as the champion of the event. No one had even anticipated before the 9 State Forum was held that the Baron State would emerge on top of everyone else. Many wondered before that with the ones from the Baron State being so exceptional, just how capable the new young palace lord from the Holy Ji Palace truly was. Many had been curious about it, but such curiosity reached new heights with Yu Sheng being crowned champion of the event. After seeing how Yu Sheng fought, many were in the opinion that it would be impossible for Yi Futian to overpower Yu Sheng, no matter how powerful the young palace lord was. Yu Sheng was one specimen of top-notch, a cutting-edge genius that was difficult to find in all of the 9 states. There were even some who wondered if it was possible to take Yu Sheng in and have him train in their sacred ground instead. I have said before that all top 10 participants in this year's 9 State Forum are to be rewarded. Saint Shihua's voice was heard, and he turned to look at the 10. Yu Sheng, the champion of 9 State Forum, bestowed with the holy item, the battle axe of judgment. He waved his hand as soon as he finished, and a bat leaks gleaming with terrifying aura throughout its entire form appeared and floated before Yu Sheng. Everyone looked at that holy item. While none of the sacred grounds lacked such equipment, a holy item was still something incredibly precious, and every one of the geniuses throughout the 9 states wanted one for themselves. The holy item now belonged to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng extended his hand and held the axe. Terrifying aura pulsed, but he did not rush to feel its might, putting it away instead. He said to Saint Shihua, "Thank you, Senior." "You deserve it," Saint Shihua smiled and said. He then waved again, and the catalogue of saints floated before Ya, saying, "First runner-up of the 9 State Forum, Ya, bestowed with the catalogue of saints." Yaya took it without any hint of reservation and said, "Thanks. Which village are you from, young one?" Saint Shihua asked with a smile. All eyes suddenly shifted to Yaya. Yi Futian's talent and Yaya's background were perhaps what everyone present was most curious about. The nameless village. Nameless village? Saint Shihua looked puzzled. "You know, just a village without a name," Yaya said again. Saint Shihua looked stunned and took a good look at the young girl. But there was no way he would have gotten into a petty argument with a 15-year-old girl. Ahem. Yi Futian looked at the scene feeling awkward. The girl actually dares tease a saint. She is something, all right, almost every bit like that village chief of hers. Second runner-up of 9 State Forum, Zhuge bestowed with a holy pill, Saint Shihua continued. All remaining 7 of the top 10 were rewarded one after another. Saint Shihua looked at everyone present. After all 10 were rewarded, he smiled and said, "I have said before that if any of the top 10 would like to train in Shihua, Sacred Mountain, they would be welcomed as my student and would be tutored by all 3 saints of ours. Would of you be willing to take the offer?" Many people's eyes sparkled as they looked at Saint Shihua. 7 out of the 10 were tutored by saints, and they all hailed from other renowned sacred grounds. In truth, Saint Shihua's words were meant for 3 people, Yu Sheng, Yaya, and Huajiu. There was still hope for the 3 of them to train under saints. There was no reply. It was naturally impossible for Yu Sheng and Hua Jiu to train in Shihua Sacred Mountain. As for Yaya, she was simply looking around the place without much care, making it apparent that she had not given it any thought. Saint Shihua felt somewhat disappointed at the response. Any sacred ground in the 9 states would have wanted someone with talents like Yu Sheng and Yaya among their ranks. Hua Ji was just as exceptional, and her potential had yet to be truly brought to light. Telekinetic powers capable of attacking and controlling spiritual wills were signs of her being the ultimate sorcerer, which meant that she had incredible achievements waiting for her in the future. Saint Shihua did not respond immediately. He turned around to look at Yi Futian and said, "Yi Futian, I promised you that if there were to be any from the Barren State in the top 10, I would reward the Barren State with a holy item." Saint Shihua knew by then, without a doubt, that he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. That boy Yu Sheng was incredibly exceptional right from the beginning and deliberately led me into a trap. He was incredibly humble and polite, so far so as to offer a holy item from the Holy Ji Palace. As a saint, there was simply no way Saint Shihua would have lost his bearing right there and then. As such, he had to respond to Yi Futian's offer, but by doing so, he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. Worse still, there was no way he could have blamed Yi Futian for anything, as the young man had not behaved inappropriately before. Yi Futian had been so polite and humble that he even refused the counter-offer at his own will, making him look like a humble member of the young generation like no other. Besides, Yi Futian said it himself, this is his first time venturing outside the Barren State, and he has no idea how powerful the others from other states are. What more can I say to that? Saint Shihua had no choice but to admit defeat in front of everyone. Many wore bewildered looks on their faces after hearing Saint Shihua's words. The Sky Saint wore a faint smile. It was quite surprising for Saint Shihua, the lord of the sacred mountain, to be set up by a member of the younger generation, and, worse still, rendered utterly incapable of retorting. Many turned to look at Yi Futian with amused looks. Kong Yao turned to look at him with cold eyes. While Saint Shihua had indeed lost in this battle of wits, will Yi Futian be able to stomach an extra holy item like that? Yi Futian stood and bowed slightly at Saint Shihua, saying politely, "I beg your forgiveness, senior." Many looked puzzled at Yi Futian's reaction. "What do you mean?" Saint Shihua felt puzzled as well, looking at Yi Futian. "I was somewhat looked down on when I came to participate in the 9-state forum after taking over as the palace lord of the Holy Zich Palace of the Barren State, and I couldn't help but feel rather dissatisfied. As such, despite knowing how immensely talented Yu Xing was, I went on to incite you with words, 'Great Saint,' so as to vent my frustration. With Yu Sheng emerging as the champion of the 9-state forum, we from the Barren State share the glory as well. Furthermore, Yu Sheng has been bestowed with a holy item by you. I'm afraid I dare not accept yet another gift from you, and I hope you don't bear a grudge against me for my trespasses," Yi Futian said with a smile. Many great figures throughout the 9 states looked at him with great interest, rather surprised by his actions. The level of proficiency in dealing with social matters is nothing like that of a member of the younger generation who is still in his 20s. Not only did he not ask for the promised holy item, but he even went on to apologize to Saint Shihua, speaking his mind about everything related to the matter. In truth, everyone knew by then that Saint Shihua had been set up by Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had truly taken that holy item, it would have been anyone's guess if that item would have been boon or his bane. However, the words he had just spoken gave ample face to Saint Shihua. Saint Shihua felt rather surprised as his deep eyes stared at Yi Futian. He continued, "I've made my promise, and I cannot back out of it. And that promise was my fault, senior. There is no need for you to behave as such with me. If you insist, I'd be more than willing to hand the holy item to Shihua Sacred Mountain for safekeeping. Should I need help with anything in the future, I'd like to exchange a favor for the holy item. What do you think?" Yi Futian smiled. This kid. Many stared at Yi Futian, surprised at how clever he actually was. This guy is trading the holy item for a favor from Saint Chihua. A favor from a saint was no small matter. Furthermore, not only had his actions given face to Saint Chihua, but there was also no need to take out a holy item. There was no way the saint would be petty with him about what happened before, which had rid Yi Futian of any loose ends. Saint Chihua took a look at Yi Futian with eyes of admiration. He had indeed misjudged things, as he should not have underestimated the people of the barren state, simply because the state had no saints. This young palace, lord of the Holy Ji Palace, is sure not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, there are people like Yu Shang and the others by his side. The barren state might truly be able to achieve a great deal in the future. Saint Chihua naturally would not argue any further, since Yi Futian was willing to give him face in the matter. He smiled and said, Yi Futian, I look forward to the future achievements of the barren state. If you should need help with anything, you are welcome at Chihua Sacred Mountain. Thank you, Yi Futian bowed and said. The Sky Saint and the Glass Saint both looked at Yi Futian with eyes of admiration. Not only did he not offend Saint Chihua, but he had also actually forged closer ties with him, wiping off the friction on the battlefield without a trace. The kid sure knows his way with things. Things were, at the moment, very much in Yi Futian's favor. Sage, Wanxiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others beside Yi Futian also looked at Yi Futian with eyes of praise. There had been quite a number of people waiting for him to take the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace back then. Yet, he simply went off to the Eastern Barren Territory to train alone, only agreeing to the arrangement several months later. It seemed that he was truly prepared at the very moment when he agreed to become the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. The barren state was deemed weak, and they had attracted too much attention in the 9-State Forum. A nail that stuck out was to get hammered. If Yi Futian had really gone on to take an extra holy item from Chihua Sacred Mountain, it would have worried Yi Futian's elders. However, Yi Futian's actions right there were impeccable, tying up all loose ends and ending all troubles that would have come. Saint Chihua turned his eyes to everyone present. His eyes were smiling, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. He raised his voice and said, Any who made it to the top 100 in the 9-State Forum are welcome to train in Chihua Sacred Mountain. I'll tutor them when I'm able to. Thank you, great saint. Many bowed slightly at Saint Chihua. Saint Chihua continued with a smile. With that, I conclude the 9-State Forum for this year. Thank you all for coming here from all over the 9 states. It is my honor, as well as that of Chihua Sacred Mountain, to be able to hold this event. It's finally over. Voices were heard from the western side of the grandstands, with many feeling that they had not yet had enough. Those people had witnessed what the best among the young from all over the 9 states were truly capable of. Some of those people would make it to the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states in the future. Hey kid, you're training in the power of rules of space. Do you mind coming to train with me for a while? The Sky Saint's eyes turned to Yaya, who was still on the forum stage, making the place silent once again. The Sky Saint was versed in space-related powers, and the Sky Saint felt rather itchy seeing Yaya, wanting to take in another student. I'm not going nowhere. Yaya shook her head and turned to look at the village chief, seemingly having no interest in training under a saint. All right. The Sky Saint did not push her and smiled, nodding instead. The kid sure has an attitude. Yu Sheng. Someone was shouting at that moment. Everyone turned their head and found it was someone from Vajra region. A high monk draped in a kasaya looked at Yu Sheng and said, You've trained your body well and are unparalleled in the physical arts. The Vajra region has many arts to train the body with and is most suitable to further your training. Besides, you train in the demonic arts. While it is indeed extremely powerful, it will make you succumb to your demons, thus losing yourself. The Buddhist methods of Vajra region would be able to help complement that weakness and make you stronger. Would you like to train in the Vajra region? Even the monks go about fighting for talented ones now. Many looked at the high monk from Vajra region. It seemed that they were unable to sit still. Yu Sheng's talents were indeed enough to prompt them to do so, and the high monk was right. Vajra region was indeed very suitable for Yu Sheng to train in. The Sky Saint and the Glass Saint smiled at each other. What the monks were doing was akin to trying to rob the barren state, and they did so without reservations. If it were others' sacred grounds, they might have argued and fought the Vajra region right there and then. For instance, would Vajra region even try to rob Jixia Holy Palace and the Xia clan of Zhuge Yi and Xiayi? Yu Sheng. The great Chu clan has the most suitable holy arts for you to train with, and we have holy items that would benefit your training as well. What do you think? As Mighty One from the great Chu clan of Cloud State said without any reservations. The 9-state college is versed in many arts. We are also the number college in all of the 9 states. The Jixia Holy Palace. One mighty one after another opened their mouths. Representatives from many sacred grounds actually made offers to Yu Sheng at the same time. All the conditions were very good, throwing out holy arts and holy items like they cost nothing. All of those were things that students of sacred grounds could have only dreamed of, and they were easily within Yu Sheng's reach, so long as he said yes to any of them. They really have no reservations. Yi Futian saw the scene and said, if someone from some sacred ground were to take the lead and ask, it was only natural for others to follow suit. They did not care if Yu Sheng actually agreed to it, but they owed it to themselves to at least try. Yu Sheng scratched his head, hearing all the invitations thrown at him. The offers were indeed enticing. He turned around and took a look at Yi Futian before shaking his head, saying, I'm a student of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, so it is only natural that I cannot train in other places. Thank you for your offers. There is no saint to tutor you, and their resources are limited. Your training will be hindered, someone said. Are you concerned with how the Barren State thinks of you? Someone else said, and their eyes were on Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved his hands, seeing the eyes of everyone on him, and said, Please do whatever you wish. If Yu Sheng is willing, the Barren State would be willing to let me go any time. Please do continue. Many looked at Yi Futian, feeling rather speechless. Is he welcoming others to come rob him? Something sure is wrong with his brain. However, Yi Futian was actually taking it all like he was watching a circus performance. They were welcome to do whatever they pleased while he simply sat back and watched. Robbing Yu Sheng from the Holy Ji Palace. This looks amusing. Many continued to throw offers about without reservations after hearing what Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng turned around and glared at Yi Futian. This shithead is doing this on purpose. I'm sorry. Yu Sheng simply broke through the noise at the moment, bowed, turned around, and left with those from the Barren State. You had to be direct at times like this. Chapter 796. Everyone was dumbfounded at Yu Sheng's antics, who returned to sit behind Yi Futian. He was completely unfazed by all the invitations thrown at him. Everyone was dumbfounded at Yu Sheng's antics, who returned to sit behind Yi Futian. He was completely unfazed by all the invitations thrown at him. The scene made everyone understand that Yu Sheng shared a very deep bond with Yi Futian. Despite all the invitations from the sacred grounds of the 9 states, there was not the slightest hint of interest seen on his face. His attitude said it all. All of them had no hopes of roping him in. Such a pity. Many thought that Yu Sheng had a surreal fate in being able to train in such unreal demonic methods. It would have done him a lot of good if he were to be able to train in other sacred grounds, such as the Vajra region and the 9-state college. At the very least, he would have been able to grow faster and set his path on becoming a saint sooner. Many turned to look at Yi Futian, who simply shrugged, a gesture telling them that he had nothing to do with Yu Sheng's decision. That brat. Everyone glared at Yi Futian, knowing that he had full confidence that there was simply no way Yusheng would have left the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Sioux, Quebec, another voice was heard at that moment. It was from the Sea clan of Feng State's corner, an elder with a dark complexion from Sea clan, who looked rather spooky, looked at Su Ke and said, "The arts you train at fit what we do at Sea clan very well. If you'd be willing to train under us, I'd be happy to recommend you to our leader, the Sea Saint, and have you study under him." Many turned to look at the elder from Sea clan. It seemed that someone had extended an invitation to Su Ke of the Barren State after being unable to get Yusheng to join them. Su Ke was versed the power of rules of darkness. While he was unable to make it to the top 10, he was nonetheless an incredibly talented student, especially as his training fit that of the Sea clan very well, which made him eligible to be a personal student of the Saint of Killers. It was deemed the best path for Su Ke to take. Su Ke's eyes sparkled as he turned to look at the one speaking to him. As someone who came from the Tingxua house, it was a given that he knew of the Saint of Killers. The figure was like a manifestation of his people's faith, so he would have been lying if he said that he was uninterested. It was a dream opportunity for a cultivator like him to train under the Saint of Killers. He turned his eyes to Yi Futian, shrugged, and asked, "What do you think?" "Have it your way," Yi Futian smiled and said. "Shouldn't you at least try to keep me?" Su Ke looked at Yi Futian, feeling rather speechless. "He actually didn't try to hold me back. Get lost." Yi Futian rolled his eyes at Sioux, Quebec. It was the people of all 9 states turned to be speechless at their antics. Su Ke scoffed at Yi Futian and gestured exasperatingly at the elder at Sea clan, saying, "You can see for yourself, elder. Somebody here is already getting upset here. If I were to leave right now, I'd break his heart. As such, I'll be staying back at the Holy Ji Palace to train for the time being. I'll pay Elder Sea Saint at Feng State a visit, should the opportunity present itself in the future." Yi Futian was completely baffled. "Me? Getting upset? Breaking my heart if you leave? Gosh, this guy is shameless." Everyone else from the other states was speechless yet again. Another refusal. Furthermore, the conversation between Su Ke and Yi Futian felt like friendly jabs and banter with one another. While their relationship was that of a palace lord and a student, they were of the same generation, and it would seem that they had trained together before Yi Futian took over as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yusheng and Su Ke both declined offers of becoming students of saints. Does Yi Futian have that much charisma about him? Are there really things in the Barren State that they deem worthy of staying behind for? However, everyone else from the Holy Ji Palace, such as Sage Wanxiang, felt rather impressed, and the scene had them thinking. Yi Futian had caused dissatisfaction among many when he listed the candidates to train with him in the Sage Hall. Back then, Yi Futian had said that the ones needed to be nurtured in the Barren State then had to be more than just those with exceptional talents. There were other factors to be taken into consideration. What he said was proven at that very moment. If students like Shimen Hanjiang were in Su Ke's shoes, would they have just taken the offer of other sacred grounds right there and then? After all, it would have been overwhelmingly easy to choose a path that would have suited one's interests best at times like that, and that would have been joining a more sacred ground and learning under a true saint. Very well. The elder from the Feng State nodded and did not pursue the matter further. While a talented one like Su Ke was indeed rare, it was not exceptionally so. The 9-state forum was held once in 3 years, and the ones participating in the event were simply the most talented at the pinnacle of noble plane. There were other top-notch talented ones in other planes. But then again, the ones like Yu Shang and Yaya were truly, exceptionally rare people. The talents of those two were probably some of the best ever seen for the past several decades throughout all of the 9 states, let alone the event that was held once in 3 years. Zhu Ge was known to be a genius that appeared once in 100 years in Jisha Holy Palace, but he was beaten by those two nonetheless, a feat which spoke volumes of their talents. However, Both of them were completely unfazed by the invitations of the many sacred ground representatives present. The people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State sure have an attitude, the Zhou Sacred King said nonchalantly. His somewhat golden eyes turned to Yi Futian of the Barren State's direction and said, "On the path of cultivation, there are those who are born with uncommon talents. There are those who train and know much but reveal little. And there are those who move indomitably forward with a firm mind. It is a good thing to have an attitude, just so long as it doesn't get in the way of developing one's talents." "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Yi Futian nodded at the Zhou Sacred King. The king turned his eyes away, his expression cold, without saying anything more. Zhou Ye, who was standing behind the king, said, "I heard that the previous palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace gave his life and called upon Emperor Xia to have you, Palace Lord Yi, take your current position. He went through all that just to keep you safe from Jisheng Cliffs. Under such a background, and you taking the students of the Holy Ji Palace outside the Barren State, showing everyone from the states your mettle, it would be safe to assume that your talents are even more exceptional than those of the students of the Barren State, which is why you were chosen as the successor." Countless eyes turned to look at Yi Futian as soon as Zhou Yi finished. Everyone was curious about Yi Futian's background. After all, Yi Futian's status at his place was different from the other sacred grounds. He was peers with Yu Sheng and the rest of the students. It was also said that he was but a noble when he was chosen to take the place of Palace Lord. If he were chosen under such circumstances, it would then be within reason that his talents were more immense than that of his peers. Yu Sheng was crowned champion of the 9-State Forum. As the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, shouldn't your talents be even more exceptional than Yu Sheng's, Palace Lord Yi? A mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light asked. Since someone started the topic, everyone became eager to see what the young Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace was truly made of. Our students at Jisheng Cliffs have had first-hand experience with Palace Lord Ye's talents, and they might actually be more exceptional than what many expected of him. Kong Yao of the Jisheng Cliffs said nonchalantly, showering praise to Yi Futian without reserve. Kong Yao was up to something, and he did not mind Yi Futian displaying his talent in front of the crowd. "Is that so? Our Palace Lord Ye's talents peerless in all of the 9 states, then?" Many had gotten even more curious. Everyone in the grandstands behind Yi Futian all looked the handsome figure sitting before them. Saint Shihua, the Sky Saint, and other saints from the eastern state did not do anything to stop them. They simply sat back and watched the fiasco instead. Even the glass saint turned to smile at Yi Futian. They too were curious. The Barren State's participation that year had given them too many surprises, after all. The Barren State's corner in the grandstands became the focus of everyone present in that vast space, and Yi Futian, who was sitting at the forefront, became the very center of attention. Yi Futian smiled and looked completely composed as he addressed everyone present. "I'm truly flattered by all the praises you shower me with. While I do admittedly have decent talent, I dare not claim to be peerless in all of the 9 states. Furthermore, in today's event, Yu Sheng, a student of ours from the Holy Ji Palace, truly displayed that his physical prowess is indeed peerless, while I'm nothing close that. Yaya is capable of taking care of her opponents using space manipulation, while I'm utterly incapable of such feats. Zhuge Yi was born with complete 5 elements, and his manipulation of said elements is truly perfect, while I do not have such abilities. There's simply no way to say that my talents are peerless in all of the 9 states." "You're being too humble, Palace Lord Yi. Yu Sheng's case aside, I'd like to know why it was you who was chosen to take the place of Palace Lord instead of Yu Sheng and the others then," Zhou Yi continued. "Perhaps it was due to my luck, having many of my elders have high expectations of me." Yi Futian simply smiled and said, "You are indeed humble, Palace Lord Yi." Zhou Yi continued calmly, "As it is the 9-State Forum today, and there are so many geniuses hailing from all 9 states, with top-class figures from even the sage plane present instead of just nobles. How about you take the opportunity to show a thing or two to everyone from all 9 states? Palace, Lord Yi? Zhou Ye's voice was heard all over the place, and countless eyes stared at Yi Futian. Zhou Yi was attempting to get Yi Futian to make a move. Most from the other states were perhaps displeased at how Yu Shang of the Barren State ended up as the champion of that year's 9-state forum. As such, they wanted to know what Yi Futian was capable of. If you'd like to see a spar between sages, we've got quite a number of sages from the Barren State as well. If anyone from the other states would like to try us out, we from the Barren State would be happy to oblige. Zhuge Mingyue, who was beside Yi Futian, smiled and said, Zhou Ye, or even the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, might have been immensely talented, but they were not the king himself. There is no way Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, will act just because someone told him to. Does Yi Futian have to fight all of the genius sages from the other states? I'm addressing Palace, Lord Yu. Zhou Ye turned his eyes at Zhuge Mingyue. While he was still smiling, his words turned rather sharp. What he truly meant was someone like Zhuge Mingyue had no place interrupting the conversation. He was talking to Yi Futian, not her. Countless, in the grandstands, turned to look at Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye was no ordinary figure in the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He was hailed to be the successor of the great Zhou sacred king. Even Zhou Ye was deemed below him in the sacred dynasty. Zhou Ye's status and talents made him worthy of addressing Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, directly. At the moment, Zhou Ye was showing his forceful side. Zhuge Mingyue's smile turned rather stiff, and the eyes of Gu Donglu, who was sitting right beside her, turned cold. But then Yi Futian said, "What my second sister said was what I meant." He glared at Zhou Ye with sharp eyes. He was without a doubt able to sense Zhou Ye's pride, but there were simply people Yi Futian would not tolerate being insulted by anyone. "Is that so?" Zhou Ye stood and walked out. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, "I, Zhou Ye, would like to spar with you, Palace Lord Yi, just so to learn a thing or two." Zhou Ye shone brilliantly. Countless eyes from the geniuses of the sacred dynasty fell onto him. Zhou Ye walked out and was asking for a friendly match in name, but what he meant to do was simply to challenge Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. The place where the event was held was dead silent once again. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Yi Futian. Will he accept the challenge? At that moment, everyone saw a faint smile appearing on Yi Futian's face. He stood up and looked at Zhou Ye, saying, "Since you'd like to have a friendly spar, Prince, I, as the palace lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two." Chapter 797. Chapter 797. Teaching someone a thing or two. Chapter 797. Teaching someone a thing or two. Countless eyes were frozen right there, looking at the figure dressed in white as Yi Futian was done with his words. "I, as the palace lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two." Palace Lord Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, referring to himself as Palace Lord for the first time, said to teach a thing or two to Zhou Ye in a holier-than-thou tone. What he meant there was, "Since you begged me, I will oblige." It seemed as if those words were spoken by an elder to their juniors. The pride and attitude were very obvious. However, the fact was that he had probably been a sage not long ago, and Zhou Ye was considered his peer. Zhou Ye's powers were probably no weaker than his. As for status, Zhou Ye was a prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and a figure known to be the successor of the sacred king. If they were to speak in terms of the status of sacred grounds, Yi Futian would have easily been higher, given that he was a palace lord of a sacred ground. But then again, he was still a palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State, which had fallen onto hard times, while the great Zhou sacred dynasty was in full flourish. As such, Zhou Ye's status was not actually lower than that of Yi Futian. Furthermore, The chess saint had chosen Lu Zong over him, which served as a further testament of that fact. However, Yi Futian had actually answered Zhou Ye's intentions. You ask to be taught a thing or two. I then, as the palace lord of a sacred ground, will teach you a thing or two. Everyone had gotten excited at the turn of events. The barren state had been too dazzling in this year's 9-state forum. Yu Sheng was crowned the champion, and everyone grew interested in how capable Yi Futian was. At that moment, he finally stopped concealing his pride and walked out. They would be able to see how capable the young leader of the barren state was and how he fared compared to Yu Sheng. Even the saints of the eastern state turned their eyes to the confrontation, showing immense interest. Boundless golden light shimmered on Zhou Ye, which shrouded the sky of the forum stage. A regal, huge, golden phoenix appeared. As it flapped its wings, countless shadows of the phoenix seemed to streak through the air, heading for Yi Futian with a destruction aura. It would be an honor to learn from you, Palace Lord Yi, Zhou Ye said, whose voice sounded regal yet cold. He had never anticipated Yi Futian to retort in such a forceful manner. He grew eager to see how Yi Futian would be able to teach him anything. You're welcome, Yi Futian answered coldly. A tremendously dazzling screen of stars lit up around him, blocking all of the phoenix shadows coming at him, making them incapable of touching his body at all. Both men began trading blows while they were still chatting. Countless held their breaths as they stared at Zhou Ye. As the huge golden phoenix behind him continued to flap its wings, more and more golden phoenixes appeared in the air and took tangible forms. The golden phoenixes turned into terrifying storms, dancing about as they soared the skies. The golden wings were incredibly sharp as they went about cutting the space before them. The scene was a brilliant one. It was as if the phoenixes had descended upon their realm. Zhou Ye is going at it for real. Many people's minds shook violently at the brilliant lights dancing about in the air. Zhou Ye had only broken into the sage plane a little more than a year ago. His plane was already incredibly stable, and his development of rules had matured. He was able to manipulate his surroundings with his will alone. Zhou Ye had once been known the most powerful noble in all of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. While he had not been a sage for long, he had already been lauded highly as the successor of the sacred king. His talents reigned supreme in all of the sacred dynasty. Yi Futian was at the same plane as him, which was why Zhou Ye wanted to spar with Yi Futian. However, it remained to be seen who, at the same plane as Zhou Ye, would be capable enough to teach that unparalleled genius of the great Zhou sacred dynasty anything. One phoenix after another, having taken tangible forms, rushed and rammed hard at Yi Futian's starry defenses. The screen of light shook and dazzling starlight coursed on it as if it would have cracked and shattered at any given moment, but it stayed intact and incredibly stable. Some defenses indeed. Many praised, but it was not a surprise at all. As a leader of the Holy Ji Palace, and there being so many uncanny geniuses in the barren state, how could he, Yi Futian, be a weakling? Zhou Ye remained unfazed. The vast forum stage became incredibly wild and unruly. Many golden phoenixes danced about in the sky and coalesced behind Zhou Ye. A terrifying storm whipped up soon enough. An even greater golden phoenix appeared, with Zhou Ye's body at the center, melding into one single being with him. The demonic-looking eyes of the bird shot golden lightning. They looked identical to Zhou Ye's eyes. The great wings shone brilliantly as they flapped, and the golden light emanated seemed to be able to cut the space around them apart. Boom! The huge golden phoenix wings trembled, and storms of even greater magnitude manifested. Lethal golden colors shot about in the air, and the huge phoenix dived with its wings cutting down, tearing the space around them. Everyone turned their eyes to the sky above the forum stage and saw beams of golden light shooting down, cutting the air into pieces as they landed around Yi Futian. The hearts of many leaped. What a terrifying attack! Yi Futian was caught in the center of the storm at the moment, as if it was only a matter of time before he was torn to pieces. Yi Futian lifted his head and pierced the phoenix's shadow with his eyes. He looked straight at the eyes of the phoenix itself, which had an oppressively overbearing aura as well as coldness. Those eyes that he looked at were Zhou Ye's own. At the moment, a formless power covered every corner of the form stage. The unruly storms seemed to have turned sluggish with the incredibly huge phoenix shadow striking down at him. The space around them seemed to have been frozen solid by that formless power. Space freezing. A line was uttered from Yi Futian's mouth. The terrifying golden phoenixes around him all froze and ceased moving as he said the line. It was as if everything had stopped in an instant, giving birth to a brilliant, picturesque scene hanging in the air. However, the incredibly huge phoenix shadow continued to come down at Yi Futian, as if the bird intended to tear apart the power of rules that froze the space. It stayed on its set course, unflinchingly. That was the battle of rules. Space rules were not invincible. However, the speed at which Zhou Ye's phoenix was flying down had been severely reduced. Power of rules of space. The eyes of the people of the other states all sparkled. Yi Futian also developed space rules, but different from Yaya's. Yaya wielded space manipulation, while Yi Futian developed space freezing, both of which were branches of space rules. Countless eyes stared at the battlefield. Everyone saw Yi Futian step forward at the very next moment, turning into a bolt of starlight, streaking through the space, shining incredibly brilliant light on the field, zipping about the frozen golden phoenixes in the air, ultimately arriving right before Zhou Ye. Yi Futian attacked Zhou Ye right away with a single attack, which was so difficult to trace that many were unable to see it as more than a punch. The attack launched like a meteor as it landed in the shadow of the great phoenix's shadow. Boom! A muffled rumble was heard, and many saw the great golden phoenix being thrown backward by the attack, streaking in the air like a beam of golden light as it crashed at the edge of the form stage. Such power! The hearts of many seemed ready to leap out of their chests. Imbued with the rules of stars, the eyes of the great figures of all 9 states glittered. Yi Futian's punch might have looked simple, but rules of stars were imbued within that single attack, making it packed with the force of a star. The phoenix might have been huge, but it was unable to withstand such an attack and was thrown backward all the same. One attack was all it took to send Zhou Ye flying. Many people's hearts continued to pump hard at the silent scene. Many continued to stare at the figure clad in white in the air. So powerful. The great Zhou Sacred King's eyes glittered as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was seen standing in the air quietly, looking Zhou Ye, who had taken to the air again. He said, "Flashy moves without substance are mostly useless techniques. Those moves will do you no good in battle. It is best that you keep the use of such moves to a minimum in the future." Wah! Everyone turned speechless. Yi Futian is actually teaching Zhou Ye without reservation. Zhou Ye became clad in his golden phoenix form, obscuring his face, but it was assumed to look incredibly frustrated. That much was seen from his incredibly sharp eyes. Both of them were of the same plane, and Yi Futian's words sounded like an insult to him. "Since when do I need teachings from you, Yi Futian?" A loud phoenix cry was heard as Zhou Ye's golden phoenix form flew straight up, basked in golden divine fire, looking incredibly dazzling. It dove soon after, and boundless golden divine fire shot below, sending terrifying storms out to tear everything apart with earth-shaking force, as if nothing was to stand intact before it. Yi Futian remained standing where he was, calmly, staring at the silhouette shooting down from the sky at him. The air was filled with lightning bolts, all of a sudden, as countless flashes of lightning sparkled. In the very next moment, one bolt of thick lightning vines after another appeared in the air, lashing out at Zhou Ye. Zhou Ye was shooting down at breakneck speed, but the space freezing rules were once again used, and his speed could not resist turning sluggish once again. The lightning bolts in the air flashed, and purple-golden lightning vines reached the huge golden phoenix's body in an instant, coiling around its body as if a divine tree had appeared in the air. It was the countless vines from that divine tree that had shackled Joia's body. At the same time, terrifyingly destructive powers rushed into the phoenix's body, making the huge phoenix shake violently, letting out brutal cries. Futian extended his hand, and a huge, purple-golden whip appeared in the air, whipping at the phoenix's head. Crack! The whip lashed out like a thunder god's whip. The head of the golden bird blew up, and the huge phoenix shuddered all over, signifying its spiritual well-being subjected to ferocious attacks. Attacks are too one-dimensional and powers too weak. Futian continued standing there and teaching his opponent. Extremely cold-killing intent was seen in Joia's eyes. The golden phoenix's body seemed to have burned as it turned even more dazzling, as if a boundlessly enormous shadow of the phoenix burst forth, shattering the purple-golden vines, shackling Joia. The spectators from all over the 9 states continued to shudder at the scene. He was able to shackle Joia using just vines. But was that because Joia is really weak? Everyone was able to sense right there that there was yet another unparalleled genius who stood before them. The young palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state might have proven more exceptional than they had imagined. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, and all the others were students of the barren state, while Yi Futian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone lauded him to be the palace lord without exception and without objection. Even when the other sacred grounds from other states wanted to rob them of their students, Yu Sheng and Su Kei refused outright and remained where they were. Even someone as powerful as Joia, who was widely known to be the successor of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, was unable to fight back at all before Yi Futian. The fight was more like a slaughter than a spar. The phoenix that Joia had taken the form of completely incinerated at that very moment. Golden divine fire shot from Joia's eyes, targeting Yi Futian's eyes. The sky around them burned, and shadows of phoenixes continued to appear as they streaked through the sky in a dazzling manner. The golden phoenix tactics of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Zhou yet is truly bringing his all in this fight, giving everything just to crush Yi Futian. The hearts of many shuddered violently. The scene before them was simply too dazzling. The golden phoenix's shadow shot through the air and headed straight for Yi Futian. The divine fire shot from his eyes and landed straight into Yi Futian's. Zhou Yu was unable to stand such a humiliating battle. He was a prince of the scared dynasty, lauded as the successor of the sacred dynasty. It was not a humiliating defeat that someone like him deemed acceptable. It would be a stain in the history of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yi Futian looked up at Joia. His eyes turned incredibly demonic as they clashed with Joia's. Yi Futian's eyes were like a dark, bottomless whirlpool, swallowing all of the divine fire shot out from the prince's eyes. At the very next moment, Joia felt as if he had been caught in an eye sorcery world. He saw incredibly terrifying spiritual storms whipping up right before him. Yi Futian's silhouette appeared within that eye sorcery world. Terrifying purple-golden lightning lashed out directly at his spiritual will. The huge phoenix suddenly was clad in fearsome lightning glare. The fearsome power that Joia was clad in was shed bit by bit as his body trembled. You have not been a sage for long, and your mind is not in the right place. You have decent talent, but you lack mature temperament. You think too highly of yourself, yet your powers do not match that of your pride. You need to train harder, Yi Futian said plainly, and his voice was heard all over the place. Yi Futian's body was nowhere to be found as soon as he finished. He appeared right before the phoenix's shadow and launched a finger at the head of the phoenix, piercing right through it to attack Joia, who was inside. Joia felt as if his brain was to explode. He let out a horrifying shriek and boundless golden light burst out. Flames danced in the air, and the bird's wings flapped. His body reappeared again and fell downward. Zhou fell onto the ground with his hands cradling his head, feeling his head about to split, looking incredibly pathetic. Enough! A cold shout was heard. The great sacred king's voice penetrated into Zhou Ye's brain, and only then did Zhou Ye calm down. His face was completely ashen, and his brow was covered in sweat. Zhou Ye clenched his fist as he looked up at Yi Futian, who was still in the air with incredibly cold eyes. None of the pride and bearing befitting that of a genius remained to be seen in him. Many felt sympathy looking at Zhou Ye at the moment. Their eyes looked different as they turned to look at Yi Futian again. The young palace, lord of the barren state, is just too terrifying. The battle that day would be etched in Zhou Ye's memory for the rest of his days. It could even be said to be Zhou Ye's nightmare. Please steady your mind and heart more in the future, and beware of getting too worked up and thinking too highly of yourself. Yi Futian spared Zhou Ye a plain glance, but did not sympathize with his opponent. There were people who he deemed not worthy of sympathy. He looked up at the Zhou sacred king and bowed. I have overstepped my authority to teach Zhou Ye a thing or two. For that, I beg for your forgiveness, sacred king. He returned to his corner right afterward, flailing his robe. He sat down, looking tremendously impressive.